Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt Streets Podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know. The show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As always, I am one of your hosts. I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am, of course, joined by the man, the legend himself. He is the Nero of Neoprene. He is Soul Brothers with the man himself, Ike, General Ike. And hi Don, how are you?
Hello, thank you for having me.
What you give us timestamp?
Yes, sir.
It's 'cause it's a weird day, right?
it's a Friday.
Yeah.
Today is November 25th, 2022, 12:09 p.m. and it's episode 138.
I had to look back there too. I was like, wait, what are we doing? 138. Yep. What are we talking about today, good sir?
Let's see today.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah, you're throwing me off here. You're ruining the flow. You're shoving it in here. You gotta just let it go naturally. Colin. Yes. No. But now that you've ham-fisted it in there.
That's what I do.
Part one, of course, we have some local stories, and then Colin had the great idea that we're going to go over some of the sources that him and I get our information from. And you have it up there as like a little AMA segment. So we'll take some questions if you guys have them and things like that. For part two, we are going to be discussing. This is the investigation. Right? Yes. So now I have it mixed up. We're going to be
That's
discussing.
My job.
Yeah. No. And I also don't have my notes up here. Of course, we are going to be discussing the investigation from the newly Republican-led House Oversight Committee into Joe Biden, the Biden family, and Joe Biden's affiliations with his son's businesses. So we're going to talk about all of that, kind of the implications and where that is going to be going. And then in part three, we're going to be taking a look at, I had a kind of way that I had summarized in my head. Now I can't remember, of course. Kind of what we're going to be looking at, what Colin and I think we're going to be seeing from our government for the next 2 years, right? So from 2022 to 2024, covering some different aspects. So today we're going to be talking about the gun front, Second Amendment, gun legislation. We're going to be talking about the warfare, global war, not like foreign policy in general, but specifically warfare. And then we have some stuff about the environment,
the climate, baby.
Yes,
the climate's a big one.
Exactly. In part four, of course, we have the grab bag. We have another breaking point segment for you guys. We have some great stuff coming up today.
It's gonna be fantastic. And I got a nice sherbet rain to let me guide me through this deal. So let me tell you about my last night. Right. So since flight attendant wife is coming home today, we postponed the Thanksgiving, which is the real reason we're doing the show today, which I did not say that on the beer show last week.
No, you said
I was like,
it's because I bought a
or
house.
whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know how that happened. That's the beer show. Sometimes things get a little wild. But yeah, so we're postponing. So we didn't do that yesterday. So I spent the day setting up traps at a pond looking for some beavers. I'm doing some beaver trapping. Beaver trapping. It's my first. I set my very first ever beaver. My NASCAR facial hair.
Beaver trapping.
It's a whole deal.
Beaver trapping.
Yeah. How much? Well, yeah. I didn't even have it yesterday. I just did this morning. I saw the picture. I was like, I need to be a little bit more white trash. Come on.
I like it.
But yeah, I did that and then hung out with my mom and my brother for a while. And then towards the end of the night, I was getting ready to go back home, and I'm like, man, I am starving. I'm going to get some, really bad food for me. Okay. And I'm like, if there's one place that's going to be open on Thanksgiving, it'll be like a fast food place. Some 24-hour restaurant will be open, and I will find it. So I went downtown to the one, McDonald's down here. Mm-hmm. Blacked out closed.
Thanksgiving.
Right? Cool. All right, cool. This is going to happen. I'm bound to determine. I am starving right now.
Okay.
And so I was like, I'm going to drive to Paulsbo. And so I drive to the next town over, and I go to Jack in the Box, closed. Wendy's, closed. Burger King, obviously, is closed because they can't even stay open during the fucking day. And then the other McDonald's, closed. All of them are closed. And then I'm just butthurt and upset, so I drive all the way back. There was a grocery store that was still open. Could have gone in there, but I was just committed at that. I was like, fuck this. So I came back and I had some ramen.
No. Oh, God.
It was very sad.
That's what you had for Thanksgiving dinner last night was ramen?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I did. Because I'm going to have a real Thanksgiving tomorrow. It's going to be epic.
Yeah.
Sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes. I'm gonna make some homemade dinner rolls.
There you go.
We got that smoked turkey.
Yep.
We got Chad's gonna be making this crazy ass baked mac and cheese thing.
Maybe some beaver tail if you guys are lucky.
Maybe we can fry up some beaver tail.
Have you ever had beaver tail before?
I have not.
Me either.
I
would eat it.
There's an episode of
eat
Meat
it, right?
Eater. I don't know if you eat the tail. But you eat the rest of it.
Yeah.
But you do something with the tail. I know you do something with the tail. But yeah, there's an episode of Meat Eater where he actually traps beavers and then like cooks them up. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I got to go back and watch that to get some ideas for that. And I check my. If it's over there somewhere. But
Got that book up there?
I get one of the cookbooks over there.
Yeah, that's in there.
But yeah, hopefully I trap me a beaver or an otter. I think I can have otters too. I don't know what I do with that.
You can trap otters?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, river otters.
I want the pelt.
I mean, maybe we'll hang it in the studio. How about that? We'll get it tanned and then we'll hang it in the studio.
No, I want it for myself.
I can't have my first pelt.
No.
Okay. Fine.
No,
Fine.
Of course not.
Oh, the Burger King deal of closing randomly is nationwide.
So it's a weird deal, right? Yeah.
Is it?
I have not heard about that, but
There's a question mark on the end of that one.
But
I'm not sure.
Apparently, it's happening around Deborah as well. That's what it sounds like to me by her question. But yeah, no.
Which sucks because Burger King has a superior burger to McDonald's.
Yeah.
100%,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I mean,
unquestionably.
we could talk about the other ones. I mean, Wendy's is kind of as far as burgers go, but they're pretty
I
all
like
right.
a Wendy's burger.
You know, they're better than McDonald's.
Yes.
Jack in the Box. I know you got a love-hate relationship with Jack in the Box. Mostly
Yeah.
a hate relationship these days, but I like their burgers too. They can be pretty good, but Burger King, dude, BK has just got a big real-life burger with all that sugary bun. It's delicious.
Yeah, and that one in Paulsbo is just never.
It's never like I've told you like during the middle of the day, I'm like coming back on like a Friday after work. I'm like, let's swing in there.
Yeah.
And then no, just closed.
Not today.
No. They must not be offering enough wages and benefits or something, right?
Not a high enough starting bonus or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Because they always got that sign out in front of the McDonald's it started as $15 an hour starting. That was a year ago, and it's already up to $17 starting.
Damn.
Because they're just trying to fill that place too. But yeah, even that one's a little shoddy, man. Fast food's still
17.
It's still
Shit.
tough to work. It's still tough to get those things operating the way they used to be. It's sad.
Yeah, not firing on all cylinders.
No,
over
dude.
Burger King.
No.
Okay,
No.
so Colin, with that, let me ask you this. I realized last week I said it, and then we did the thing. I'm like, well, I said it, and then I said it again on the thing, so I shouldn't say it twice. You know, I should just let it go. So I got a couple for you. It's Thanksgiving, right? So first,
Indeed.
I need you to tell me what you're thankful for.
Ooh, what am I thankful for?
Yeah, I can go first.
So
if
many
you,
things.
If you want me to.
No, I got
Okay.
this. I'm thankful for a healthy family.
Yep.
Everybody in my family is healthy, which sad face, some of our family friends really close to us are not in that same exact situation. So it's very, very, makes you really, really grateful for actually having that around because you got it until you don't, and then life is way different. Very thankful for that. Thankful to have a solid job that I don't need to worry about. It's not killing me slowly, and was like, well, that shit's real too. You know,
that's a
I'm
good one.
happy about that.
No, that's a good
Wifey's loving her new gig. I mean, it's early, but she's loving it, doing her new career path. You know, I got a small but solid group of friends that I'm still very thankful for today, and I mean that's I'm thankful that my truck situation is about to be resolved, so I'm very excited about that too. Everything's looking up towards the end of the year here. I'm very, very excited about it. Thankful for still being able to do this show, which is always a pleasure. It's basically the closest thing I have to therapy, so I don't know what I would do without it.
Yeah.
The end of the year comes around, we take our 1 month break, and it always so cathartic to get back to it. You don't realize how healthy something like this is until you don't do it anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll go with that. Seems relatively surface, but solid.
No, that's perfect. It's perfect.
What about you?
Happy family, 2 beautiful children, good wife, or fantastic wife. I'm thankful to be moving forward with my life, to just be moving on, making progress. Very thankful for that. I'm thankful to be making progress on the show. for us to be kind of figuring out, honing our lane. Thankful for all the listeners, for everybody who comes here spends time with us, because just spending the amount of time with us that people do is ridiculous.
Yes.
It's bizarre to me that anybody would want to spend this much time with us.
Exponentially more enjoyable too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
it's good stuff.
yeah. On a more show-related front,
Indeed.
right, now that we know what everyone is thankful for, do you think? And I thought of this when I was looking into the history of the Colorado shooter the other day, right? So I was just thinking about circumstances and stuff like that. Do you think that people are generally good or bad?
Ooh. Do I think they're generally good or generally bad?
Yeah.
I usually phrase it like good or evil,
Yeah.
but the idea is the same.
Yeah.
I
Same
think-
question. I wouldn't be too harsh about
God,
that.
I don't know, because like I've used to think both ways about this. Like I've thought at one point, like most people are just inherently selfish, and so that generally would make them more bad. But then I don't really believe that anymore. I don't know if necessarily people are good, but I think inherently people are selfish to a certain degree, and I don't see that as a bad thing. I see that as a good thing, because rational self-interest, if you will, take that road down there. You are generally will try to be a better person to you, yourself, the people around you and stuff like that, because that will make your life easier and better as you go along. So I guess I'll fall in the category of I think most people are generally good. Generally. Some people are just bad.
Yeah.
But as a general rule, I think most people are pretty good.
Yeah.
I think most people are really stupid, but, that's fine. You could still be a good, stupid person.
A well-intentioned idiot. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
A well-intentioned idiot.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I think I would say the same thing, that I think that most people are generally good. But I also think that human beings are still very, very, very close to animals, and it doesn't take much for what they call it, the thin veil of society or civilization or whatever. It doesn't take much for that to be removed.
Yeah.
I think most people
Thin veneer.
Yeah, something like that. It doesn't really
There's
matter,
a turn
but,
of phrase out there somewhere.
So I think people are generally good, but put in trying situations, it does not take much for most of those good people to do things that they would regret in ideal circumstances.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
You drop anybody into the fucking woods, they become a savage.
Right.
Ideally.
And then I have kind of a 2A, not like Second Amendment, but 2A question.
Okay.
Is, do you think, because there's kind of I'm sure there's like an actual psychiatric theory behind it, but do you think that if you take two people and subject them to like the exact same circumstances, that they will turn out the exact same way?
Ooh, no, I don't. Mostly because people have free will and the ability to come to conclusions in a different manner. So even if they're living the same exact circumstances, it's kind of like the nature versus nurture discussion, right? I mean, I think you can essentially have two people. I mean, just look at like twins growing up in the same household that will generally have a very, very similar upbringing. I mean, you'd have to get into like a weird isolation thing and do like some weird human experiment for it to be absolutely exact. But no, I think even with the closest thing we have to a control group at that point, people are still going to make different decisions at one point or another and come to their own conclusions. And I would not be surprised if there's like a couple twins out there where one is like a pro-gun person, one's like an anti-gun person.
Yeah.
Just how they perceive the world at that point is going to be different regardless on their upbringing, I guess. You could be in like a traumatic situation at some point that's going to change your view on something, or, while the other person doesn't. But yeah, I'd be really interested in that, though. If like we could do like a real Truman-esque or Truman Show-esque like experiment on a couple people someday.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting in some dystopian world.
So I know there are a lot of people that believe that, that you're almost like a victim of your circumstances, that like, well, had they not been subjected to these conditions, then maybe this wouldn't have happened, this wouldn't have happened. And I think that there's merit to that, but I agree that I move forward in my life. The people have agency. You have independent agency, individual agency to do what you want, to make decisions. That you don't have to make those decisions if you do bad shit and you aren't. It's not justification for you to act that way because of your circumstances. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, everybody has the power to rise above their own circumstances, to learn lessons from the things they did or were subject to. I mean, in this particular case, because we're going to get deep into that story in one of the other topics, right? Today?
I don't have anything like a deep dive into that particular story. I don't. We certainly can take a look into it. I don't have any problem with that. I don't.
But regardless, because of what we know now about that guy, that shooter that shot up the Q nightclub, he had it seems to be at a very, very fucked up upbringing.
Right.
Have you seen the video of his dad?
No.
Oh my God, we'll watch that later. He's a piece of shit, this guy. But it hasn't really been around either, but his mom has had a lot of problems with the law and has multiple active warrants in multiple states at this point, and went to go live with his grandparents for a while, changed the name, the whole 9 yards. But that's still, there's no amount of torment and torture and stuff like that you would live through as a kid that would ultimately justify you going down that path. You can always make a better decision. Mind you, there's so many things at play there, but you can develop, mental illness due to those types of things that'll make you do one thing or another. But in some cases, you may have a little less, I don't even want to say it, but you might be slightly less culpable for that because you are mentally ill after a certain point.
Right.
But that's a whole nother conversation there, because ultimately you're still responsible because you still go do the thing. But it's all just weights, man. It's all just weights and different strings pulling on people's lives and affecting them different ways. But you can always go a different path.
And so much of the debate around firearms comes down to choice. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about access to tools and stuff like that anybody can get access to, you're talking about
the
choice.
chainsaws.
You're talking about the decisions that people make when they have access to these things, and you can't. No one can control that. You can't legislate morality. You can't force people to follow the law. That's why even in places with gun laws and stuff like that, there are still gun crimes that are committed because you can't force people to follow the law. There's nothing. It's choice.
That's not how laws work.
No, it is choice that holds you, that binds you to that. If you don't want to follow that law, you don't follow that law, and there's nothing anyone can do about it until they find out that you've broken that law. You know, so
I think, and in this particular situation, all the laws were in place from all the shootings and stuff we've gone through for the last few years, all the various pieces of legislation and all the ideas and stuff that people have, talked about to try to implement, to try to stop things like this from happening. All of those were in place for this particular situation.
The red flag laws and
they
stuff in
absolutely
Colorado.
did do nothing.
Yeah.
Yes, they have red flag stuff. There was, as per the usual, this individual was known to law enforcement for reasons. Saw the video that he streamed for that bomb threat that he called in when he took his mom, when he kidnapped his mom in his house and all that stuff, and the neighbors called in the bomb threat, had a standoff with the police and all that. I watched a little bit of that, his live stream from that event, and I don't know how you don't institutionalize an individual after that situation, much less not bring him into the justice system at some point.
And
it's just wild.
I think anybody who's been watching this show for any period of time knows that I'm not an advocate for putting people on a list, right?
Yeah.
In a world where that's what we're doing, right? That's what we're doing. That's the idea. That's why the red flag laws exist. That's why these things are there. Again, I'm not an advocate for these. I think these are unconstitutional. I don't think we should be doing them, right? But in a world where we are already doing them, isn't that what this is for? To stop someone who already has a history of extreme violence, right? Of infringing on other people's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Isn't that what the point of this is? And if this is not going to stop this person, it should be used to stop me instead. Is that what we're talking about? That if someone has a question about me, even though there's no evidence that I'll do something in the future. Someone has a question, it should be used on me instead of someone where there's evidence of it, right? Where a DA has chosen to release this person back into society instead of keep them in jail, or something that's actually within their power of doing, right, within the structure that we currently live under.
Yeah. It's like we're a nation of we're a society,
Yeah.
and we understand that, regardless of how just or unjust it is, but we are still technically a society of rules and laws and shit like that. And if this is the system that we are under, you're failing to live up to your own legal standards at that point. Like you're not following through with the system of laws and procedures and stuff that you deemed necessary to put into place, which we could argue about one way or the other, before the fact, after the fact, whatever. But like you said, that's the system in place. And regardless, none of that stuff did anything. It was all just useless, which sad. And I don't know, I've been thinking a lot about institutionalization lately, about like for lack of a better term, like mental wards and shit like that, because it was something we used to do very regular in this country,
Right.
involuntarily, which is terrifying when you think about it. But also there's a part of me goes like, probably could use a little bit of that these days. I mean, there's people that are straight up violently mentally ill that may be able to change their life for the better if they were institutionalized and helped at some point. That might be a thing, but I get real weird because generally speaking, we don't have a good track record on being like just with that system. A lot of people just be like, well, you got the madness, so we're just going to lock you up because we don't like you, and now you're going to go sit in this mental institution and we're going to keep you drugged for the rest of your life. Well,
and even past that, we don't have, as a nation, a very good track record of taking care of people that we have institutionalized. They're not well taken care of.
No.
That's why there was such a shift in the mental health system, was because the conditions within institutions like that were so horrifically poor that we couldn't justify keeping any human being with any little bit of agency or consciousness in conditions like that. And they're arguably better off being homeless than an institution where they are naked and covered in their own shit because no one will take care of them. And that's really like Geraldo Rivera got his whole kickoff for getting inside of an institution like that for Willowbrook in New York.
I don't know if I've seen that.
He went undercover in Willowbrook in New York City, and I mean had to use like flashlights on cameras and everything because there's no lights in the institution. People are on the floor, they're naked, they're covered in their own feces. It's horrific. And that's when that shift took place in the way that people were taken care of, because we don't, as a nation, seem to have the capacity to take care of that population of people in a way that demands it. And so I do not at all disagree with you, because I don't think that they're better off on the streets than they are where someone is watching them, but we are apparently unable to actually watch them and take care of them and try and help them get better. I don't know enough about that system to say why that is the case. I'm sure there's a lot of...
And it's been decades since that system was really in place.
Yeah,
I mean, that was like stopped big time in the 60s.
I think it was during
like
Reagan that... Yeah. It might even have been Nixon where it was shifted like that, which would have been the 60s. So, it was either... big gap, but either under Reagan or Nixon where those changes took place. I don't remember. I think that it was Nixon because Geraldo Rivera is still on the news today, and if it was, or I think that it was Reagan, because if it was Nixon, he wouldn't still be on the news.
Yeah, so probably be retired by now.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's depicted a lot in period pieces in entertainment, on television, stuff like that, and it's always portrayed as a very like terrifying, horrific situation. Yeah. And I'm just too young at this point. Like I just have that kind of info to go off of. But the stories you hear, or like it's big in like ghost hunter type shows and stuff like that. They go to like these old abandoned institutions and then they tell these horrific stories about what happened. Right. And we always have like the stereotypical like lobotomizing and people just their brains being totally fried because they put them on like a shit ton of lithium or something like that, and then just kind of keep them as zombies.
I have seen. So, I got a couple of stories to feed into this, right? One,
profits won out over patient care.
There we go.
Reagan.
So, there used to be an institution that's torn down now. There used to be an institution on the west side of Bremerton, actually it's a couple blocks from my new house, that was called Francis Haddon, and it was a housing place for adults with disabilities who didn't have people to take care of them, right? And so, people would go and work there. People like my sister, my brother David worked there. So because they're just trying to find anybody, right?
Yeah.
What I'm
They
saying,
need people.
they're just trying to find anybody who can do it. So it's people off the street, 2 weeks of training for you to not get your complete ass beat at this job, and then you're there and you're taking care of people. There were still physical confrontations on just a consistent basis. These are just people with disabilities. They're not even mentally ill. They just have disabilities. They have severe autism. They have just forms where they can't take care of themselves.
Yeah.
That was a difficult job to retain people, because it's a dangerous job. I've spent some time.
Well, dangerous, and it's also got to be kind of like
Very trying. It's very stressful.
It's like people that do like end of life care stuff.
Yes.
Like, God bless those people,
Yes.
but also, who can do that job their whole life and not just
Right.
die inside?
Right. Yeah.
Fuck.
Someone came at my sister with some blinds that they tore out of a window one time. Just tore the fucking blinds out the window at her with the blinds. Shit happen all the time. It just is. It just is what it
happens.
is, you know. Those are people you can't necessarily blame that person, because who knows what their level of cognition is of that particular situation that they're in. You just know that the emotion is what's driving them, you know. But I also dated a gal who's, let me think about the way that I want to say this, who's, just to be whose sister spent some time in a mental institution, like actually locked up in the institution, right? And so I went there a couple of times, and that was when I was in high school, so maybe 2012, 2011.
Like you guys went to go visit type
yes.
of thing? Okay.
And she was aware, cognizant, you could have conversations with her. It was nothing like that. I believe that she was dealing with schizophrenia at the time, and that's why, because I remember the event that precipitated like her getting institutionalized, and even in a modern institution where people are generally well taken care of, it was just a fucking really weird and uncomfortable place to be at. You know, you can feel, even when everyone was chill, the underlying tension that exists there because the level everyone is operating at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The level that of anxiety that exists in all of the patients that are there, and they're all so in their own world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was bizarre. And I am no stranger to the world of mental illness, but even for myself, it's like, this is weird. This is just the way this is done.
Yeah.
I don't know how else you do it, but there was just you just can tell how difficult that job is, even though nothing happened when I was there.
Yeah.
You know.
I'll do a lot of things in life, man, but it judged me for how I need to be judged accordingly for this one. But it's like the word that comes to me is just uncomfortable. Like, you get around people like that have some kind of mental illness like that, and I'm just very, very uncomfortable all the time. And I would fault nobody for feeling that way.
Yeah.
Even because you can rationally be like, well, this is what it is. I can understand and all that, but I can't get over the way like that feels, and which is, don't know what that is. But now when you think about having to care for people like that, how many people can just rise above that feeling or not have that feeling, and then with still all the empathy in the world at that point. I mean, that's just got to be, there's got to be very few people out there in the world that can actually do that stuff.
The tension and interactions, I worked in, it was when I was in high school, it was called the G-Pod, which is...
The G-Pod.
Yeah, which was
That
just
sounds badass.
the portion of the building where the special ed students were at. And so when I was in the junior year, I worked in the G-Pod. And even then, they're all kids that are around your age, you know, but there are times when things get tense that it's very uncomfortable. My mom was a job coach for adults with disabilities for like 18 years. That's when I became cognizant. That's what she was doing, and that's what she did until I got into high school. So I was very comfortable. That's part of why I did that, had that class, because I was very comfortable with, and I could see how uncomfortable other people were, even just for like someone with Down syndrome or like something like that, that they're just uncomfortable being around them.
Yeah.
So I felt good about working in there because it wasn't something that made me uncomfortable. But even there's a couple of people that were bigger than me, kids that were bigger than me that were students. And when times got wild with them, even I was like, this is fucking dangerous.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
this is a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with somebody who is mentally ill and not just disabled, you don't know what type of world they're operating in. Everybody, as different as everybody is, the same world that they construct for themselves as someone with mental illness is the same deal. And if you don't know the rules of the world that they're living in, you don't know what could set them off, you don't know what can make them upset, you don't know what's going to soothe them, you don't know any of that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So, and to have that many people that are all different in one area, and you have to accommodate for all of them, they're all living in the same common area, so if they're all going to share a TV and do all that type of shit, like, you have to make all those circles work cohesively, and that's what underlines that tension there.
A lot of Venn diagrams going on in there.
Yeah.
A lot of them will clash, I would imagine.
Yeah, and that's what makes people uncomfortable is the unpredictability of being around, especially a group setting like that. You know what I'm saying? It's different if you're interacting with one individual. It's just a very different vibe than if you're in a group setting like that.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Could kick off like that. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, and I think there's got to be a level of, I don't want to call it normality, but like, generally speaking, you can go out and interface with like most people in the world. There's like I said, the world that person has built for themselves to live in and stuff like that there's a lot of commonalities between their world and your world.
Yeah.
You're operating on most of the same rules and stuff like that. And so then when you interface with somebody like that who doesn't or may not, the underlying like level of tension probably just has to exist right there, because I don't want to use the word normal, but at this point I'm just saying the two levels like that point, that would be a normal line, right? Whereas versus now you got
100%.
two different levels of separate normalities that may not level off at the same place,
Right.
And so I think that's probably where like my tension probably would come into play.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, I've been around a lot of cases where like on one-on-one setting like that feeling doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because I'm interacting with them on a normal level, and we're having conversations, and everybody else is around, and it's with everybody's just vibing like normal. And so we have that same level of normality in that particular situation like that. But yeah, so it's just what do you do about that long term, like on a societal level? We have more mental illness these days than it's probably ever before, and then probably with that due to just the amounts of drugs and alcohol and stuff like that, I'm sure there's a lot higher level of like mental disability and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like probably less people to work in that environment.
I'm sure that there are studies that have been or are being done as to why the levels of mental illness, and I don't have the statistics, so I'm just postulating at this point, like why they seem to have gone up over the last a few decades, I'm sure that like our diet has some factor into it. People's microbiome plays a huge factor in their mental health and stuff like that. So I'm sure that's part of it. There's a lot of wild societal things that are going on. I'd be very interested into what those factors are, because I don't know. I don't know enough about that to decide. But
there's probably too many factors to build a real life study on it. When you think how different our society is today, even compared to like 20 years ago, how can you even measure that?
Yeah, because the
world is so much smaller than it's ever been before. It's so incredibly hard to live in your town. Just pay attention to your town.
Do you know they're doing it in Canada? They're pushing this government-assisted suicide thing,
big,
like hard. Like, hard. Oh, you just super duper depressed? Fucking kill yourself. The doctor will help you do it.
Yep.
That's what their solution is. I don't know. In America, I don't know how we do that. There are some people.
I'm uncomfortable with that.
There are definitely some people who may or may not be able to operate at a level of cognition and awareness where they can operate in the standard world. Some people may have to have full-time visibility, full-time monitoring all the time. Like that's a thing. There are going to be also another group of people who maybe need to live in a group setting where they don't need to be institutionalized all the time, but they definitely need to live with someone who can help them kind of get their shit done and do all that type of stuff. There's going to be another group of people who, and my mom did all kinds of different stuff. She worked with some people who she was just a job coach. They like lived by themselves. She just helped them at their job and would show up, once a month or whatever, check in, make sure everything was cool, talk to their manager and make sure that was fine. There were other people who lived like Aunt Frances Haddon where they needed to be monitored all the time. She would just take them on outings. They just went to the movies. They went bowling. They went swimming, like things like that. So there's all of those people exist, and they need to be and deserve to be dealt with
individually
in different ways, individually that meets their needs. And that's the more research, the more education we have on mental illness, the broader that spectrum gets, and the broader the variation in care gets as well that is necessary.
There used to be like a more one size fits all. Well, you're just mentally ill,
right?
And then we'll throw X amount of drugs at you, whatever. Now, because of our understanding has grown so much, you realize that every individual has very individualized needs, and you can have two schizophrenics that need completely different care,
right?
And that requires just a level of I don't feel good about that.
And Deborah's correct that money is an enormous aspect of that. It's not something that people care about generally. It just isn't something that people care about until it's in their face, until it's in their backyard, until they have homeless people in the streets and they're saying, "What the fuck is this about?"
Or it's a member of your family or something like that.
Well, if we would have talked about this mental health thing 10 years ago, you wouldn't have this enormous amount of homeless people now that exist in your area. And I was telling you even when we were looking at the place next to Pendleton Place, that place is understaffed. They can't find people to operate a facility with chronically homeless individuals. What do you mean? You spent millions of dollars on a facility that you can't staff. You can't find people to work there, but you spent millions of dollars to ruin this neighborhood, and you can't find people to work there now.
Build it and they will not come, apparently.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Well, and I would imagine part of that is schooling when people are not getting degrees in social work and bullshit. I'm going to say bullshit that actually matters because that's the bureaucratic structure that we have in America, that we need people. Those are the desk jobs that we have that actually matter. Those are the ones that actually matter, that you need some fucking bullshit management degree so you can work in a place like that because you need to know how to work with people. You need to know how to be a social worker. The people who live across the alley from us, they just moved. She was getting her master's degree in social work. I'm a social worker. What the fuck is that?
Whoa.
That's what that is. That is what that is, where I don't know how it works, don't know if you can justify it, but that's how it is. She has the capacity, the education to do fucking, if it's going to be unemployment stuff, to work with people in the capacity that they need to on that spectrum. I'm here for that. You know what I'm saying? Don't get a job in women's studies. Get your degree in social work instead. At least we'll get a fucking government job out of it.
And I would imagine there's got to be a degree of institutional accreditation that probably doesn't need to be there for most social work. I imagine you could do like internships over a number of years, almost like a trade. Where you could go to schooling for the specific, psych backgrounds and stuff like that you could get if you wanted to pursue higher levels and stuff like that. But like, get on the OJT would probably be one of the best ways to go. You're linking up with experienced people that have been doing this for decades at this point and learning on the ground. It's probably got to be one of the best ways to do that.
And
then taking theory afterwards.
Yeah, she was working at DSHS while she was finishing her degree. So she was getting her on-the-job training to do all of that type of stuff. But all of those different government services have an enormous dearth of employment and an enormous amount of people who are requesting those services. It's a shit show the way that they run all of those things. It's very not good. Just when I'm talking to my mom about working at WorkSource, it was like, this just sounds horrific. You work for the government, right? She's like, yes. That sounds terrible. It sounds really, really terrible. All that sounds terrible.
And in retrospect, we're like, well, you work for the government. So I guess that makes sense.
For the government, yes. That's such is,
Such is the way of government bureaucracies, baby. They're not the most optimally run places.
No, they had a union too. It was a very complicated environment.
Man.
Yeah, very very complicated environment.
I love public sector unions. You know that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've been getting the business. Hard segue. I've been getting the business lately. My brother gave it to me yesterday for not watching the new All Quiet on the Western Front movie yet. Have you watched that at all yet?
Yeah,
you did. That's right.
Last time we were here,
Yeah,
of course.
I still haven't watched it yet. I'm
You
gonna
had 2 weeks.
I know.
You
did.
had 2 weeks to watch this movie. And you
What did
didn't
I watch
it.
instead?
Fucking
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, other fucking bullshit. Probably.
Great show. It's pretty much just Chernobyl. I think the last couple of weeks, getting through that was fantastic.
It's very good.
That was a lot of hours I devoted to that show, which I do not regret a single minute of. It was so good. But yeah, let's talk about what we've been listening to lately. What do we watch on a regular basis?
Okay.
I was doing my list up throughout the week, right? Just going through, just keeping track of everything that I've listened to, all that I'm watching.
Yep.
And then some of the things that I don't regularly get to all the time, but like when a good episode comes around, and so I've noted that. But if I haven't listened or watched a show in 2 weeks, it's not on the list.
Okay.
So like Lex Friedman show, I watch a lot of that when there's people that I'm interested in, but over sometimes there's 2, 3, 4 weeks that go by and I don't catch a single episode, so that's not on the list.
Okay.
But as far as my regular intake shows that are more in the political realm, I found myself to be very, very balanced, and I was really surprised about that.
All right, let's hear it.
So I kept track of the more daily-ish type shows, right?
Okay.
I came up with 4 that I deemed more left-leaning, 4 that I'm deeming more right-leaning, and then 4 kind of more centrist, moderate, center-right, probably at the end of the day.
4, 4, and 4.
Yeah, I was very surprised. I didn't do the count until last night. I just wrote them all out, and I was like, well, let's see where my balance is at on this.
Okay.
So for my right-leaning sources, I got Part of the Problem, which I'm calling right at this point because they're very libertarian-esque and very small government-minded, we'll put it that way. Louder with Crowder, obviously.
Yep.
Very right-wing.
Yep.
Commentary Magazine podcast.
Yep.
Bunch of old New York conservative Jews.
Yep.
You can't get much more conservative than that.
Traditional conservative, too.
Yeah, traditional. And then Shapiro.
Yep.
Big 4 main right-leaning sources. Left-wing sources. Up First. Generally hit that every day.
Definitely.
Definitely a left-wing source. Axios. Definitely a left-wing source.
Did you hear they had a segment about thanks-taking on Wednesday?
I saw it, and I immediately skipped over it. I was like, I'm not getting that propaganda today,
They're
man.
taking it back is what they said. They're
taking it back?
Yep.
Oh.
It's thanks-taking now. And it's funny because you can make your relatives uncomfortable. Yes.
They're obviously not reading that book.
No.
Because that is not the way you want to have a conversation.
Not the way you want to have an impossible conversation.
No. Seattle Now podcast.
Yep.
That's definitely left-wing.
Definitely.
And Breaking Points, which I am deeming a left-wing source at this point. Because Crystal is so far progressive, and Sagar wears a suit, and he likes to call himself a conservative, but he generally leans pretty far to the left of any kind of conservative world, if there was one.
I would call him a moderate. That's about the best I would give him.
Yeah. He might, and he leans right on a few issues, but I feel more so these days he leans more left. He's like more of a center-left guy, I think, in most ways these days.
Well, and according to them, if you don't believe in Stop the Steal, then you can't be a Republican anyway.
Amen.
So.
It's the rule, bro.
Yeah.
Just kind of like how we all know why inflation exists. And it's
Right.
52% of inflation comes from corporate greed. Duh. I read a study, and so that's the rule. Moderates.
Someone else read a study and then questioned
Yeah,
someone about it in
exactly.
Congress,
Yes.
and I took that as the truth.
Yeah. But my more moderate leaning podcasts that I take in on the regular, Wall Street Journal, What's News?
Okay.
I didn't call that a leftist source because they can be balls and strikes. What they cover, that's basically just mainstream corporate press stuff. But Timcast and IRL call that moderate to leans right.
Mm-hmm.
Drinking Bros, they go both ways because one of the hosts is kind of more left libertarian. One of them's definitely He's like a anarchist type of.
We
you
should
know.
have turned that country to fucking glass after
Yes,
9/12.
that guy.
Oh shit!
So he kind of goes to the right wing, but generally speaking, you get a good balance of, they're what Crystal and Soccer should be. And then Dumpster Fire. That's about as straight shooting down the middle of the road, just makes fun of everybody.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely like a little bit of a lefty too.
Yeah, definitely. So as far as my regular shows, that's 4, 4, and 4, man. I was like, that's pretty balanced. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
That's just not even thinking about it. That was
Yeah.
it. And then my more entertainment style podcast, they go all over the place, but we're talking JRE, obviously, Joe Rogan.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, you get what you get on that one. Two Bears, One Cave, Your Mom's House, all by the Your Mom's House guys, Tom
Yep.
Segura and Bert Kreischer and Christina Przynski. Pop Culture Crisis, watch a lot of that these days. And that's, generally speaking, one of the hosts is kind of, they're both kind of right-wingy type guys, but they don't generally talk about stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mostly it's just making fun of and calling out like the terribleness that comes out of entertainment, which I think is pretty middle of the ground. And then, of course, everything Dan Carlin, Hardcore History, Common Sense. He also has his show that he put out more regular these days, Hardcore History Addendum.
Yep.
And I go back anytime he's on anybody's podcast, anything Dan Carlin. I'm going through his audiobook again right now. It's just fantastic.
An autobiography?
No, it's called what's it called? It's a book he actually put out, which is basically just like one of his podcasts, which is kind of funny.
Okay.
But it's called The End is Always Near: Apocalyptic Moments from the Bronze Age Collapse to Nuclear Near Misses.
Okay.
But yeah, it's really,
It's a
I
history
forgot
book.
how good it is. Yeah, it is. And it goes through like a lot of, ask a lot of the questions of like, how did these eras end? And like, is there always a dark age after this? A lot of different stuff, war, disease, famine, all that good stuff. Kind of, when you look at history, that's kind of marked the major eras in history.
Right.
And then towards the end, he kind of talks about whether or not we can actually be in those types of eras anymore because of how much further along in technology we are and stuff like that. But that's a great book. Great book.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I've been getting a lot into Mike Rowe's podcast lately.
Yeah, you've
He's
always
changed
liked
it.
Mike Rowe.
It used to be like it's called The Way I Heard It. And it used to be like these 15, 20-minute long stories that he did about like, some kind of interesting story or person that he found out about. And then just does this whole cool little monologue for 15, 20 minutes. And that's who discovered peanut butter or whatever it means. But that's kind of how it was, right?
Yeah. That's really funny.
Yeah, it was a great little format, but eventually he kind of stopped doing that, and now he has a co-host who I don't really know who he is, but now he just has guests on, and the dude has become ultra based. I mean, he was always super based, but like when it came to like hard work and shit like that, but now
Right.
like he had a dude on there the other day talking about like the vaccine and fucking myocarditis and like all their shit, and he's just super based these days. So
I
he's
like
a pleasure to listen to. That's a once a week show. I highly recommend because Mike Rowe is kind of like Dan Carlin. You can just listen to him talk about whatever
He's got
for
a
a
good
long
voice.
time. Yeah.
Dave
Yeah.
Z is really into Mike Rowe.
Good.
Yeah, Dave Z's crazy into Mike Rowe.
Good. He's amazing.
You should ask him about that podcast. I
Yeah?
guarantee he listens to it. Guarantee
Fantastic.
It. Yeah, guarantee it.
I'll hit him up. this or next week.
Yeah.
So yeah, but those are all my regular shows.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I was surprised. I had a pretty decent spread.
Yeah,
You know,
we
when
have
you-
a lot of content time.
Yeah.
A lot of content time.
Yeah. And when you're in it all the time, like we are, I kind of forget. Like there's so many times like throughout the week I'm like reaching for content.
Right.
Right? Which is weird. I think my tastes have also changed too. I'm very particular about what I intake now. I can't just throw some random shit on half the time. I'm like, this is garbage. What am
Yeah.
I doing here? But it's just, even with that, I was like, man, that seems pretty spread out. How do I have time on my hands to listen to other content?
40 hours a week,
And it's a whole deal.
It's a lot of time.
Plus drive time, and then I do a lot of that stuff like when I'm here.
Yeah.
After work, I come home, be working on edits and stuff like that. There's always some show playing in the background. I'm always listening to that, or I'll even when I'm making dinner or anything like that, I don't have the TV on. I got my fucking earbud on, and I'm listening to some podcast or some YouTube show.
Yeah.
It's just all the time.
And I don't have that type of time at home. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
I
yeah.
think that's probably what, because I think about that sometimes too. Like, even when you're like, oh, I'm listening to this, I'm listening to that. Like, how the fuck are you, have you like listened to all this shit already? And that's why.
My household is very quiet these days.
Right. I'll listen to some stuff like while I'm making dinner. If I'm going to be in the kitchen for a while and I know I'm going to be there, then I'll bring my phone and I'll play something in there. But that'll be entertainment half the time. Or, you know, if there's something I was listening to when I left work that was show related that I was into, then I'll keep listening to it. And if not, I'll save it for when I get back to work and I'll watch something or listen to it on instead. That makes sense though. And I have a shorter drive than you do too. I don't drive near as much as you do to get into work. My commute now is 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, so it will be under 20 still when I move.
Yeah,
So,
I would say, what is that? Probably 15 to 20, depending on traffic?
yeah, 8 minutes in the morning if I hit no lights from my house to work. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it took me 18 when I went the back way, like after work. So
18
yeah,
to get to the new house? Or?
the new house.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, because if you really wanted to, like, take the long way home, you could, like, to your house now, there's alternate routes that you could probably spend 20 minutes on getting back home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take the, you know, that way.
Right.
But what? You got a family at home. Of course not.
Right. I'm
Sometimes,
just trying to get home.
Yeah. If I had alternate routes to get home, I might sometimes, just because some days I'm like, it's nice out, you know, and I'm like, let's go for a drive. But
And the new house,
very limited routes to get to here.
the new house, I have like probably a dozen ways to get home. Like there's just a
And they're probably
ton.
within like 5 minutes of each other.
Yes.
Some of them.
Yeah, to go on the freeway the whole way is only 15 minutes, and that's if there's no traffic. But at the time that I leave work, there's always traffic.
Oh, yeah.
I went there. I went to go there once last week, and I was backed up 3 exits. That's like 4 miles that the traffic was backed up. Yeah, not interested.
Oh, yeah.
So I probably will drive
I could see
on the
that.
freeway to work because at 4 o'clock there's not going to be anybody on the freeway, and then going home I will likely take the back ways because it will be the last part is just that little chunk like right on Otter Center Way. That's the last little and that's going to be fucked up no matter which way
what
I
you
go.
do.
Yeah, I just have to.
Yeah, no matter what time, what day, it's always just going to be that way.
My best bet there is to just go a way that has a light, so I don't have to sit at a stop sign and wait for traffic, because then
That's the worst.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I figured out. Is like 3 or 4 of those ways there isn't a light at the end to get on that last main stretch. There's just a stop sign, and that you can be stuck at for fucking ever when there's traffic.
Yeah, just
So,
sit there waiting.
Yeah. So you got to go away that has a light at the end of it. So then you're only sitting there for a few minutes. It will definitely stop and open up so that you can go. That is what I figured out. Yeah, you have to go with a light.
That's funny. That is too funny.
Yeah. Okay, so as far as the stuff that I listen to, a lot of the stuff that we listen to is the same. The daily things.
Yeah, I was gonna like check them off. Which ones we have in common?
Yeah, a lot of those things are going to be the same. Up First, I listen to every day. Start Here, I listen to most days.
I just refuse these days.
I rarely skip Start Here just because I don't know.
Because Start
why
Here is the
torture
ABC.
myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the longest one. It's,
Brad Milkey.
It's over 20 minutes every day.
It's always a solid like 25 to 35. That's too much.
That's a long time.
Too much.
I always skip the last story though. Whatever.
Because it's always a fluff piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One last thing. Yeah. I always skip that because it's
Yeah.
always something stupid. I can't stand it. So that one, The Journal, is one that I listen to most days, which is another Wall Street Journal deal. That one is a little bit longer, like 15 or 20 minutes, and those are deep dives into one particular subject.
Yeah.
What's News, which is the Wall Street Journal podcast. The Minute Briefing I do most of the time too, which is they put that out three times a day. That's like 3 minutes long.
I didn't put Morning Wire on.
Yeah, the Morning Wire. I did notice that was off there, but I know that's one of yours. Morning Wire.
And the afternoon update.
Right. They
that
do their
shit's
afternoon
great.
thing too.
Fuck, now I'm one extra on right leaning.
Yeah. Let's
I guess
see.
I'm a conservative.
Seattle Now for sure.
Yep. That one is just like the ultra woke of the woke, man. It's so Seattle.
Yeah, straight out of Seattle.
Yeah.
It's done out of the KUOW office. That's like who hosts it, because they don't do their own
Our
thing.
local NPR station.
Yeah, they don't do really their own thing anymore. Seattle Times does the Overcast, once every whatever. Last episode they did was in February 2020, so I think that one's done.
Yeah, I quit following them when they quit putting out content.
Yeah, so I think that one's done. I listen to Shapiro probably once a week. I listen to...
He gets tiresome.
I used to listen to him every day.
Yeah.
Every day I used to listen to Ben Shapiro. I listen to Crowder. I watch Crowder every day.
Yep.
Because I think that's a really good
Unless Gerald's hosting.
I think that's if anyone other than Crowder is hosting, I will not watch it.
Oh, yeah.
Just because I don't watch it really for entertainment. I watch it because that's the best avenue for, like I say, youth conservatism. I think that's the best avenue. That's the best way to get that message.
Yep.
So that's why I listen to the commentary. I'll probably listen to 2 or 3 days a week. Definitely not every day, but probably 2 or 3 days a week.
The best day of my life when they switched to dailies, bro.
And when they were only twice a week, I listened to both episodes because it was only twice a week, and I was definitely.
And they were shorter too.
They were a little
now
bit
they're
shorter.
longer and they're every day.
Yeah, and
I love it.
I enjoy it. I also chunk in way more entertainment stuff now than I used to. I used to be way harder about just show stuff, and I ground myself down.
Soul-crushing.
I needed more. So as far as there's some more entertainment stuff. Well, let me go to YouTube really quick because there's some stuff on there that I watch.
Oh yeah.
Crowder for sure. Breaking Points, right? That's a big one. Breaking Points for sure. Lex Friedman, I watch pretty consistently. Russell Brand, I watch Russell Brand all the time.
That's right.
I watch Russell Brand a lot. I really, really like his stuff. I think he does really, really great content.
You're not subscribed to YouTube Plus or YouTube Red or whatever that thing is, right? Okay.
No.
I get it. Part of the reason I don't watch a lot of Breaking Points is because of all the fucking commercials. So I tend to listen to the show more than I do watch it.
Yeah, and I think if you listen, you get the whole show. And if you watch, it's just clips.
It's just one full thing, yeah.
And I don't know how much gets cut out of it for the clips.
Well, they cut the audio too.
Yeah.
You can
really?
You can hear them take pauses when they go into the next segment.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just that it's all one feed instead of... That's dumb.
Yeah.
I thought that you got more if you listened to it.
Nope.
Then what is the... Those guys are assholes.
They are.
They're guys
corporate, bro.
Are assholes.
They're corporate, parading as independence.
New Discourses I listen to pretty consistently. I would like to get it back into that one more because I think that's really good. That one just tough.
It's tough,
can be
dude.
Really soul crushing.
Yeah.
We're talking about
I have a
Benjamin A.
hard
Boyce.
time.
I would really like to get into his shit more because he's consistent on the trans thing. He's very consistent on that, and I think that's just a fantastic avenue of information for that because he's just talking to everybody. He's
Yeah.
talking to fucking everybody that he can.
All about
that.
essentially the same deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah,
so
I like that.
I think that's if you're trying to learn more about the trans topic just as an umbrella term, children, adults transitioning, the puberty blockers, the actual procedures, anything. Detransitioning, because he has a consistent amount of detransitioners on his show too. That is where I would go. Benjamin A. Boyce on YouTube is where I would go for that. He also did that Evergreen documentary, the fantastic Evergreen documentary. So as far
I like that's where he came from. It was just he started doing the show because he went to Evergreen.
Yes.
And then lived through that whole fiasco and then moved on.
Yeah.
It was good stuff.
As far as entertainment goes, I listen to more sports stuff than you do. So I have a daily sports show, The Lead, that I listen to maybe half the time. Tell 'em Steve Dave all the time. Any Tell 'em Steve Dave I listen to all the time.
Does that come out generally on Tuesdays or something?
We're Fridays usually
Fridays.
for Tell 'em Steve Dave. Yeah. So always Tell 'em Steve Dave. Your Mom's House. Flagrant, always watching Flagrant, always watching fucking Flagrant.
Yeah, you love that. You love that show.
Tuesdays with Stories. I love my Tuesdays with Stories. Love Mark Norman. Love my Joe List. So always Tuesdays with Stories.
One of the few that love them, some Joe List. Right?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with all that, but yeah, I like them a lot. The Fantasy Footballers, I listen to them every day during fantasy season. So
I remember when they just started, and then all of a sudden, now they just have this epic empire.
They're wild, bro. They have, segments that are hosted or that are sponsored by like Head and Shoulders, and like they'll take money from anybody. They
Give
do
me
not
money.
care. Yeah, they all have families. They're like, I don't give a shit. Like I'm trying to. One of them
trying to pay the bills over here.
One of those guys just had a pickleball court poured in his backyard.
Yes!
Yeah, they're balling, bro. They
Hell
live in
yeah.
Arizona. He's like, fuck it, just give me a fucking
I want a pickleball court.
Yeah, no, they're balling, and they're
Dude.
talking about fantasy football, and they're all year round now.
Oh yeah,
They're all year round during the off
because they used to be
season.
seasonal.
Yes, during the off season, I think they go to 3 days a week, but they still all year round. They're talking about fantasy football, and they get
And now
paid
it's daily because it's during football
during
season?
Yeah, they go daily.
Interesting.
And they do a live stream Sunday mornings before the shows as well. So, and they have their own Patreon, and they have like another comedy podcast listener I've never listened to before because I don't think that they're particularly funny. They're all right, but it's a lot of dad humor and stuff like that, which is just not. I want to hear dark shit. I want to hear a comedian say things I would never say. That's what I want to hear because that's what makes me uncomfortable and that's what makes me laugh.
Yes.
So I don't want to hear you make a joke that, given enough time, I could also think of. I want to hear you say something. If I did think of it, I would never dare say it. That's what I want to hear.
That's the only reason I watch the Dave Landau Crowders is because those shows get hilarious.
Yeah.
I find myself feeling real bad about laughing a lot.
That's what I like. That's what I like. So, yeah, that's probably about it as far as podcasts and stuff, which is a healthy list. I wasn't counting or anything, but so we have a pretty good amount of crossover. There's a few things I think that the two of us. I listen to Part of the Problem too, not as consistently as you do.
Oh yeah, it's on my feed. I'm stopping whatever I'm doing.
I like it a lot. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I just don't. When I find new things, it's hard for me to fold them into what I'm doing, even if I enjoy them, and especially something.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Something with a little more length, and I do this shit all the time. I got to stop doing it. Someone's like, "Oh, I'll just watch it later," and I just don't do it. I'll just watch it later, and I don't do it. Even things I want to. I know I would enjoy every episode of The Part of the Problem if I watched it because I do every time I watch it.
You just don't have that amount of time though.
And
necessarily.
Part of it is the entertainment work split that I had to find to make myself more comfortable in it. That if I cut out a lot of like the Flagrant and Your Mom's House and stuff, I could fit all of those shows in and I would have no problem. But I also
you need that.
I need a laugh.
You need that.
I need a laugh every day.
Yeah.
So Tuesdays are always good because Tuesdays of Stories comes out. Flagrant comes out on Tuesdays. Like that's a big comedy day for me. And then Thursdays is another episode of Flagrant, and like the bonus episode for Tuesdays with Stories. Tell 'em Steve Dave sometimes comes out. Their Patreon comes out because I follow their Patreon too. Tell 'em Steve Dave, and that's always on Wednesday. All their
you
Patreon
saw
stuff.
that sale coming out.
Yeah, I went
saw
and
that
looked
on
at some of
Twitter
their stuff
yesterday.
today. Yeah.
Some of their shirts are pretty funny.
I upped my Patreon tier for them a couple of months ago to get a small gift. I think like every 3 months you get a small gift. So the thing that I just got in the mail was all of these. I think I got 10 bumper stickers that are all unique. They're all unique. Tell 'em Steve Dave things. Really inside jokes, a lot of stuff like that that was really, really good.
Make sure the skull's still over there with the
the
bag of money.
Yeah, he's there. They're still slinging those things. They got all kinds of stuff.
I have to ask you to do this because it's been so long, and I love watching you kind of try to do it. Explain to the people what Tell 'em Steve Dave is.
The show itself?
I mean, the podcast it needs some kind of context, but to do that, you need to know who these people are. And I love asking you this because I never know exactly where it's going to go.
Brian Johnson, Walt Flanagan are best friends with Kevin Smith. We're childhood best friends with Kevin Smith, who is the director of Chasing Amy, all the Jay and Silent Bob movies, the Clerks movies, all of those things.
Touring the new Clerks movie right now.
Yeah, that's right. He's doing Clerks 3 right now. Jordan and I just went to see Clerks 3 a couple of weeks ago.
First time?
Yeah, we went inside in theaters. Yeah, so we got a babysitter for the evening and went inside in the Public Theater. It was good. It
was good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. Lots of cheap laughs, cried at the end. It was a good deal, the whole deal. And
should have done one of those Kevin Smith cry posts afterwards.
Yeah, I didn't take a picture of myself. I tweeted him and said, I just watched this movie. I laughed. I cried. I came. It was perfect. And he liked the tweet.
Yeah.
So he saw it.
That's awesome.
No, it was very good. So Brian Johnson, Walt Flanagan, they're best friends with Kevin Smith. They started doing the podcast because Brian Johnson was on the verge of killing himself, and it was a way for him to try and stay alive. Yeah, and the tech guy at the time was Brian Quinn, who is on Impractical Jokers now. At the time, he was no one. He was, when they first started, he was a firefighter in New York City, and was working also for...
He was a New York City fireman?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think just on Staten Island, but New York City, so not Manhattan. But,
FDNY, baby.
Yeah, so he was a Staten Island firefighter and also worked for View Askew doing just random stuff for them, which is the production company, Kevin Smith's production company, View Askew. And Tell 'em Steve Dave became a very cult-loved podcast from the people who are also obsessed with the View Askew stuff. And they've got, I think, over 400 episodes now that they've done, and it's been 10 years, I think, that they've been doing it. I've been listening to them for, I think, 7 years. I've been listening to this show. It's been
culty,
very
bro.
long
It is
time.
super culty.
A huge amount of it is inside jokes now. A huge amount of the podcast inside jokes, especially the video content, the Patreon stuff, is like 80% inside jokes.
That's awesome.
Just to keep the wind going, you know. Yeah, it's really good. So I've got all kinds of ridiculous stuff that I've purchased from them. I told you I got a sheet, like a blanket it's bigger than I am with my arm span and everything, that just has people's faces that are all references to the show. It's way too much. Yeah. I got the bumper stickers. I have Jordan got me a shirt. She took one of our shirts and sent it to their comic book store 2 years ago and had a bunch of them sign it. Sunday Jeff, all those people that I'm weirdly obsessed with. So yeah, I got a ton of Sunday Jeff stuff. And I got the Sunday Jeff over there. So
we had a gang of our business cards being it was right there at the checkout of the store for a while. That was a cool deal.
Yeah,
it's a cool deal. Yeah, I there, what was I gonna say? Something about the Tell 'em Steve Dave guys. Their commercials, the way they do their ad reads are so hilarious, and I really, really appreciate a solid ad read these days, because so many people phone them in. And they make them really enjoyable and fun. They do like little skits and stuff. And is it Walt's daughter is in a lot of them, and like she's this adorable little kid.
Yeah,
I mean, it's been a couple of years since I get.
Well, because his daughters are both grown, and they're both like over 18 now.
Oh,
when they were children, he would incorporate them in the ads and stuff all the time.
So adorable.
And they still do some Patreon stuff with them. Brian has a daughter with Down syndrome. She used to be in a ton of the ads too.
Oh yeah.
Sage used to be in a ton of the ads. They did one ad once for Burrow couches and.
Burrow couches.
Yeah, it's just another one of those podcast ad things that you hear about. And at the time, it was very popular. I heard about it on a ton of different podcasts at the time. And yeah, in classic Tell 'em Steve Dave fashion, they like ended up talking about Hitler during this ad, and the people like Burrow tried to get their money back from them. It was a whole deal. That they were like, "Oh fuck no! Like fuck you! This is how we do that. You knew what it was before you came here."
That's
right. So it was a whole deal that they had where Burrow was not pleased the way that they had done the ad.
That's like Drinking Bros. They have one consistent sponsor. They always do. They sponsor themselves, because they have their own seltzers. They do the Hard AF seltzer thing. But they always have one consistent one. It's ghostbed.com. But it's in true, like, Tell 'em Steve Dave fashion. They can go off some tangents and say some really fucked up stuff when they're doing them, man. And those ads can go for like 10 minutes sometimes. They'll just be trying to get through this one ad read. And he takes all these fucking rabbit holes and next thing you know, they might be talking about like slavery or some shit, you know? It gets so weird.
And that's how the Burrow one went. Yeah, where they started, someone threw a reference in there and then it just went down the road of talking about Hitler, probably Hitler using the couch or something, and they're like, that's not how we would like the brand to be affiliated with fucking
But I'll tell you right now, I'm going to listen to that ad.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm just going to hit that fast forward button.
Tim Dillon had an ad. He used to do stuff for whatever the underwear is with the diamond pouch, you know, or like with the one for your balls.
Your Joey pouch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's Michael Malice. I forgot to say Michael Malice.
So whatever those underwear are, Tim Dillon used to do ads for them all the time, and that guy was like
Sheath underwear.
There you go. He was a veteran. The guy who runs that company, he was a veteran, and Tim Dillon would talk about how he had committed war crimes and horrific.
I remember
things
those.
he would say about this guy. I would put me in tears. I could not believe that the next week there would be another ad for the same company.
Yes.
I was like, you have got to be joking me. Guy just had to love it. He was was into. He hasn't done an ad for them in a while. I don't think because of that. I think people just stopped doing the ad runs.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
the show definitely changed.
Yeah, consistently in tears listening to those ads about sheath underwear.
Especially, in true Tim Dillon style. That's a show I haven't gone back to since, really.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I told you I tried to listen to that. He had Bill Burr on, so I was going to listen to that, and then I had to shut that off partway through because it was just nothing but like woke talk, and I was like, I can't. I'm not going to do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had that issue with his producer, and kind of haven't really gone back after that.
Don't like it.
I got really uncomfortable.
Don't like it at all.
Nope. Well, yeah. So there's that. I think that's about it. All I had.
For shows, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because there's like Michael Malice. I said like I just hadn't hit him up in a couple times because that's kind of guest dependent. I'll get like curious and listen to guests that I don't know of, but like a couple minutes into it, that and the audio quality is generally usually terrible because it's always done through like Skype or whatever.
What is up with that?
I don't know, man.
He lives in Austin. There's no shortage of studios in Austin for him to.
Yeah, he just does it from his laptop, and
why?
And he's got it's the people that just do it on their like headphones like that, and then the guests that'll call in too, like they're on the same level. Like, what are we doing here, guys? It wouldn't cost you much of anything. You got book money, bro. Invest a little bit in yourself.
I don't like it.
But I think for a lot of those people, they have name recognition. And they know that regardless, there's going to be a base for them that are going to watch and listen to their content anyways.
Yeah.
And they'll just roll with it because they just think that this is fine. They don't really try to strive for, better quality. But it's a weird deal. But did you watch the Kevin Smith episode, by the way, of
yes.
Two Bears?
Yes,
it was so good, wasn't it?
It was very good.
Behind Christina P. had to leave early. And so we got like a longer guest spot with Kevin, because usually they're like, it's like an hour and an hour or something, right?
About that.
Generally. And yeah, she had to bow out early. So we had like an hour and a half of Kevin Smith, and that got so good. Kevin Smith was geeking out about how much money Tom Segura has. He was like, I'm so fucking rich.
Yes. That was really funny.
I love when Tom does that. And he's not afraid to be like, dude, I got so much money. I got so much money. It's stupid money. I'm like, bro.
$22,000 on a cup,
Yeah, $22,000 on he's now the Hitler Cup guy.
Yeah.
Which, I'm ashamed that there hasn't been more content leaked out about that because I want more.
Have you seen that picture yet of Bert Kreischer and Hitler?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Right. Is it something that we could put on the internet?
Yeah, I'm sure that I can. Yes.
I don't think we're going to get another copyright strike like we did last week. So
Signal, Salty Boys.
I even have my signal up and ready.
Boom. Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Can you spot the difference between these two photos? Okay. So as you can see, there's that cup there.
Wow.
There is the same fucking cup. Yes.
That's his cup, dude.
Yes.
Look at Bert's face. He's just like, what is happening? And because you're not a huge fan of Bert Kreischer, right?
I don't have any against him. I don't follow a ton of his content or anything.
Some people just can't stand like the way he laughs and talks, and
it's a lot, but I don't have any issue with him at all. I just don't.
I really like the Two Bears episodes when they're both together.
Yes.
When it's just one of them, it's real guest dependent on whether or not I'll listen to it. But the two of them together, that particular episode, I almost pissed myself at work laughing while this was happening. I was like, "There's no way. There's no way." But it was so good. So good.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. That's $22,000 for a cup. It's legit. But it's Hitler's cup.
It's Hitler's cup.
That's the whole deal. Yeah, it's like illegal or something like that. I don't know. It's weird.
I'm sure the government would say you're not supposed to have that.
Yeah, nobody can have that. That's why he had to pay like cash money for it. And
right.
He should have done it with crypto, bro. That's what he should have done. Got into the FTX and that's weird. I can't wait to talk about that later. That'll be a grab bag if we get some time.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's wrap this up.
I like it.
And this was good. And we will carry on with our next main topic.
Yes. With that, we will take our first break here in part one. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part two. We were talking about the new investigation from the Republican-led House Oversight Committee into Joe Biden, his family, and their business dealings together.
Good. Multi-pronged.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Bye. Thank you.
We're back to Salt and Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody, for the Salt of the Streets, part 2 of episode 138. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are happy to have you guys here. Again, thank you for joining us here on youtube.com, Salt of the Streets, instagram.com/Salt of the Streets, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, help us make more, better content just like this. You can find all this saltofthestreets.com. You can also find our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a big bird offie on both of those things. Here, part 2, we're going to be talking about the newly Republican-controlled House Oversight Committee. They opened up an investigation last week into Joe Biden and his family and his business ties with his son. They were pretty explicit. The investigation is not into Hunter Biden because they already know he's a bad actor. Like, they already know he's kind of a piece of garbage. This is about Joe Biden, his lies about his business dealings, and his business dealings collectively with Hunter Biden. So we were talking about Twitter before we opened this up, right? And we're talking about how much hate Elon Musk is getting. And I don't feel bad for him or anything, but it's just interesting to see. Like I said, I mean, he can't do anything without an enormous amount of people complaining about it.
You just can't do anything right.
Anything without people complaining about it.
Yep.
And I was questioning, what is functionally different about Twitter today than it was before Elon Musk bought it.
Yeah, literally nothing.
Nothing. Functionally nothing.
Yep.
There are more people who have blue check marks, but all the people who had blue check marks before have another little thing that says official underneath
Yeah.
it. So we all know.
We learned that lesson.
We all, yeah, that
was
a
hilarious.
mistake, obviously. That's fine. We're still figuring things out.
The entire stock market just was like, I don't know what to fucking do anymore.
Yeah.
Apparently
So-
verified accounts of, it was like major companies, people just grabbing up these things and becoming verified and naming them.
Right.
And like making fucked up memes and shit like that was so good.
Yeah. But yeah, the violence thing, the claims of violence, the claims
Yeah.
like this is dangerous, people are going to die.
Mm-hmm.
You have to subject yourself to other people, right? If other
Yeah.
people are randomly coming across you, it's because you're using hashtags, you're replying to somebody, you're doing something that's making you appear in their feed.
Yeah.
And people don't just like type in random accounts and find random people to harass for no reason at all. I'm not justifying harassment on any level, but I'm saying if you have to put yourself into that, because if I go on Twitter and I just scroll, no one ever tweets at me.
Nope.
No one ever fucking talks to me. It is only when I start to reply to news stories, when I start to retweet people, when I do that type of shit, that is when other people that I don't know will interact with me and will call me a fucking idiot and all that type of shit.
Yeah.
If you don't do those things, you
quiet.
won't have negative interactions.
That's right.
You will only be watching because that's all I do on Twitter. I don't hardly tweet at all.
Yep.
When I get on tears, I be getting on fucking tears. But
Yeah.
but the vast majority of the time, I'm just scrolling on Twitter, and people are not harassing me for no reason because they don't know that I am alive on here.
Well, it's like John Podhoran's Commentary Magazine fame. He used to be a big time Twitter participation guy. You know, he was on there all the time talking shit, getting in fights, doing the whole 9 yards. But eventually he gave up Twitter for a year, I think, and then came back in a purely observational context. And even somebody like him who is getting tweeted at John Podhoran's this, that, and the other thing, he doesn't see any of that because he doesn't look at his mentions. So that stuff just doesn't come across.
Right.
And so you have to choose to participate at whatever level you want to participate at. You can be a fly on the wall and just watch the dumpster fire of Twitter if you want.
Right.
Or you can get in there and sling trash around with everybody else. But
Precisely.
nobody that uses Twitter thinks that it is what's the right word I want to use? It's a dumpster.
It's not a happy place.
No, it's
not
a
a place
very
for happy people.
It's a place to go get in the mud, man. It is a dirty place to go be, and it's really fun if you know what you're getting into. If you want it to be all happy and joyful, and you're just on the wrong platform.
Yeah.
Period. I would suggest at that point you should probably just not be on social media because it's all just trash. Because it's just people who have this lovely anonymity that they feel posting whatever half thought out thought runs through their brain at that point, and then
really
they just
bad.
throw it on there.
Yeah.
And it's all super smart. So it's a whole deal. Recording.
If you want. I remember you were torn about it before.
I
whether or not
was.
You were gonna.
I was really, really happy about how that worked out last time. I was. Thank you.
You're the computer man.
The biggest thing now going on Twitter is he's implementing the new verification system. It's coming along, and I haven't looked too much into it. I got an article I might pull up later so we can learn about it together in the grab bag, but he's got this new colored badge system going on, and he's about to actually roll it out, and they're going to do the new version of verification, I guess, very, very soon.
Yeah.
So that'll be a whole deal. The important thing is he needs to figure out how this place is going to make money, because now that it's a private company, it needs to make money or it won't be around.
Right.
Because he can only float it with SpaceX money for so long, and Tesla money and all that. But because it'll just go down. It's not propped up the way it was propped up before. I don't know how they ever survived beforehand. It was a public company, so I guess it was just a constant influx of cash from all the investors and whatever, but it never made money. It's never made money as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Like as far as I know anyways. I mean, there's a lot of ads and stuff on there obviously now still, but most of it came from like private investment.
And I think as long as there's growth, people will continue to invest in it.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the deal, that they were still growing. And that was kind of the question when he bought it. They're not growing anymore. They're not making any money. They're not.
Yeah.
This is a stagnant business at this point. Now, and we'll get into this more, because I think
Yeah.
the Breaking Point segment is going to be a really good. That's
That'll
all about
be a
Elon
good Twitter
Musk.
one,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, the reason we got on this tangent because there's going to be an aspect of this GOP investigation stuff where Elon and Twitter are going to be participating in. But we will get to that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, so let's talk about this investigation, right? So
Yeah.
it was last week that it was announced. I think it was like last Thursday, a week from yesterday,
Yeah.
I think.
Big old press conference.
Yeah, huge press conference that they had all the leaders of, would be the chairman of the Oversight Committee, and Jim Jordan as well, who's going to be the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Bilbo.
Bilbo's
there
in
you
the
go.
chat.
Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, Bilbo. So they launched the investigation.
Indeed.
And the oversight investigation is into Joe Biden, his business ties with Hunter Biden, his lies around it, and the way that he's like defrauding the American people, essentially, right?
Through the SARS. Is that what those were? Those reports, banking reports, the
Yes.
suspicious activity reports.
Yes.
It is a SAR. Primarily run using those, I guess, as the guidelines because of apparently listening to, oh God, what's his name? He's like a representative from Ohio or something like that who's leading the oversight committee.
Yeah.
I got his name in here at some point. We'll bring it up. But apparently that's the avenue he's looking to go down through that one is suspicious activity reports in all of these various business dealings and stuff like that, where red flags went up and then nothing was ever done about them. Nothing was ever pursued. And so they have the backlog of SARs, and they're going to start running those down, running through the banking side of things, looking at all the financials and all that. And that will spin off whatever it's going to spin off, because there will be multiple spin-offs at that point. But that's the way they're going to go. And then on the other side of the investigations, we have not going to wear a suit and tie guy, or I'm not going to wear a suit, even though I will wear a tie, Jim Jordan. And he's going to be now the ranking member on the, what is that, the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee, yeah. Judiciary Committee. And so they're going to be looking at that side of the House through, I forget exactly the specifics of what exactly he brought up during that.
Jim Jordan said that he has, I think he said 15 whistleblowers from the
the
Department
FBI
of Justice. Different portions of the Department of Justice that are coming forward to talk to him about the partisanship involved in the different departments. And
we've talked about that a little bit with, was it Chuck Grassley, I think?
Yeah, Tim Tebow also, who was the guy, the FBI agent that helped cover up the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Yeah.
So all these people are kind of involved in this larger investigation. The second investigation that's being done for the House Republicans, this one, like you were saying, is through the Judiciary Committee.
Yep.
They were announcing both of these investigations. The Biden one primarily, because they're still getting together whistleblowers and documents and stuff like that for the Jim Jordan one. But that is happening. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a really interesting thing, especially because we don't even technically know the full-on leadership makeup of the House GOP at this time. We have nominations set for House leadership, and I think most of the committee chairmen's positions are pretty much set at this point, which is like technically Jim Jordan isn't the head of the Judiciary Committee yet. You have to wait till the actual new Congress comes in, and then everybody gets their official titles. But as far as who's going to get what, those two guys will be the heads of those chairs, which is why they're announcing these investigations now.
Yes.
Kevin McCarthy, on the other hand, his speakership is not fully cemented yet. But that I don't think that'll matter. I don't think whoever does become Speaker of the House, I don't think that's really going to change too much on how these investigations go down. I don't think it's going to affect it that much because the wider GOP, regardless of whoever's in charge in the House, still want these things to go down.
Yes, there's been some question from people like Matt Gaetz and stuff like that on whether or not they're going to support Kevin McCarthy for Speaker, and he needs those votes if he's going to get there.
Yeah, there's 5 or 6 members. I think 4 of them are already hard nose, and it's going to hinge on a couple people that have softly said they may not support his nomination. and then but they still need a majority of, I guess, of people in the House to do that. So that'll be interesting as time goes on. But like I said, I don't think that'll affect the way these investigations go down in the end, though. So even with that up in the air, these things are still going to go forward. Is it Leahy? I keep thinking about that.
Patrick Leahy?
No, it's not Patrick Leahy.
No, because he's a senator.
I'm going to look it up real quick because I know I got it right here.
Who?
The guy from Ohio that's leading the oversight.
Oh, Comer. Yeah, his name is Comer.
There's never been a better
nowhere.
time to get away.
Yes.
With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted.
Easy.
Oh, I hate
Yes.
ads, man.
I
I hate
was
ads.
looking for. I will tell you what I've been doing. I've been looking for the document or an article to confirm James Comer claiming the change in the reporting for the suspicious activity reports, because he said that Joe Biden changed the way that those were being done. So I'm just trying to find an article to corroborate that.
Yeah, because that would even, as far as the investigation goes, that'll be even worse for them. It'll look worse, I guess, on the Biden administration at that point, if he was the one that made it so that those SARS may or may not get reported, when previously they would have been sending up red flags if he changed the rules so they didn't have to. Probably when he was vice president, I would assume at that point.
Let's see.
Because most of this stuff took place while he was vice president.
Yes.
And right afterwards.
Here, I'll send you this article from ABC that I'm about to read. This is about the suspicious activity reports. I'll send this to Salty Boys so you can take a look at it. CBS News.
Oh, man.
Okay. House Republicans say Treasury won't hand over Hunter Biden documents unless Democrats join request. A House Republican accused the Treasury Department in a letter Wednesday of running interference for the White House in an effort to stymie efforts to investigate Hunter Biden's finances. Representative James Comer, the ranking member of the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, cited a June 13th phone call in which Treasury officials informed committee Republican staff that they will not provide SARS to committee Republicans unless Democrats join the request. Treasury is refusing to release suspicious activity reports connected with Hunter Biden or his family and associates, including the president, Comer wrote in a letter to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Comer first requested the records relating to potential suspicious activity reports known as SARS on May 26th and gave the department a deadline of June 8th. He said in his letter Wednesday that the Treasury has yet to turn over the documents. Suspicious activity reports are filed by financial institutions when clients make large cash transactions or transfers that could signal criminal activity, such as tax evasion and money laundering, although many such transactions are not improper. Efforts to secure similar information from 13 banks have been unsuccessful, Comer said Thursday. Quote, the banks have also indicated that they cannot provide information without a subpoena, and we know Democrats aren't interested in conducting oversight on this potential national security threat. When Republicans take back the House, we'll use the gavel to get some answers, Comer said in a statement to CBS News. And this article is from July 7th.
July 7th?
Yes.
Whoa.
Treasury Department officials said in an email to CBS News Wednesday that Treasury provides SARS to Congress in a manner that enables robust oversight and that it's consistent with how other sensitive law enforcement information is also produced. It is not a political process. Since the beginning of this administration, Treasury has made SARS available in response to authorized committee requests, and continues to engage in the process with any individual member seeking information. The Treasury Department did not address questions sent by CBS News about Comer's claim that the agency was requiring Democrats to join his request before it will release records related to Hunter Biden. Comer wrote in his May letters that the House Republicans are investigating Hunter Biden and other Biden associates and family members to determine whether their business dealings, quote, compromise U.S. national security and President Biden's ability to lead with impartiality. Under previous administrations, members of Congress could request copies of SARS, but Comer wrote that House Republicans are also investigating why that access has been restricted. Congressional staffers can now review those records in person and cannot make copies. Committee Republicans are investigating whether this change is longstanding policy is motivated by efforts to shield Hunter Biden and potentially President Biden from scrutiny. Comer's May letter cited a CBS report that more than 150 financial transactions involving the global business affairs of either Hunter Biden or the president's brother James Biden were flagged as concerning by the U.S. banks for further review. Large wire transfers were among the transactions flagged. Comer's May request was for all SARS generated in connection with Hunter, other members of the Biden family, and their business partners. He also requested all documents and communications related to the Biden administration's decision to restrict Congress's access to suspicious activity. In Wednesday's letter, he also asked the Treasury Department for records that might otherwise be destroyed pertaining to Biden's family finances since the president's inauguration on January 20th, 2021. Comer's requests appear to provide the underpinnings for probes the committee would pursue if Republicans take control of the House following November's elections. Comer has said the committee will investigate Hunter Biden even if federal investigations out of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Delaware does not lead to charges. A 2019 subpoena that has to do with the subpoena. President Biden said he was not involved in the business dealings. I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life, Biden said in October 2020 at the presidential debate. So that was at the presidential debate. And shout out actually to Crowder because he pulled clips from the debate in which he was saying that. He's like, everyone knows this is bullshit. Everyone knows these documents are a lie. Like, members, ex-heads of the CIA said this was a lie. Okay, now it's been corroborated, not only by the New York Post 2 years ago, but now like ABC News earlier this week. Like, people that have been waiting 2 years are now have no choice but to corroborate the validity of this information.
Oh,
right?
yeah. So let's go back here a little ways, because a lot of this stuff is very concerning to me. Just the fact that, so right now we have, back then I should say, like, we had an issue with the Congress getting documents from the Treasury.
Yes.
The Treasury is under the executive
specifically
branch,
related
correct?
to the president. Yeah.
That seems okay. I guess balance of power at that point, checks and balances. You should push back because you're the executive branch. You know, I'm just having a hard time with how does the Treasury Department justify the People's House not being able to get documents related to the executive branch employees. That seems really sus to me.
And this says,
because they wouldn't do it.
This is a quote from Comer. Committee Republicans are investigating whether this change in longstanding policy is motivated by efforts to shield Hunter Biden and potentially President Biden from scrutiny. So it sounds like it's not even... It's just a policy in the administration, and it's something like it's almost like precedent that's been set that this is just something people do. If you see something suspicious, I'm the president, just take a look at it.
Yeah.
But when Biden got into office, they stopped doing that. At least when these requests were being made, which is in July, May.
And the Treasury's Department, their reasoning for not releasing these documents essentially was because they needed Democrats on board too.
The Treasury is saying they did it. It is not a political process. Since the beginning of this administration, Treasury has made SARs available in response to authorized committee requests and continues to engage on the process with any individual member seeking information. The next paragraph, the Treasury Department did not address questions sent by CBS News about Comer's claim that the agency is requiring Democrats to join his request before it will release records related to Hunter Biden.
That was just his claim.
They just wouldn't even address it.
Yeah.
That's his claim, is that that's what he's being told. And I'm not saying that's not true, but that's what he's saying, and they wouldn't address that claim, that's what he's being told. They're saying that it's not a political process, that they're still going about it the same way.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change the fact, unless James Comer's out here lying that he's requested these documents and still doesn't have them,
and I would...
then the Treasury is lying, because he has more evidence in front of him as well. I have requested it, and I don't have these fucking documents.
Yeah.
So obviously...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Obviously, you're not cooperating with me because I don't have the documents.
Doesn't look good. I mean, I hate how just incestuous this is. Every time there gets to be an opposition party going on, and when they're running the executive branch, and then there's an opposition party looking to do possibly legitimate oversight. I mean, you can have an argument either way about whether they're just, Russiagate level investigations to just, try to look for stuff that's, a fishing expedition, if you will, to slander them in the media and all this stuff while they're doing this. Because an investigation never looks good anyways, right? And so there's obviously work being done already in that realm. But to just blatantly say, like, yeah, we're not going to do this, or we're going to appear as if there's going to be pushback. And I think with him saying that he's requested it and they haven't provided documents, that doesn't look good on the Treasury at that point.
No.
Janet Yellen, lovely Janet Yellen, come courtesy from the Fed. It appears as if they're just covering. It makes it look like that.
Optically,
yeah.
Excuse me, at the very least, optically.
Yeah, which is it's not a good way to be going about things.
No, and I like what you said about Russiagate, because this optically, same as Jenny Yellen, is very similar to the Russiagate investigation. Like, very similar optically.
Yeah.
Because it is the opposite party investigating a president into things that he did when he wasn't in office, but the way that they might interfere with it now. That's at its bones, that's exactly what Russiagate was. We can argue all day about the legitimacy of one versus the other one. Optically, this looks very, very similar to that.
Yes.
You know?
Unfortunately, maybe it's just my bias, but I'm like, this is one worth doing.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
yes. So, right. So by that I mean that it appears very much
Yeah.
to be politically motivated into the president opposite party. That being said, much like Russiagate, if this is true, there is immense national security implications that go into this.
Yeah.
So you're right. It is worth looking into. Just like when Russiagate was happening, I also, if we remember, I was fucking sold on Russiagate. At the time, I was like, I'm pretty certain that he did it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty certain. I just couldn't. I also had more faith in government in general at that time, and so I just was like, I just don't understand why they would be doing this if there was nothing to it.
Yeah.
Because they're all pieces of shit.
Yeah.
That's why
We
they
know
were doing
now.
it. Is because they're all pieces of garbage. So that's why they would do it. I didn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't want to admit it. I didn't know that at the time. Now, like, it looks the same. Probably there's more to this. I don't want to place too much of a claim on it because I was so wrong last time that I was so convinced. Like, I remember when it was coming down to the end, we were doing an episode and I'm staking my claim. Like, I'm pretty certain that this is real. Just like Brett Kavanaugh, the same deal. I thought that I tipped my glass over. I about pissed my pants.
We almost wore your beer.
Yeah, the same deal with Brett Kavanaugh. I was like very convinced, not because I thought he was a piece of garbage, but because I just couldn't fathom why would somebody lie about these allegations. You
To
know,
that
why
extent,
would,
too.
Why would she go through all of this to lie about something? Why would she go through all of this to be so dishonest about everything? I just can't fathom why someone would do this. Because you're a piece of garbage. Because
Yeah.
you're a piece of garbage, and you're happy to go on national television and waste millions of dollars in taxpayer money to tell a story
Lie.
that people will find out is false months from now, and no one will cover because they
Yeah.
already got what they needed from you.
Yeah, and have no accountability on the back end either.
Yes.
Just much like the Steele dossier in Trump Russia. I mean, that
Yes.
was the whole deal. And mind you, even back then, that was essentially the sole piece of evidence that everybody had to go off of at that point for the Russiagate stuff. I mean, some business transactions or something like that. But I feel like in this particular case with the Joe Biden situation, we've got years of anecdotal evidence at this point that makes me feel like this investigation, while it is blatantly partisan, 100%, and much like the Russiagate stuff, it looks very, very similar. But in this particular case, I'm like, this one seems like this is a real deal that we should, and don't fuck it up by making it a partisan show. You know, let's not Jan 6 committee this motherfucker. Let's do it by the book. Let's make sure it's right, and let's actually do this, because I bet you this one, I will stake my flag in this one right now. There is some fucking there on this one.
Yeah.
I feel like we've got enough anecdotal data at this point to be like, there's some massive improprieties here going on. Whether it's surface level corruption, getting money for making deals, and something that
Which would
most
be nothing
people
new.
No,
Yeah,
it would not be new. But if we're going to start the accountability train somewhere, it might as well start here.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Right.
I mean, I would also like to know about Burisma and all that whole stuff, because we'll get into it further on as we get into part 3. But like, there's Ukraine to think of. He's got his really creepy fingers in a lot of stuff. And if we're just going to start with the suspicious activity reports, which morally I have questions on the validity of those anyways, because whose fucking business is it to watch government should have no business. Banks shouldn't have to report to the government about you spending lots of money. I got some real liberty issues with that. But again, in the system we live in the world we live in, this is the way it is. Obviously, these seem worth pursuing.
And I think it's worth mentioning, when you're talking about the partisanship, it's worth mentioning that part of the reason this is so partisan is because there are no Democrats with any form of principles willing to acknowledge the potential validity in this and the evidence that we already have. They're so bought into their own narrative that they refuse to consider that this might be a reality. The same way the Republicans refuse to acknowledge the kernels of truth that existed in Russiagate, right? And that's part of why people believed it is because he had people in his campaign that were working with the Russians, right? That were talking to the Russian people, that were doing like this. These things were happening verifiably. There was not an enormous network of connections and a very well orchestrated scheme like the Democrats would have had us believe. There were enough kernels of truth, especially with the Russians hacking into voting machines in that election and stuff like that. All these things seemed like you could draw a good circle around and be like, this is obviously what's going on. In the end, that's not what's going on.
Mueller, she wrote, bro.
And it's this, yeah, exactly. And it's the same thing here, that there is enough evidence there that you have to acknowledge that there is potentially something there. And the unwillingness of any Democrats to do that shows you that they are not principled on this manner, because they were so down for Russiagate and are so willing to dismiss this wholly when there is probably, I feel comfortable saying, more evidence into this investigation than going into Russiagate. Being able to look back,
especially in hindsight now, I'm like, what ended up coming out and what we started with in Russiagate compared to what we're starting out with now. I'm like, this is a whole, there's a big old molehill here.
There's already legitimized investigation into Hunter Biden that
has been going on,
right, where there's enough evidence that appears to be actionable that they could actually charge him with something. There wasn't anything like that with the Trump family. There were, like I said, people underneath him, Carter Page, people like that were doing shit that they shouldn't have been doing, on a governmental level. But we're weren't
trying to subvert the United States or anything, but they were breaking rules.
Right. And that's at the very least what we can verify about what Hunter Biden was doing, not only from the investigation, but from the information on his laptop, that he's obviously has some deals about like selling American energy and like all this type of stuff. That what business does Hunter Biden have selling American energy when he's on a Ukrainian energy company? Like just a lot of shit that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't, the lines don't make sense unless right? One of the very possible theories is an orchestration of larger deals that Hunter Biden is facilitating in the background with these other parties. You know, all these and Bobulinski, all these other people that are involved in this enormous business venture.
Yeah. So, I forget the name of the more recent business associate of Hunter.
Because there's another whistleblower,
a more reputable business partner.
Because Bobulinski was sus, right?
He was super sus. Well, he's
this
a dirty businessman.
Okay.
He's a dirty businman.
He's just not a good witness then.
Yeah, he's a bad witness at that point. He's got credibility issues and all. Not to say that what he was saying about those business deals were false at that point, but he's not somebody you want to put front and center because he's done some dirty shit in his life. You know what I mean? Versus this other guy seems way more reputable and at one point was like, I'm not being involved with you guys anymore. This is all messed up. But,
yes.
I mean, we're talking about, the latest and greatest, the Chinese business deal with Hunter and then his dad and his, what's Joe's brother's name? Hunter's uncle? Jim Biden, and then
James.
Getting a building or an office for the company that they were doing over there with that Chinese business, and then the fact they're like, well, yeah, here, here's the keys for everybody involved, and there's a key for Joe Biden and shit like that. Like, this is not a fucking hidden P tape from a Democrat-sponsored fucking fake ass report. This is very, very different. And if we're gonna start
the legitimate business dealings that can be verified, not legitimate, but business dealings that can be verified through money, through communications, emails. That's where the laptop comes into
actual evidence.
Comes into such huge play because you can see the communications being transferred back and forth, and the question around Joe Biden starts to come into. Like we went from the laptop before about when they're talking about the big guy and stuff like that, when it's ambiguous language about who could this be, and some people, Bobulinski, saying that's definitely Joe Biden. The big guy is Joe Biden.
Like, who else would I be?
Right. It says JB. Like these things, these are things that are happening, but have been done in such a way that it is not yet possible to prove that that person is this other party that is continually referenced is Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, let's speculate on this a little bit because obviously we're not lawyers and whatever, but you get these SARS reports, right? And there's a lot of big money rolling around, right? These things hit, some financial institution reports a transaction of sufficient size that it triggers a SAR. What might some of those expenses be coming like tied to Joe Biden at that point? What? Because they're going to be looking at these things. Is he paying for trips? Is he paying? Because a lot of times he was riding on fucking Air Force 2 with his dad going over there to do that. So there's not. Is it like purchasing of office buildings? Is it down payments or like investments into company startup capital? Or, what kind of financial, how are they going to get about this? Just grasping at straws with our limited minds. How are these going to lead to something that ultimately leads to like an indictment of some kind?
And it sounds like there's a couple of different avenues they're going about, because they described kind of what looked like disseminations of money, like money being given from one account to another account as like a payout from a specific deal. They're also talking about, like you were saying, travel expenses, things like that. They were also talking about entertainment stuff, because they were talking about potential human trafficking involvement, not like Hunter Biden is human trafficking, but he was paying escort services who have histories of human trafficking. They really kind of danced around that until they got a specific question about it, that they did what they could. They did what they could to make it sound like he was involved in human trafficking, when really it's like he hired a bunch of whores from a company who traffics in human beings, which is only one step removed from the same thing. But he is not, according to what they said, human trafficking. He just
we're
is
not
paying
Epstein
for
level
whores.
here.
Right.
He's paying for hookers and stuff like that, which institutions associated with human trafficking.
Yes.
Not to say that there aren't some completely legitimate escort service.
Certainly,
that,
and that's
that can
and
be.
it's not to denigrate that at all. So I'm not going to sex workers. Well, I'm not going to
Well,
do
it's
that
like
shit. But
Anthony Weiner and stuff like that when he got popped for. I think it was Anthony Weiner originally when he first got popped, because this was back I think when I was living in New York. He got popped because he was, sending lots of money to this escort service and stuff like that. And but that was before he got
the young
super
girls
into
what got him.
Yeah,
right?
that's what really got him. But like that kind of stuff would be one thing, but if you're doing it with like an ultra nefarious, if you're doing with like a Chinese market over there, that's a whole nother level. And then you're dealing with probably what is explicitly probably a lot of North Koreans, human trafficking at that point.
Right.
Human trafficking, sex slaves, that kind of deal. That's a totally different deal than just like getting some prostitutes.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that's the avenue. That's why they're talking about that there. It's not necessarily just he's getting hookers, because
No, it would be the financial connections between those.
Yeah.
And I would go as far to say, if you're doing anything that involves backdoor deals with Chinese parties, the CCP is involved, which
100%.
is going to immediately add a national security implication to it, that anybody you're dealing with could be a spy.
Yes.
Literally anybody. And that sounds like a very
Probably is.
like Cold War, Soviet type of thing. But I mean, But for the uninformed, right, there are actual Chinese police stations in the United States where they are fucking finding people who are Chinese nationals who have run away from their homeland, and they're trying to take them back home. And the government's like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a
murder. There was a murder. There was a big murder of like 3 or 4 Chinese nationalists that had a secret weed farm, and somebody showed up and just murked them all the other day. But like, those are Chinese nationals. Those are here. It's the secret police station in New York City. It's not the only one.
No.
And we're not the only nation either. But even on the more legitimate surface level, you can't, I think Tesla is one of the only, technically, that only company that is not a Chinese, but not owned by Chinese nationals, right? That operates in China, that does not have a CCP representative mandated to work there.
Really?
It is on the books. I'm pretty sure that may or may not be true, but I'm pretty sure they're like the one exception for some reason. But if you have any company anywhere in China,
yes,
whether it's the fucking Foxconn building from Apple, there are CCP operatives, party members that you are forced to hire. They have to work there as a party representative.
You seen that shit at Foxconn, right?
Dude. I got videos for later.
Dude.
It is mess. And what's Apple saying?
Like, what do you mean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
I don't know what.
It's
zero COVID, bro.
Product of California.
Whatever.
What do you mean? It's a product of California.
Yeah, it's assembled in California, bro.
What
I
do you
don't know what
mean?
you're talking
Product
about.
of California. I don't know. Cupertino. That's where we make this shit.
Cupertino, baby.
Yeah. Yes.
So check this shit out, right? Let's add a layer of Elon Musk to this investigation stuff. This is from Epoch Times. So Musk hints at revealing internal discussion on censoring New York Post Hunter Biden story.
Oh shit, yeah.
So yeah, he had tweeted, Alex, hashtag bring them back, tweeted out, raise your hand if you think Elon Musk should make public all internal discussion about the decision to censor the New York Post story of a Hunter Biden laptop before the 2020 election. In the interest of transparency, and he says this is a necessary. I don't know why I did that. Clicked on the button. This is necessary to restore public trust. So, long and short of the story is, as far as the investigations are concerned into Hunter Biden, or into Joe Biden, I should say, the communications with the White House that we know now were happening because of what we talked about on last show or the show before that, around the censoring of the Hunter Biden laptop, which you know for a fact is going to be used throughout the investigation process of this.
1,000%.
There will be internal conversations happening behind the scenes at various social media companies, including Twitter,
Facebook.
And now that Elon has all that data, he's got the messages. Looks now like he's going to be releasing that, or at least in some form making it public so that Congress can get access to it. And you know for a fact it's going to come up during these investigations.
He says, here are the receipts.
Word. And he's very into that. And I don't think, look, we don't know anything about any communications they may or may not had, but when that does come out, that's just going to be more icing on the cake about this.
Because they definitely, not only by virtue of the fact that they made a decision on it, they absolutely had internal discussions about it, but also Jack Dorsey has testified about the decision to do that and talked extensively about, like, this was a mistake that we made, after like much discussion. Like there was definitely a whole deal that happened in the background.
Whole deal. And it wasn't just what was released publicly. Like, well, there was going to be some Russian disinformation, so keep your eye on that.
And I want to know what they have to say, because what they said, because I was listening to one of the dailies the other day, and they were talking about a Slack channel that they have at Twitter that is about, like, promoting gender equity or something. It's a Slack channel at work. What is going on here? It's work. This is work. You're at work, right? You're paying you to be here.
Super woke work.
And you have a whole Slack channel, a private IM channel at work about gender equity. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, Twitter ain't like that no more.
No. But the point being, if that's the stuff they're willing to talk about in public, what are they doing?
What else
private?
is going on there?
Yeah.
I mean, over the years, we've been subject to the release of a lot of various Slack communications. And it seems like things get pretty dark on there. It seems like they can get pretty dark on them Slack channels. Like Barry Weiss and the whole Axe thing. You remember that whole story came out? And Lord knows what truly was going on at Twitter. I mean, we're slowly going to be finding out. And particularly related to the laptop, man. The laptop is...
Laptop from hell.
It is a bad situation for these people, man. I'm still kind of convinced that this is the laptop is Hunter's revenge.
What an absolute actual crackhead.
Yes.
Like, so much a crackhead, they're like, yeah, I just fucking forgot about it.
Yeah.
I left my laptop somewhere and just forgot about it.
I'm just going to do a bunch of blow and then sit in this sensory deprivation tank and do things.
It just doesn't... By virtue of being a crackhead, none of the stuff that he was doing makes any sense.
Exactly.
Like, it's so confusing. When I read all those articles about the deal with the gun, I just was like, this makes no sense.
Yep.
And you're
The
acting
mind of a
so
crackhead.
crazy, the people around you are acting crazy.
Yes.
This woman is like, not only do I not know what to do, I'm so disconnected from society, I'm just going to take this gun and throw it in a trash can.
At the grocery store.
And it'll be fine.
It was at the grocery store, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And everything will be okay. Nothing bad is going to happen. And then I'm going to go home and tell him what I did.
Yeah.
Hey, I threw your gun away in a trash can. And he's so cracked out that he's like, you got to go get it.
Yeah,
you have to go get it. Because if no one saw you throw it away, they'll definitely not see you come pick it up. You have to go get it.
Yep. And then I'm not going to find it, so I'm going to go ask the store manager.
Why? None of it makes any sense. And it's because you're a crackhead and the people around you don't know what to do.
Yes.
Because you're a crackhead. And because
they're operating on a societal level that they never expected this would be part of their life. Your older brother is like a war hero in their eyes, and you're a crackhead.
Yeah.
And now who knows what you're doing now?
Highs and low lows, baby.
Yeah, buying other people's art to sell it as your art and hoping you make money off of it. What's the chance he's really sitting up painting somewhere to sell all that shit?
I mean, I think, if you ask me, I think he's legitimately painting these paintings because they're all just, it's modern art, you know, it's all just a bunch of shit thrown against the fucking canvas.
Yeah.
But I think it's a money laundering scheme. You can't just give you this money so you just buy my paintings.
Especially now that we're watching you.
Yeah, 100%. And so and what better way to just make some crazy ass art than to get to a fucking couple lines, a blow, and then just let it go on canvas. And then boom.
Invest in someone's company to the tune of $70,000 or whatever they're going to buy your painting for.
Yep.
And then make a painting. That person then buys your painting for $70,000.
Or my art dealer will pick it up.
Yeah, dealer.
And then we have very explicit.
That's the thing is he had a dealer who was selling his shit and was selling it like without his name on it, so that it wasn't sus.
Yeah.
So that it was really honest, and you know,
super honest, bro. Very transparent.
Yeah, that's why he
there's
had the
no
dealer.
way to make that work in a very transparent manner.
just so you know, this is really how. That's the truth. That's
actually how
the
that
truth.
works.
That's really how it was happening. You can look it up yourself. That's actually how this was being done.
It just seems like there's only you could make a movie like this,
And
dude. This is crackhead logic.
They, the powers that be want you to believe that that's genuine. That there's nothing suspicious about that. That he's being investigated for all this money that he made around the world. That we can corroborate and validate that he did in fact make this money around the world. Don't really know where it's at. Supposed to believe that he smoked it all away. Ridiculous. Right?
That's so much crack.
And now, never really done art before, but now that he's sober, I'm going to express myself through art.
I mean, what's sober, really? You know, just not getting caught.
He's sober. How dare you?
He went on the shows, bro. He went on the Sunday shows.
He's not smoking Parmesan anymore. He's sober.
I was so fucked up, man. I got Parmesan cheese out of my carpet.
Yeah, if I couldn't see pictures of him smoking crack, I might believe he was lying because it's such a silly thing to say.
Exactly.
But there's actual videos of him smoking crack.
Yeah. And honestly, if it wasn't for the videos, you would not be faulted for thinking that's ridiculous because you're not a crackhead.
Right.
So I mean,
so crazy.
Just if you go back and watch the old Chappelle Show sketches with what was the character's name? Fucking the crackhead guy.
Yes.
A lot of that stuff. I mean, a lot of it makes sense.
One recording everything. Like I love the video of him weighing out meth.
Yes, and then getting
What are you
upset.
doing? Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you taking a video of this?
Telling you.
Because you're so fucked up that you're not. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. My dad was a vice president, and it doesn't matter that I have a video in 2020 or whatever year that was of me weighing out fucking illicit drugs on a scale. Doesn't matter. No one will ever find it.
I'm going to keep
ever.
that on my laptop.
Yes. Not only am I going to make it, I'm going to keep it.
Because you got to think well, I guess that's
For the memories.
That's iCloud, so it's just instantly up on the cloud at that point, which is why I'm like, why would you're going to take a cell phone video and then put it on your laptop? But then
Just
I'm like,
all
well,
in
it's
the cloud.
iCloud, it's all cloud type shit. Oh, that's fun. So you think we're actually going to get anything from this, or are we just going to do full on Potemkin Village partisan hackery with nothing going on?
I would like to hope that we get something from this, right? I think the Republicans are going to put some dogs on it. And I think that they will.
Yeah. These people seem hungry, bro.
They're going to receive an immense amount of pushback from the administration, from the executive branch.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to fight him every way. And I think they learned a lot of lessons from Donald Trump during the impeachment. That during the impeachment, Donald Trump's legal team was largely working with the impeachment team. They were being pretty respectful. They weren't trying to fight them too much. They were not giving them everything, but they were giving them a ton of documents and shit like that. Not only did Donald Trump learn a lesson, I think Joe Biden learned a lesson too. This time, I'm not giving them anything. I'm fucking stonewalling them.
Yeah.
If they're, if they want to complain about it, they could do whatever. But
where I'm just going to send the Treasury out and they're going to say there's nothing partisan about the way that we're doing this. We're doing it the same way that we did it for the previous administration. I don't know what to say. And
policy,
when you
policy.
ask us questions about what this person is claiming, I'm not going to address that because that person is a partisan and they're acting as a partisan. So I won't even address their claims because it's ridiculous. I think that's how they're gonna continue to shut these people down. Especially now that Jim Jordan is the head of judiciary. This guy's an election denier. He's a MAGA Republican. We're not going to work with extremists because we don't respect them. We can't.
Right.
These people we can't work with. We can work with moderate Republicans. Not with Jim Jordan. Not
Where's
with
Mitt
Comer.
Romney? If
We
Mitt
can't
Romney's
work with
not
these
on
people.
this, we're not doing this because
work
this
with
is just
these
a bunch
people.
of partisan hackery. It's a
Yes.
partisan witch hunt.
Yes, I 1,000% think that that's what's going to happen.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let's take a step back
Yep.
and just look at the bigger picture of our wider political landscape at this point.
Yep.
Is this just what we do now? Is this all? I mean, it's been like this in some form for a while, but since Trump came into office, it's just constant. There's nothing but investigation, looking at impeachment. There's going to be articles of impeachment filed the minute Congress
find
comes back in.
anything.
MTG is going to be sitting there like, well, this time it's for real because I got some numbers, bitch.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do this. But is just this the new normal? We just do partisan investigations back and forth until the entire country dissolves?
I think if we keep operating on razor-thin margins like this, yes. Because these people are going to continue to jockey for power. There's kind of two different options that I see here. One of them much less likely than the other one. One of them is to elect better people. That's not going to happen.
No,
That's
well,
not,
the parties don't give you a chance for
yes,
that.
Yeah, so that's precisely. There's about 10 other steps that go into that first choice of electing better people.
Yeah.
The second thing is no, if we keep operating on razor thin margins like this. Yeah, thank you. Because the people that are in there are going to continue to jockey for power until they get it. And if impeachment proves true, especially if this works out, if they continue to work, they get something that's fruitful in any fashion, that even though Donald Trump was not removed from office, he was impeached and they used that as a cudgel
Twice.
forever. They're going to continue to use it until he's no longer an object in the Republican Party, and by that time they will have found somebody else to hyper focus on to make as the devil that they can then
Death
draw.
Santis.
Yeah, and it's not even Donald Trump not running. He has to be gone from the party because they
out of the public consciousness.
because they have drawn a circle around him, and anybody in that circle is unacceptable because they're a MAGA Republican, they're an election denier, they can't be trusted, they're against our democracy. That's what they've done. And so until
it's been set at this point.
yes, until the
That's where they're
circle
at.
is removed, those people, the MAGA Republicans as they've been labeled, cannot even hope to gain any Democratic support in voters because what would any of their friends think if they had a hand in electing a MAGA Republican, even though that what might be better for the country at any given time,
Heaven forbid.
Yeah, so I think if the actual government stays this partisan in its construction, I think we will continue to see these investigations, especially if they continue to be fruitful even a little bit.
Yeah.
And if this one results in anything even more than the previous Trump investigations, that will cement for me it's going to keep being like this.
Do you think if let's assume there's some there that are legitimate possible charges, and then we do a full-blown impeachment again, is the Congress so partisan at this point that no matter what happens, they will not vote to impeach?
I mean, you would have to have some blatant stuff. It would have to be obvious.
And we'd
to
probably go the
point
Clinton
that-
route or the Nixon route. The resignation would come before the
Yes.
actual impeachment.
Yes,
Yeah.
because
I didn't think about that. for a
because the
minute.
Democrats would not want to, and it would take something so severe that he would be likely to resign from it. I think, because it would. Like I said, there's some pretty egregious sounding stuff in the laptop, and even now that
on
it's
so many
even
levels.
now that it's been corroborated, there's still no Democrats that are like, yeah, it's pretty sus. It's pretty weird that this stuff is coming. You don't have to completely condemn the president to say there's some pretty weird shit
Yeah.
that we just saw in this laptop, because it's not even just, like I said, not just the New York Post, ABC now that's telling you this, even if in the most flowery language, that
Yeah.
it's very likely that this copy of the material with no evidence of tampering is verified.
Yes.
Like, okay, so it's true.
That
is
was
what you-
wild.
Very weird. We
So
don't
wild.
want to tell you that we're corroborating this, but we are in fact corroborating
Yeah,
this.
a couple of years after the fact.
Even now
It's real.
that it's ABC, there are still no Democrats. Said just underline,
yeah.
they have no principles. They don't really care about this. They don't actually care about any of this type of stuff. So I think you're probably right. Resignation is more likely than an actual removal from office. But
And at this point, like, too, I wouldn't even go as far as to say he would resign for the specific reasons for the investigation. It would, at this point, because they have the opportunity at this point, he just resigns for health reasons. And then there's nothing at that point. I could see that being the most, if it starts to get too hot.
yeah,
He
would
resigns
have to,
for health
He
reasons.
would have to really
Yeah.
be ahead of the gun.
And
He'd
then-
have to jump the gun,
Yeah.
because he would know. He'll know, like, they're onto something.
Yeah.
You know, if he has any type of ear into the investigation, which I would imagine, with as leaky as everything is, I would imagine if they start to really get some leverage, the investigation starts to get some leverage, he will find out. Joe Biden will find out about that, and he would. If that's the route, the health thing, he would have to jump the gun. But they've already signaled so much about him running in 2024 that I don't think he could get away with that.
But Biden
You
said,
know?
he could die at any time. He could die tomorrow.
Maybe if he takes another spill or something, like a really bad spill,
Yeah.
then
Broke
they
my
could,
hip.
But that's such a wild, I fell so bad I can't be president anymore.
Yeah. We see
What do you mean?
We've
You're
seen the
talking
way
about
you
running.
walk.
Yeah, you're talking about running for president. What do you mean you fell so bad you can't run anymore? That doesn't make any sense.
No, bro. You're just elected Fetterman. Anybody can win. It's fine.
Yeah, they've bought way too far into him being able to be healthy. The guy's literally 80 years old now.
Yeah.
He's way too far into
Literally
I can
80.
do it. Yeah.
We failed to celebrate his birthday. Imagine that. It's just, I think it perfectly illustrates how, regardless of Biden and how this all turns out, he's not in charge. The party's in charge. It's the same with the Republicans. Mind you, they have a little bit of a civil war going on in their party, but the party is the one running these investigations, and they will continue to do so. We're so far removed away from actual, like, representative government at this point. It's just two warring oligarchies that just find meaning in fighting against each other. And this is their turn now.
Yeah.
Mind you, there might be some shit to actively investigate, but if there wasn't, I don't think it'd be too far a stretch to say we'd find something. They'd find something to start investigating and going after. Probably doesn't help, though, that all these politicians have been in for decades and decades and decades, and they've all been super corrupt from the jump. So there's always going to be something to investigate,
Right.
regardless. But it doesn't give me a lot of hope for the future. Because I just think this is ops normal now at this point. The precedent has been set now. We're just doing this. And then occasionally we can come down on somebody that deserves it more so than everybody else. And we'll get a small W, I guess. One of the most corrupt people got hit this time. And so that's cool. But the rest of the corrupt people will just keep doing what they're doing. Darkness.
Yeah. Yeah. The last real point that I have is right along that vein of that it's worth noting, and I sent you a signal as well, and worth noting that both parties only care about whistleblowers when it's politically expedient to do so. They don't really care about the free flow of information. They care about negative information about their opponents and being able to spread that. Snowden is a Russian citizen, right? That happened during Barack Obama. Reality Winner was given legitimate prison time and is only now out. That was during Donald Trump.
forgot about her.
That was during Donald Trump. They don't actually care about whistleblowers. They don't actually care about the free flow of information.
No.
They care that they can throw shit against the wall that will hopefully stick to their opponent. That is what they care about.
I'm into it.
Yeah. So I do have, and I'll send it to you
now.
Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
I'm just going to send it
I'm
a
s-
signal to him.
This thing is just getting so demoralizing, even for a guy that wants it all to burn like me, like who just does not believe in the validity of any of this bullshit. It's getting hard to wade through the quagmire of corruption that is just constant.
Ooh.
Boom. The quagmire of corruption.
That was nice. That was really nice. That was off the cuff, and it was nice, and I like it.
Occasionally I can come through a little bit here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't make it zoom.
No, that's actually good
Sad.
right there.
Cool.
I think, as long as,
Yeah.
Depending on what the shot looks like, everyone can see us produce this. This is some behind the
Indeed.
camera. We're producing a shot right now.
We're
just so
kind of a
everyone
break the
knows.
fourth wall type of people anyways.
You guys know what it is. Yeah. So the last point that I have is the same thing we have for the
What's
end
your
of everything.
point,
Right.
Donovan?
That's really funny. I didn't even think about that. The last point that I have, I think, is the same thing that we always do at the end of the segments, is what does this have to do with freedom and liberty, right? That's what the show is based around. So what does it have to do with it? I applaud the Republicans for doing what they said and investigating the Biden family, right? So if I'm going to give a little bit of credit, it seems obvious to me that they're defrauding the country by peddling their name. The Bidens are defrauding the country by peddling their name around the world to make money and lying about it at home. We know, based on some of the articles that we've covered, that they are far from the only ones, but to have a president as corrupt in a semi-veiled fashion as the leaders of some of these third world countries cements for me that America is in a decline and that it is our leaders that got us here. We need to re-embrace the personal and communal principles of liberty and personal responsibility that embody the American spirit. Putting our trust and hope in leaders like this will continue to yield the same result for as long as we do this.
Nicely put, good sir. Nicely put.
Thank you very much.
I think that's a great way to end the segment. Fantastic.
With that, we'll take our next break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
We're back to Salt and Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt and Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
We're back to Salt and Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. welcome to the salt of the streets. Coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Thank you very much for joining us. Salt of the Streets is part 3 of episode 138. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin. I'm
Thank
also
you.
pressing the buttons. And
There you go.
I'm almost missing my cue.
Thank you again for joining us. We are happy to have you here again. Donovan from Salt of the Streets. saltofthestreets.com, youtube.com, Salt of the Streets, Instagram.com/Salt of the Streets, and then at Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a Big Bird Alfie on both of those things. I forgot to be talking about any of our sponsors. The first segment was sponsored by Swell Blend. The second segment is sponsored by Location Skate Shop. This segment is sponsored by Lexi Kayo on Twitch. Go there, watch some gaming. Location Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton. Swell Blended on swellblended.com. Go there. If you're
right.
local area, get yourself a haircut.
Yeah. Or just, get your life together, make a bunch of money, and fly out here and get your haircut.
There you go.
Because it's worth it.
I tied up my first ponytail yesterday. I have
Was it hot?
I have an official ponytail, so that means I need to get my hair cut.
And it's not on the Instagram?
No. Nope. It's a family secret.
We're not there yet?
I'm still a little self-conscious about it. We're getting there. But
I'm looking for robot dogs. I'm sorry.
That's it.
Right there.
It's the robots. Go back.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
this.
It's robots in general. I said robot dog because that's what this
Oh,
picture is, but
but
it's
I want-
robots in general.
How do I go back?
That arrow doesn't take you back? You're going
No.
to click right on the arrow. No? All right, well. Oh. That's the cat Black Friday special.
We're just going to do this again.
Yeah.
Going to click this. We're just going to go over here in case I miss it.
Yep.
So some crazy shootout. That's fun.
That's
Welcome
an
to the
Iran.
story. Oh, that's from Popular Front. Tulsi.
This.
Okay.
San Francisco Police Department proposes new policy that would give robots the license to kill humans. Okay.
What?
So a bunch of people, a bunch of news outlets were like, this is crazy. There was a request that happened and it set off this conspiracy theory. Go to the next page. Go to the next one because I found the fucking documents myself. I found
The
the
receipts? You got
I found the
receipts?
receipts. What are those right there? Law enforcement use of equipment policy. This is a request, right? What does that circled section say, Colin?
Says
It's
the
real small.
robots listed in this section shall not be utilized outside of training and simulations, criminal appropriations, critical incidents, exigent circumstances, executing a warrant, or during suspicious device assessments. Robot will only be used as a deadly force option when risk or loss of life of member of the public or officers is imminent and outweighs any other force option available to SFPD. Well, that's
Yeah,
any,
what does that say?
that means that anytime an officer could get hurt or a person in a civilian could get hurt, they could use a robot to kill somebody. I don't,
Conspiracy theory.
but it's right there.
It's a conspiracy theory.
But it's right there.
I went and found the document myself. I searched through multiple articles to find the actual request from San Francisco Police Department because that's a screenshot of the article of that document that
That's the policy.
yes, it's a screenshot of it from my phone because I went and I found it myself. And I have the same document. I have the same document here on my laptop. I'll send it to you right here so you can see this same document.
Thank God we're not in San Francisco right now. We'd have a robot at our fucking door right now.
Salty Boys. Boom. There it is. sfgovernment.legistar.com.
Legistar.com.
Law enforcement equipment policy. Okay, what are we talking about?
I
This
guess we're talking
the
about
draft. This is the request. This is the draft, right? But this was a draft that was leaked from the San Francisco Police Department, right? This is not the policy. This is a draft of the policy. And there's articles that I found that
So this is the proposal.
Yes. There's articles that I found that talk about how the language was not in there first and it was put in, then taken out, then put back in. So they've been discussing this. This was a decision. It's up further. It's on the third
I'm like
page.
looking at all the random, like they're talking about chemical agents. And
Yeah. So they have a whole description also of like all the different robots that they have, what they're used for.
Yeah, the top part.
Robots listening shall be utilized outside of training and in simulations, criminal apprehensions. So it's just all the time. Robots will only be used as a deadly force option when risk of loss of life to members of the public or officers is imminent and outweighs any other force option available. It automatically by default it outweighs the option of any other force because any other option of force puts people in danger. So it's just going to be used.
Oh, yes.
Oh, London Bree, what are you doing to this world? The London Bree, she's the...
I don't know.
Oh, she just won re-election. I think.
The mayor of San. I think that is.
Is that mayor of San
I think
Francisco?
so, yeah.
She's Tony, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, it took me a minute.
Steel
Yep.
trap, motherfucker. That's right. Good for her. Hey, when Tony's in town.
So that's how I started my day.
I was gonna say, when did you do this?
Woke up at 5 a.m. and I was.
Let's read this.
I was just on Instagram. Woke up at 5 a.m. I'm sitting down, getting ready to take a shower, and I just scrolling, and I saw someone who posted that, and I was like, well, that's wild. And then I Googled it, and the first thing was conspiracy theory, stems from draft policy, and I was like, well, that's too simple.
Yeah.
So I scrolled down a little bit, opened up a couple articles, and this one has the fucking document right here embedded into it. Let's just take a look at the document.
Right there.
Yep. So I found the specific page in there that happens to, because I just kept seeing quotes. Like it was the heads of articles like I posted, and then that's Mark. And then that's Mark. That's my cat.
Mark used to show up in the early episodes.
Yeah.
Go back into
in
the
early
archives.
days.
You can see Mark on camera.
Show cat, show dog.
Oh, yep. Then there's that.
We'll have show dog again soon.
All the show dogs.
So I went and found the actual article, and the actual document said these sons of bitches be lying.
It's in today's world, whenever there's something that is automatically labeled a conspiracy theory, it generally means that there's validity to it and you have to look into it, because then they go, well, this is a conspiracy theory, or like, well, not really, because you've bastardized the term conspiracy theory so much now. It's labeled to things we don't like,
right,
and we don't want to talk about because it doesn't mean what you think it means. It's malinformation, if you will.
And their justification for it being a conspiracy theory is, well,
it's not policy yet.
When we asked San Francisco PD, they said the current policy is that they aren't used for anything other than the specific circumstances that we've outlined previously. Okay, so
not answer my question.
Right now, that's not what they're used for. Did you or did you not put in this request, this draft policy for next year? Did you or did you not do that? Well, right now, we only use the robots for the specified circumstances in which, okay. So it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just that it's not happening right now. That's also not what the fucking article says, is that right now a police robot can shoot you in the face. Mm-hmm. That's not what it says. Nope. That isn't what it says, or else that's what they would say.
It says starting in January, they probably will.
Assholes.
Which is so funny when you think about San Francisco already as like in the law enforcement, justice system realm, they're so hands off with so many things. You'd be like, they're not going to be the ones to start the killer robots, are they? Well, yeah, I guess so.
You would hope.
Yeah,
you would hope.
I would hope.
Yeah,
I hope there'll be like some DAs be like, well, I can't try him because he's already dead.
Right.
I didn't do anything. What are we going to do? Try the robot?
Yeah. We should also mention, in accordance to part 2, I forgot about this. There's been a special counsel assigned to the Hunter Biden investigation through the Department of Justice so as to give them,
validity.
Yeah, bipartisanship, and,
Well, there's been
an appearance of unbias.
There's a special counsel assigned to the Trump archive case as well.
Great.
You saw that? That's a whole deal, so that's cool. That's actually going to have some fucking real life resolution at some point.
Yeah.
We're going to know whether or not homie's running from prison or not. Because that is not... Okay, so really quick, the update, if you will, on the Trump classified documents, Mar-a-Lago raid, that whole deal. They've assigned a special prosecutor to the case, right? And he comes from a very storied background in law and all this shit, which so did Mueller. So that's a whole deal.
Investigator from The Hague and all
Yeah,
that type of
yeah.
stuff.
He tried war crimes and shit like that.
I gotta send you this.
Oh, do it. But
But it looks like Biden and his son are gonna kiss. It's weird. It's just the picture that they chose is so hilarious.
it's so gross.
I'm sorry,
Because
go
you know
ahead.
they do. That's why he called him Peter Pete.
Yeah, there it is.
But yeah, so now that's happening, and I don't see, because that investigation is going to go forward. There's going to be, it's just going to essentially be down to the DOJ whether or not they charge him for what he did or not. There's very, very little wiggle room or grayness in whether he did a thing or not.
What the specific charges are,
Yeah.
and whether or not he will be charged.
Yes, and so that'll be, but we will have answers on that sometime relatively soonish. I saw it, so you have to see it. That is gross. Hey, at least that guy's wearing a mask.
Yeah.
He doesn't want any part of what's going on there. What
like,
is
"Ooh."
happening in this picture,
I'm
Donovan?
pretty sure it's at the inauguration.
That
but,
is.
I mean-
what is going on?
I mean, I'm thinking they're like.
Oh,
going
there's
for-
Jill.
I'm
There's-
thinking they're going for a cheek kiss, but it looks like they're gonna kiss right on the mouth.
It's
It
really.
looks like they're gonna kiss right on the mouth.
I think that's probably all. I think that's probably mid hug, maybe.
Yeah.
Because you can see there's a big group hug going on
And
here.
he's wrapping up around his neck.
I just
you know?
don't. Those. That's
Because you'd think that if he's just group hugging him, then he'd have his arm around this woman, whoever the woman is in front of them, with the black hair.
Is that the lady? Is that the Biden that just got married at the White House?
Maybe. Is that Ashley or whatever? Or they don't talk to her?
No, they don't talk to Ashley.
Oh,
well,
I don't know.
She's not in the because of the diary. Nobody
why
really
they don't talk to her?
because bad news. I don't want to look at this anymore, Donovan. I'm
Well,
tired
that's
of it.
fine.
I'm getting
Let's
rid of
be
it.
done with it then.
I've died a little inside now because I just saw that picture. I can't unsee that. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
Well, then let's change the topic.
Let's do it.
Part 3.
Please.
Yeah, in part 3, we're going to be talking about what Colin and I foresee the country looking like, kind of some policies going forth until 2024. Now, the midterms are effectively over. There's obviously still some races to be called. Okay, well, also, what happened?
Arizona's all fucked still.
Also, what happened in Alaska?
Murkowski.
I thought there was a Democrat that won there, right?
I believe for their representative. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's generally how that state's been.
Okay.
It's because they get one state rep, I think,
That's funny.
because it's Alaska. Ain't nobody live there.
Right.
Yeah. Tell me how that's fucking fair. But when California gets like 50
Dude,
or some crazy shit, fucking McCarthy is from California. He's a representative from California.
Just like from Northern California?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's a Republican from California, and now he's about to be Speaker of the House. That's 2 Speakers of the House now, back to back, if he gets the job, from California.
Interesting.
That is interesting, isn't it? Because, he's about as conservative as it gets, right? Because he's from California. So that makes sense.
Right.
The fuck?
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about kind of what we foresee on the policy front going up until 2024. Now that we have a tie in the Senate, damn near a tie in the House, and then, of course, obviously Joe Biden is still the president.
Is December 8th the Georgia runoff race, I think?
December 6th.
Okay. So we should, Georgia did pretty roughly quick on their election, right?
Yeah.
And this is a single race, so they shouldn't be able to fuck it up that bad.
Come New Year,
so we should
have
on the 10th,
yeah.
Hopefully on our last show of the year, we should know which crazy person got that job.
Yes.
But either way, yeah, with the Republican-led Senate by a razor-thin margin, House by a razor-thin margin, does this technically make Joe Biden a lame duck president? I feel like not because of the Senate, though. Because usually a lame duck is like you don't have House or Senate and you're just the only...
Right. I guess in the way that he doesn't have free run of legislation.
That's nice.
Yes. But...
Imagine that. We'd get to a day one day where the president doesn't have he can't just run a train on Congress, so now he's considered a lame duck. The only reason I say that is because of the Hill story. Because this is the one that you.
Well, and this is the lame duck session just because it's closing in towards when everyone is gonna
It's
get
ending.
all the seats are gonna change.
Yeah.
But that's the only reason that's called that. So we're going to talk about a couple of different aspects. We're talking about guns, gun policy, war, obviously as far as Ukraine goes, and a little bit of some environmental stuff. So we'll start with the guns, right?
But fun China.
I would have said that it was true before, but especially after the recent shootings, I think that we're almost definitely going to see an assault weapons ban hit the floor this term. Whether it happens in the lame duck session before January or in the next 2 years, I think that's almost definitely going to happen. I don't know.
Even with the Republican-led House, you think you'll see something?
I think it'll hit the floor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that it will. Even if it starts in the Senate, it's going to hit the floor somewhere. I don't know necessarily that it will go anywhere.
It'll be voted down probably.
But the chipping away is happening, right? Last year's gun legislation was passed with a 50-50 split in the Senate, just like we have now.
Lots of Republicans like common sense gun control.
And the Democrats are going to keep wearing down on the Republican stance until they embrace the reality and the purpose of the natural right to self-defense that is encapsulated in the Second Amendment, right? Until that's what their focus is, until they embrace what the real focus is and the new focus is of the gun community, T-Rex arms, Grand Thumb, those are the people on the cutting edge of the gun community now. It's not
the NRA is
they're gone.
nothing anymore.
The NRA is dead. Those people aren't promoting
the
NRA.
gun lobby
Yeah.
does not exist
No,
anymore as far as actual 2A concerns go in the community.
Because T-Rex Arms is attractive, like Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper now has done 2 videos at T-Rex Arms, and the last one they were talking about body armor the whole time. So the culture is changing, and it's not because of the NRA. The NRA is not deciding anything anymore. All they're doing is providing people home carry or concealed carry insurance. That's all they're doing. That's all they're doing now. That's the only reason they have any funding at all is because people pay them for insurance if they have to kill somebody to protect themselves.
Yeah.
That is why they are there.
And people choose to more and more often these days, people are going to like the Concealed Carry Association instead of the NRA.
Yes.
Because they are more
ideologically
they're more
aligned.
ideological friendly. Yeah, they're more 2A friendly, not just like firearm friendly.
Right. We talked about the difference between pro-gun and pro-2A. The NRA is pro-gun. USCCA, Grand Thumb, the people like this, we were just talking about T-Rex Arms, those people are pro-2A.
Yes.
They are pro-right to self-defense, regardless of what government is saying, because that's not what this is about.
During the NRA's heyday, gun control was at almost an all-time high in the country. I mean, we're talking like in the 80s and 90s. Gun control was fucking psychotic compared to what it is today.
Last
the
time we
amount
had
of people
assault
that had
weapons ban.
the last time people had like the amount of states that have concealed carry or who have open carry, constitutional carry or concealed carry, whatever. Like all the more pro 2A side of the ledger at this point, the NRA has never been on board with that. They never pushed to do that. Some people make the argument that they helped pave the way for us to allow a world where this can take place now. I don't know how much stock I put into that, because if that was the case, you'd feel like an organization of that size over the years could just continue to build off of what the community's desires are and do that, but they've kind of faded away because
They've failed to
they haven't
revolutionize.
updated. Yeah,
They've failed to grow with the community itself because they're
it didn't help they had that like corruption scandal and shit like that
they're
within.
so politically involved that if they can't get politicians to shift their policy to what the gun community wants, then they're not gonna. Then they won't shift because they still need to be involved in politics to stay alive. That's their bread and butter is politics.
Yeah,
and
the lobbying world.
These other new people don't care about that. They don't care about politics. They care about changing
quite the opposite, in
politics
fact,
through culture by showing and getting people to understand the reality and why these things are there, so they can embrace it. So that if laws are passed, it's too late now. You can't ban body armor now. We all already have it. It's too late now. We already have it. You can't ban assault weapons. We all already have them. Your definition.
We
of
can
assault
make
weapon,
them in our houses now.
It's too late. You can't do that. It's too late now. I think it's a great example, like you said, of making them in our house now. That's the whole deal of homemade farms. You can't stop the signal. It's too late now. The
Radio
files are
Free
out
Europe
there.
will go.
The files are out there. We know how to make them. The materials are out there. You can't bend the materials because they're used for so many other things.
Yep.
It's impossible. You cannot stop the signal. You cannot
Can't do
stop
it.
people from doing these things.
Well,
You
they
cannot
can't stop
stop
the
them
signal.
from protecting themselves in the most natural, most equitable way possible and making their own firearm. You cannot stop them.
I mean, you
It's
want
too
equity
late now.
talk. That's where we're at right there.
It's
You
too
look
late
for
now.
2A.
The most equitable, the most financially feasible way to build your own, to get a firearm is to build one yourself.
Yep.
You can buy a 3D printer for less than the cost of a firearm and make one yourself
Yeah.
and make them endlessly yourself. There is,
Is it? Whoa, that I didn't really think about that because firearms are so expensive these days, and I know especially with the possibilities of another ban, everything just continues to go up.
Yeah.
But like, has it basically reached the point where, essentially, if you're smart about it, you can build yourself a firearm for cheaper than you can get one?
it's only the
If
first,
you don't want to buy like a fucking High Point,
it's only the first one that is going to cost you more money. After
because
that,
you got to buy the
actual
equipment.
the actual printer.
Yeah.
The printer is like $300. For a
Yeah.
good printer is $300.
And it used to be like $3,000.
Right. After that, all you're buying is the PLA, the rolls, which are like $30 a roll. And I don't know exactly like how many you can print with one roll, at least one,
Yeah.
And then the internals and the slide and stuff if you're just making handguns. And if you just wait and get them on sale, you don't need
Yeah.
crazy expensive stuff if you're just trying to make them to have them. If you're just trying to make them,
Yeah.
you don't need crazy expensive stuff. And the files exist for any different type of firearm that you could want, mostly as far as like polymer handguns go. So
Yeah.
you can design or find any one that you want and just buy the externals for it and the internals and you're fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first one will cost you more, but
Yeah.
after that they're going to cost less because it's going to be just the cost of the PLA and
Yeah.
the cost of a slide and all that type of stuff is
Yeah.
like $200-300. It's not that much.
Yeah.
So
That's wild to really think about. And we've talked about it so many times. I've just never really put that. I'm like, fuck yeah. After you make the initial investment, and even then, if you want like a really nice gun, I mean, you can spend $800-900 easy on like a nice handgun if you want to.
Totally
easy,
yeah,
right?
If you're going to buy 1911 or something, those are definitely more expensive.
Yeah, you
Glocks
can-
alone are like $600.
Yeah, and you could print one for less than that,
Yes.
especially the second one.
Yep.
That's economical if I ever heard it, baby. Now, I think I want to explore this for a minute, just a little bit more, because I think we didn't really, like we said it and it didn't really hit until just now, but like there is definitely this massive shift in gun culture. Like I'm an anti-pro gun guy. I am anti-pro gun and I'm pro 2A.
Yeah.
They're very different things.
Very.
To be pro gun is like, it's a boomer term at this point. Like it doesn't exist anymore. 2A is so much more all encompassing. It's more of it's the lifestyle choice of living out your full constitutional right at that point. Versus like, well, I'm pro guns.
Right.
There's so much more to it than that.
Because the pro gun thing almost falls more in line with being like, yeah, well, people should definitely be able to hunt and stuff like that, and that's not what the Second Amendment is about, And it's never been about that. But that's
Like you can be pro gun.
the interpretation that groups like the NRA use to make it socially palatable, when in reality the correct way to be going about that is not to be making what is socially palatable, but to change the palate of society. That is the way to make this message and the base of freedom successful, because that's the only way to it. You can't compromise on freedom when you're talking about people being able to protect themselves and protect their families from threats, domestic and foreign. You can't compromise on that. You have to be strict about it, and you have to let it regulate itself and figure out within the culture itself how to do that. If you ask people who are in the 2A community about pedophiles and like that type of shit, they're a little more extreme than the most other people are. They say, well, shoot them. Just shoot them. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want that around my family. I don't want that around your family. I don't want it around society.
I don't want that to exist.
We can debate all day about the validity of that policy, but they're not asking for crime to run rampant. They don't want crime. They want to live and
They want
have
people to
their
actually be
lives.
safe.
They want to serve in the military. They want to have regular jobs. They want to own their own companies. They want to do those things and be able to have fun and be prepared to have to defend themselves from anybody
if they have to.
Yeah.
They don't want crime. They don't want people doing bad shit. They don't want people taking things from other people. They don't want other people getting hurt. That's not what they want.
Yeah.
These are the crime-driven people, and that's what underlines the false motivation of the Democrats asking for all of this regulation when they don't care about what the real problems are. They're talking about guns when that is an aspect of the issue that you're talking about. You're talking about the tool.
Yeah.
We can talk. That is absolutely an aspect. The access to the tool is an aspect because I just read, and I have not read the article, was the headline as I was scrolling, that now they're saying the gun the guy used in the Walmart shooting, that he bought it that morning, right?
Yeah.
If there's some evidence the guy in Colorado, we know this guy is a fucking
Psychopath.
why, if this is the world we've constructed, is he able to get a firearm that easily and then go and kill people? What's the deal here? There's a breakdown somewhere, whether it's in his family, where there's an obvious breakdown in society, in the town that he's in something happened here. It's unfortunate that this is the tool that he used, right? He could have, as we've seen in other countries, murdered a ton of other people with
a bomb.
with a bomb, with a knife, with any other thing, if they do it the right way.
Yeah. Kevin's here. What's up, buddy?
Shout out Kevin, right?
Talk about guns right now, Kevin. Well, 2A.
I can empathize with the victim. I can't sympathize and empathize with the victims and their family enough, right?
Yes.
But the politicians seeking to capitalize on their pain should be ashamed of themselves because they don't actually care about this. They're the ones that I blame for seeking something that they're unprepared to enforce, as far as an assault weapons ban, body armor bans, and any of this type of stuff. They're not prepared to enforce these things or implement them in reality. They know that these propositions are logical, but they will push them anyway because they don't face any real consequences themselves, right? When they start World War III, they will be insulated from what is going on there. When we have to fight for ourselves, when someone decides that they're going to invade America and we have to defend ourselves until maybe the military shows up, we are the ones that will be victims there, not them. When the riots start for one reason or another, like we have already seen, they will hire private security and we will be left at our houses. And if the Civil War starts, they will hide in bunkers behind the military. And Second Amendment is about way, way, way more than hunting. Right? All of these gun laws are infringements. All of this bullshit that is going on here is actively infringing on our ability and your ability to defend yourself and be as free as possible. They will not suffer the consequences from this until they come to your door.
I cannot believe you were that ready for that. I was just an off-the-cuff remark. You did that was nicely put, good sir. A couple things. I think it's really interesting how you put the idea there that they pass these policies, they make these laws, they don't follow through on them. Is this not evidence to the fact that, like, maybe they aren't actually trying to take your guns? Because as we've seen with all these different laws and stuff like that, they don't actually follow through with any of this stuff. Mind you, one day when there is a confiscation thing actually put forth, that's got a much more tangible idea. But if they're passing these red flags laws, if they're passing these like gun waiting periods or whatever it is, and obviously not following through with all these, is that not a sign that not only are they disingenuous, but they don't actually care about following through on these laws? That seems like it might be a good thing.
This crime, this aspect of it, in my opinion, called a conspiracy theory, right, is it plays into this cycle of allowing crime to happen to use as justification for what is going on. And that's part of this whole DA thing. When I was looking at articles about the leftist DAs, right, because I thought it was a little bit weird for a while. I wasn't doing too much research into that.
It goes deep.
It does go deep, and there's a lot of shit like George Soros and stuff like that. I don't know about all that type of stuff, right? I'm not saying it's not true. I just have not been able to do enough research into that myself. There does seem to be a lot of funding coming from George Soros affiliated associations.
It's a fact. He's the number one donor to Democratic parties, Democratic candidates, and various agencies.
And we have a series of these left-leaning district attorneys in big cities that are refusing to prosecute people for quote-unquote low-level, medium-level crimes, right?
The kind of crime that makes it palatable to live someplace.
The kind of shit that would maybe precipitate a bigger event should you choose to ignore it. And that seems to be what's happening, that they choose to ignore smaller events. And you can't necessarily predict that someone is going to do, like,
a fucking shooting in a nightclub. You can't predict
No.
that someone is going to do that, right? But if someone is showing a
The
propensity,
manifesto came out from
they're-
Colorado, by the way,
Jesus
or
Christ.
from the Walmart one.
But if they're showing a propensity to violence, right, these are things that we should know about. And I'm not talking about fucking red flag ones. I'm talking about if someone has
On a
called
societal
in
level.
bomb threats to their family, people around them should know about that.
Yes.
For their own safety, for their own good, right? Maybe the businesses, the gun stores in their area should know, this guy in here, if he tries to roll in here with a firearm, maybe think about that, right? Maybe make a discretionary choice as a business owner to not sell him a firearm because he's shown us already he has a potential for violence.
Yeah.
Right? I think that is...
You can have a gun, bro. I'm just not going to sell it
I
to
think
you.
that's a very healthy way for the government and regular people to be interacting. For the government to find... For local law enforcement. Fuck the
Yeah.
government. For local law enforcement to be interacting with society to deal with a situation like this. Like
Yeah.
in Colorado, where the kid calls in a bomb threat and they arrest him and they go through the whole deal, right? And they decide they're going to let him walk. Local law enforcement should put a release out to the gun stores there. Anybody who sells a fucking firearm or explosives, just so you guys know, this is a list of people that have bomb threats that have threatened to kill people, have histories of violence. If they come in here, maybe just run a once over on this list. If their name is on here, consider whether or not you want to sell them a firearm. Maybe ask
Yeah.
a few more questions.
We're not going to tell you not to, but we're just going to let you know we are active in the community, and we're just passing information forward to you because you may or may not know this, being just a store owner in a medium-sized town. Like, here's a list of people that have done these things. Do with it what you
Yes.
will.
In a world where every town doesn't have 500 people in it, where you know everyone's business and you can't know everyone. Even in Bremerton, 40,000 people, you can't know everyone. You
Most
can know,
most small towns
Right.
are too big to know everybody.
you can know a fuckload of people. Can't know everybody,
Yep.
right? I think that's a healthy way if Kitsap County Sheriff was to just send a fucking mass email. Anybody who sells a gun in Bremerton, pawn stores, anybody. These are the people in the last month that we have picked up for trying to murder somebody.
Yeah.
If they come into your store, maybe don't sell them a gun.
Yeah.
Maybe think about that. I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Yeah.
I think that's a
I
very
want to put this
healthy
on
way.
your conscience
I
as a member of society
yes.
in the community.
I think that's a healthy way for them to interact, for businesses to still make your own choice. We can't fucking tell you what to do, nor are we going to hem you up if you sell a gun to
Yeah.
somebody, because you can't control if they also have their own agency.
Yep.
But we might also, you might get a reputation in the community if everyone knows that we're sending releases out to the gun stores and you knew this person had a criminal history and you still fucking sold them a gun.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think that, now I'm not talking about business collusion with sheriffs or anything like that, but
it's good faith community interaction.
yes, I don't think that's a bad thing, because as a gun owner, you should know about. I don't want to do business with a gun store that's in dealing with a bunch of fucking criminals all the time.
Yeah.
I don't really
No,
want to
fuck
give
that.
you
I don't wanna
money
give
for
them
you
my
to keep
money.
doing that. I would rather
Yeah.
deal with somebody who's just dealing with fucking upstanding citizens.
Yep.
I don't even want to deal with you if you're dealing with cops all the time. I would rather deal with you if you're dealing with regular citizens. If you're fucking selling people body armor and you're selling people ARs and you're helping people build stuff, I would love to give you my money.
Yep.
That business out in Seebeck, right?
Yeah.
They're open like 3 days a week.
It's a weird ass hours.
I'm gonna make an appointment to buy a gun from you because I know you guys are based as fuck.
Yes.
So I'm gonna buy a gun from you. I'd rather even pay a little bit more money to give
Yeah.
you that money because you're based and you're involved in the culture that I want to see pushed forward in this community.
And what this requires is the one thing that our society has a harder and harder time dealing with these days is actual community involvement, right? Community involvement, communication, active within the local community, however it is, whatever your local community is, you know what I mean? But like that, it requires that. It's a societal, what's the right word I'm looking for? Like it's a requirement. It's a responsibility. It's
your duty, bro.
Yes, it's a responsibility as an American citizen is ideally to be active in your community, because without that, you're just fucking NPCs rolling around owning a store. I mean, it is that not the American,
Yes.
the fucking fabric of society,
it
all this
is.
stuff. It's all degraded to this point now where everything is, you're just a rando person that walks into a shop to make a purchase. It's a point of sale. You're moving on. You don't know who's coming in. If you were an active member of your community, and I'm not trying to guilt trip anybody. It's like
No.
it might be semi unrealistic depending on where you're at and all this stuff, but without any kind of effort like that, I mean, like, communities don't fucking exist anymore. They don't.
Actual
Not the way they
communities,
used to.
networks of people,
Yes.
right.
Whether it be fucking church groups or even like 2A groups. Like gun stores should be hosting shooting events, man, to
Yeah.
get to know the members in the community that are in like the 2A world like
Raffle
that.
some stuff off.
You know, host a fucking day up in the mountains or something like that. Rent out a range, I don't know, and then do a social media. But get some 2A motherfuckers there. Make sure that your presence on social media indicates your values as a store. Host an event, talk to people, shake their hands, get to know other people in the community. For one, it's going to be great for business, obviously, because people want to go support a place that supports their values, and you're doing the work of the community at that point. And then you get some rando comes in there. You don't have to be skeptical about it. Be like, turn them on to the community. Show,
Right.
yeah, get everybody closer together. Find commonalities within community, because it is harder and harder and harder to do that these days, and it requires way more effort than it used to. It used to be by default. That just was the way communities worked. Not so. You have to try really fucking hard nowadays, because there's so many people. Even in our tight knit small town community that we live in, it's fucking massive. You just
Right.
said, like in Bremerton alone, what is it, 40-some thousand?
40,000 people,
That's a
yeah.
fuck ton of people, man. Is there real life community connection in Bremerton? Maybe in some small subsects of
Right.
certain things, but generally speaking, no. Nobody knows their fucking neighbors and shit like that. Nobody's connected. Nobody knows what people are into. They're not a cohesive community anymore. And if you can't do that in Bremerton, it's hard as fuck to do that on a much like a national fucking scale like that to something that's so important to the fabric of our American society as 2A. Yeah, I don't know.
No.
I'm upset
No,
about
no,
it
no.
now.
Do
I'm
you
upset
know-
about it now.
No. Do you know how Jordan got me? I'll tell you, because when we were talking a few weeks ago about moving into the new house, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was before Thanksgiving, and she said next year we got to make sure that we sign up for like a turkey trot in Bremerton. And I was
Ooh.
like, why would we do that? And she was like,
some
well, she
turkeys.
said, well, we're gonna. It's like where you go for a walk. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
A
okay.
turkey trot is where you like go for. There's like a designated walk. It's like a charity thing that you go
Oh,
for a
okay.
turkey trot.
I'm going. Are we hunting turkeys? There's
No,
turkeys.
no. Turkey trot is like a designated walking event, like the Whale of a Run, for whaling days.
Okay. Yep.
It's,
Yep.
it's like the same deal, but that's like turkey trots are around the nation. That's like
Okay.
every community. does
I've
like a
heard the
turkey trot.
term before. I
Yes.
guess.
So she says that to me, and I was like, "Why would I want to do that?" And she said, "Well, if nothing else, it'd be good to like get some exercise, before we eat all that food." And I said, "Well, it sounds like I should just go to the gym in the morning." And she said, "Listen, if you're gonna be a homeowner in this community now," she said, "your taxes are going to this community." She
Yeah.
said, "Do you not want to see where your taxes are going and be involved in this?" And I said, Don't fucking do that to me." I said, "Don't fucking tell me
Based.
about my money."
George
And
Based.
She said, "Is that not the truth?" She said, "Is that not the reality that you want to
Mm-hmm.
know and have a role in your community because you now are paying into it whether you like it or
Mm-hmm.
not?" She's like, "Your money's being taken from you in the form of our mortgage payment, right?" She's like, "So would you rather just go there and do it?" It's like, "Well, I fucking guess that you're right." So
That's
yes, you are not wrong. And it's
George's
it's
a trad wife, right?
It's a sign of
She's
what
legit
you're
as
talking
fuck.
about that I pushed back on it instead of being like, "Yeah, you're right. We live here now. We should do shit in the community." Like, why the fuck would I do that?
Mm-hmm. Well-
Why wouldn't I go to the gym by myself at 3 a.m. instead?
What is that? Pot calling the kettle black, because you know where I live.
Right.
I don't participate in this community
Right.
because I fucking don't like people in this
Well, and
community.
they're super
But-
old here too.
and it's a hostile work.
Yes.
It's a hostile environment to be in, and that's the hard part too. Is the reality of the situation is like I can pontificate on that as much as possible, right? And I could put all the onus on my fucking business owners and shit like that.
Nut up or shut
But
up,
at the-
Colin.
What am I gonna? You
Right.
know, that's an
Nut
uphill fucking battle.
Yeah.
But I should just get more young people to start moving out here. guys.
All you could do is be yourself.
That's true.
You don't have to go there and be a dick about guns. You don't have to be like,
No.
"Yo, motherfuckers need guns." That's not a healthy way to have a conversation
Well,
anyway.
it's deeper
But-
than guns, obviously, because I'm
Right.
talking about so many levels of,
Certainly.
it's the
So I
turkey
just
trot
mean
aspect,
for,
yeah.
for this particular
Yeah.
conversation.
Indeed.
So.
Your
Kevin
wife is
Garcia.
fucking based, man.
She really is. She's great.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Garcia, my 70-year-old mother-in-law was very anti-gun, and then I talked to her for a few hours, and now she wants to go shoot my Smith & Wesson MP. I love it. I love it. That's the best way. Good conversations, healthy conversations is like a really good way
to kind of get people into it.
It's a very good way.
Yeah.
I feel like there were some conversations me and you had at one point.
A little bit of fun plinking too doesn't hurt. People don't understand just how important the Second Amendment is. We've had it so good here in the U.S. that people don't even realize how massive an issue gun rights are here. People in China, North Korea, 1,000%. We've talked about that, especially during COVID and stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Well, even now they're fucking Foxconn, right? People are getting their asses beat. They're getting welded into their
Bro.
homes. Yeah.
I can't wait to watch those videos.
Understand how important 2A is. Talk to someone from Cuba, and they will explain just how important 2A is. 1,000%.
Yeah. Well,
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
This is why you
And
found
to-
a home here.
Exactly. And to one of the points I wanted to make earlier about being like pro-gun versus being pro-2A. I mean, we've talked a lot about the 2A side of things, right? You could be pro-gun and anti-bump stock. You could be pro-gun and anti-large capacity magazines, whatever the fuck that means. Like you
Right.
could be pro-gun,
Right.
but
And that's how those
anti-Second
things-
Amendment.
And that's how those things get in
Yes.
to become policy.
Exactly, and that's what we find ourselves dealing with these days. There's a lot of people that are technically pro-gun, but that don't understand that the Second Amendment is so much more than guns.
Yes.
It is so much more than that. It's a like you. I'm not going to do it as eloquently as you said, but it's about being able to safely live your life the way you want to live your life,
Yeah.
and that's about it.
It involves things like we've
Guns, body armor, magazine
Right.
capacity,
Right.
training. Like it's a whole deal. It's not just the tool itself. It's about what comes from the responsibility of owning that tool.
Yep.
And why you would want to own the tool. I mean, it's so much bigger than just the tool itself.
And that's why we covered things like the body armor ban
Yeah.
proposed in New York and stuff, because that's
I want to put my
part of-
body armor on now.
Because that's part of 2A. That is part of Second Amendment. Is you being able to defend yourself passively and actively. That is part of the Second Amendment. Is
Yep.
your ability to defend yourself and defend the people around you. That's why that shit matters.
Yep. I dressed up for no reason the other day. I just put on fucking full kit with
Kit
the
up.
helmet and everything, and I was just like, man, it feels good. And then I was
do
like,
it.
man, this is real heavy. I gotta take all this off. It was hot. I had my scarf on, whole
Means
9
that you
yards.
should have worn it more. That means you
Yeah,
say, this is
that-
heavy. It means
that
you
means,
should wear it more.
means daddy's out of shape and
Yeah.
he needs to quit lifting kettlebells and just start wearing body. Oh, I should wear my plate carrier while I do my kettlebell workouts.
Yeah.
that
I used to wear my
would be
my
it.
plate carrier on walks or on keyboard.
I know.
That's
Yeah.
a way to shift the culture. That's a way that I was passively showing people. You have known me for several years now, and I've lived in this same house now. You've seen
Yeah.
me have a baby. You've seen this dog. We walked around the neighborhood for years before I did that.
Yep.
One day I just started wearing a plate carrier.
Yep.
For a while I did it without the magazine shingle on it. It was just the plate carrier. So it was like, oh, maybe it's just a weight vest. Maybe it's this. Who knows? One day I put the fucking magazine shingle back on there, and I just continued to walk.
Yep.
Would say hello to people. We would stop. We would talk. We would pet dogs.
Did anybody ever
fucking-
ask you questions about it?
No. No.
Interesting.
People stopped talking to us as much openly, but they did not ask questions. No one ever anything like that.
and the
But-
important part, the relationship was already established.
Mm-hmm.
So you did that.
I did training and stuff out in my front yard. You know what I'm saying? I would
Mm-hmm.
do dry fire drills out in the front yard. People would drive by. They would see that. I was out there with Dax. He's picking magazines up.
Mm-hmm.
He's handing them to me. So out there interacting with family
I bet you.
to lay out for people that if something happens, I have a family here. You don't
Yeah.
have to worry that if you see this material that I'm going here to hurt you because
Mm-hmm.
you've seen me interact with you on a daily basis in the same gear.
Yeah.
That I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to protect you. I'm here to protect my family. I'm here to protect everybody.
My community. Have you? You've cleared your new house, right?
Yeah, with my
Okay.
pistol, just because I
I'll
don't
say-
have any of my rifle or anything over there.
I would say I have a feeling that you're gonna, like, one day you're gonna get in full kit and clear the whole house and all that. And of course, before you do that, you're gonna go talk to your neighbor with the Gadsden flag outside. No.
He had the shirt that said,
shirt.
"We the people are pissed."
Yeah. I was like, I bet you go up. Hey man, just so you know, I'm gonna be doing this thing, so don't freak the fuck out. I'm just gonna go do this thing. This is what I'm doing. I bet you after you're done and stuff like that, I'll be like, hey, next time you do that, can I come over too? I bet you he's based like that.
Yeah, well, and that dude that I hooked up with that I like connected with on the internet, Riley, I intend on having that guy help me clear my house too. You know, it's better to run it with two people.
You
or
chat
with
with
one
him lately?
person. That's kind of on and off, a little bit. I've been doing a lot of house stuff like that. I've been waiting to get it finished up so I can just be like, yo, I bought a house now. Come and fucking, because when I saw him, I was like, yo, we're working on buying a house. Like, we're waiting, we're doing this. So
And now that the deal's done, so you got to get it to showmanship level.
Yep.
Paint
paint this weekend. We're almost done.
Yeah, man.
Apparently, it's supposed to
Exciting
snow
times.
the days that I took off next week.
What the fuck about this snow business,
Yeah.
by the way?
Yeah, I'm trying
Wife's
to
coming in from California. She's gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?"
trying to move into my house, bro.
That's not.
I need things to be dry. I'm fine with cold. I need dry.
I need
dry,
dry.
cold.
You want to be
It's
slipping
fine.
and sliding all
I gotta
over the
move my
place.
couches and stuff, bro. My beds. I gotta move my house. I have to move all my
All the
stuff.
things.
My clothes. They're in boxes. They're not in bins. They're in boxes.
You know, there was a day once when I had a really big truck. I would have been a huge help. Now I'm just gonna
Only
have
if it
a
has
small
a
truck.
canopy. They all need canopies now. It's gonna snow.
That's true. I bet we got tarps and shit. It's fine. Let's pull this article up because I want to read through this. This was the one that you had tweeted out, I believe, the other day.
Okay.
The Hill document, right? Or the
Okay.
Hill article. So Biden said he will try to move on gun control during lame duck session, right? Before we go any further, can you tell like what kind of Google searching I've been doing lately? Based off of my ads.
Oh.
It's all just First Light. It's all First Light. They got a hell of a Black Friday thing going on right now, so
I
it's
bet.
it's soup. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I just got all this car money. I'm not gonna do it.
No.
But
Get you a car
I'm really
first.
tempted, but
Get
I'm
you a
not gonna
car
do
first.
it. Exactly. I'm gonna go out to dinner tonight to celebrate.
Yeah.
Ideally, depending on when wifey gets home.
It's
but
Friday. She'll be open. It's Black Friday. She'll
Oh
be
yeah,
open.
yeah. She'll be open. I'm just depending on how many beers we have later. She might have to drive me, but that's fine. Anyways, President Biden on Thursday said he would try to pass a bill banning assault rifles during the lame duck session before Congress forms, before the new Congress forms, I should say. Despite long odds due to Republican opposition, Biden spoke to reporters Thanksgiving morning, coming after a week that saw 3 mass shootings in the U.S.
They also
They
do
so
this.
Colorado, the Walmart,
I don't know. They do this
and
thing,
probably Chicago.
They do this thing where when they make headlines of there have been 600 something mass shootings this year in America. Okay, like half of those, like you said, are in inner cities where you're talking about not just gang violence, but just general mass shootings where people are targeting one person and they fucking hit 5 other people.
Yep.
Like, because anything depending on your
I think it's over
definition,
3.
it's depending on it is 2 or 3.
Yeah.
2 or 3 or more people. Like, so, and I'm not saying like, oh my, there's only 3 people. It's 3 people that are dead, but you're still talking about one person being targeted, multiple people being killed, children die in their homes all the time because of fucking fly-through bullets. That happens all the time because people indiscriminately shoot around. We've covered articles, I believe in Chicago, maybe Detroit, where they call it mutual combat because they're shooting at each other across the street.
Yep.
What are we
I think
talking
that was
about?
Chicago.
So that's half of what you're talking about.
Yep.
Legitimately half. Just like when you're talking about the amount of gun deaths every year, half of those are suicides. And that does not erase the fact that people are dying, but those are not homicides perpetrated with a firearm.
Not gun
Those are
violence.
people taking their own deaths with a firearm. So
You can't equate the same. They're not even similar to the same two.
ways that they fudge the statistics and skirt them to work them in their favor to try and make it seem like this is the solution, this is the problem.
How many mass shootings? Sounds dark.
Well, and they will never, ever, ever cover the amount of people that use firearms for defense on a yearly basis because it's a 250,000 on the low end. It's a 250,000 people on a yearly basis defensive use of firearms.
Yeah.
There's 65,000+ people that are killed every year with firearms, including the suicides. We're talking about 250,000 people who defend their firearms themselves with firearms every year in the United States.
Yeah.
These numbers are
Reported ones.
Reported ones. That's why it's on the low end.
Yeah.
These numbers are not the same.
That doesn't include the mom with her kid in the car who somebody tries to come grab her purse, whatever. She pulls a gun out and then the guy runs.
It does not differentiate between a handgun, a long rifle, shotgun. It doesn't differentiate. That's the times that people used a firearm to defend themselves and then told the cops about it.
Yep.
These are these times. It's 250,000 on the low end.
Well, I wonder, according to I don't even care that much because we know the two big ones. Obviously, the two big shootings that happened over the last week, Colorado and the Walmart one. Which the Walmart one was.
So the manager
it's sadder.
of Walmart, right?
Yeah,
Is
he's
that
a
what the
night
deal is?
manager of Walmart. The reason they're not really digging into it too much is because he is a member of an oppressed class.
He's black, right? He's a
He
person
is.
of color.
Yeah, but
And you said he had a manifesto. He had
did.
like some type of note thing on his phone about fucking hating everyone.
yeah,
right?
he published this thing. He wrote it up right beforehand, right before he was going to do this, and it was basically he got made fun of all the time. He got belittled at work all the time, and he fucking hates everybody. And then he got into some weird religious stuff, and then killed a bunch of people at the store. But I mean, that's somebody being bullied that obviously has something else going on in their world, and it just adds on to the pile, and then they lose their shit.
They chose violence as a way to try and deal with their problem when it doesn't solve anything.
Nope.
He's dead. Other people are dead.
Because after he shot, I think it was six or seven people, he turned the gun on himself and then killed them. So he killed all the people that have been giving him shit, and then killed himself. Which there's no narrative to be ran down for the media on that one, so it's dying pretty quick. And then obviously the Colorado, they had that complication of their lawyer coming out and saying that the perpetrator
Part of the community.
is a they them, and
part of the community
he's
now.
part of the community, and so all of a sudden, no more narrative talk on that one.
Because how can you argue that
It was a hate
crime or because of violent rhetoric when this person is part of this community, part of the people who are targeted by the violent rhetoric?
Yeah,
And that's been the deal, right? You were saying it's the rhetoric. Yeah, that's what the problem is the violent rhetoric.
yeah.
It's a great word.
Well, that's where we and I don't know why now, because it's been out for a minute, but like we understand what's going on. He's going to try to put out an assault rifle ban.
And their deal is like, because now there's been multiple people that have called for them. I have some other representative that's like the youngest representative ever that's right about to come into office. He's already like, we need to do an assault weapons ban. Even if it's not going to pass, we need to put people on the record. For what?
For what?
You want to waste
For
time?
what?
You want to waste time for what? To solve what? Because
Exactly.
you know who is and isn't going to do it? For what? You don't want to have a real intelligent conversation about why this might or might not be a good policy. You just want to put people on blast so you can put a list on the internet and say, these people don't care about people being killed by guns.
Yeah.
When that's not the reality of what's happening. It's ridiculous. It's a political point, and it's
a political
fucking
point.
nonsense. They're going to waste time. He's going to waste taxpayer dollars, right? His first order of business, the first thing he's going to do with taxpayer dollars is fucking waste it on a vote that he knows isn't going to go anywhere, so he can try and put people on blast when we can already get a pretty good guess of who's going to vote what way.
Yeah, it's governmental virtue signaling. But one of the main things I want to bring up about this, the rhetoric, all this stuff that's been coming out lately is it's not new, but the media's adoption and pushing of it as something new is stochastic terrorism being the new
What?
deal now. Stochastic terrorism. Have you?
No.
Oh, buddy. Yeah, you're not as plugged into like Twitter and shit as me. I always forget.
No, bro,
But
we're on Instagram.
Stochastic.
I'm not into any of my own social media anymore. I'm into our social media.
That's right, baby. Stochastic terrorism is it's not new, but they're dubbing it a lot. The public demonization of a person or group resulting in the incitement of a violent act, which is statistically
Stoking's
probable.
okay.
Yeah, probable, but whose specifics cannot be predicted. So
wait,
the
what?
rhetoric. Okay, the
Which
public
is statistically
demonization
probable, but whose specifics cannot be predicted.
Yes.
That's
The lone wolf attack was apparently influenced by the rhetoric of stochastic terrorism. So in other words, it's the rhetoric. The rhetoric is causing stochastic terrorism. You sit here and you talk about like groomers, or you talk about this and the other thing, and that is stochastic terrorism, because somebody might do a thing against another group of people, which they can then trace back to the rhetoric around such thing. It's a few levels deeper than domestic violent extremism.
you shouldn't be doing that. This is not a good
You shouldn't be doing that.
Welcome to the age of stochastic terrorism.
Yeah, the politics is not as definite as you guys might think it is. You shouldn't be doing that. There's a lot of, a lot of these guys.
Do you guys know what you're saying?
A lot of these guys are on your team too. This is not a good way to go. That black dude, he might be on your team if you would have asked him about it. He's fucking dead now, so we don't know.
Yep. That's why we don't talk about it.
Come on, bro. That's not a. You shouldn't be doing that. That's not going to work. That is not going to go the way
sounds
that
real
they
good,
want
though.
to. And it's so open-ended, but whose results cannot be predicted.
Yes.
We couldn't have foreseen at the time that this was going to happen.
Sean Hannity, stochastic terrorism.
It's only now that the event has happened that we can see that this is what has precipitated it. That's not good. That
Joy Behar and the people on The View are going to have a field day with that.
that's some real doublespeak shit.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm
buddy.
saying?
We got to make up some new shit.
Yeah, we didn't know at the time that you were a terrorist, but now that we saw the event,
Yeah, we can trace
realized
it back.
that you were really
Yeah.
being a terrorist at the time.
Yeah.
And so, we have this Patriot Act thing, and we just started looking into all of your information because Mayorkas is using an expanded view of the Patriot Act because this is the new way that terrorism exerts itself. It's no longer just through foreign domestic or foreign Muslim extremists, right? Islamic extremism. This is now domestic violent extremism. It's extremism that is expressing itself through cyber attacks, through these different militia groups, these different organizations.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it now in these violent attacks.
Yeah.
And it's being precipitated not just through
And
the
if you-
internet,
and if
but
you
also
talk
through
about it-
Sean Hannity. Yeah.
And if you talk about it, it's stochastic terrorism.
If this person happens to cite you in their fucking
Or if we can
manifesto,
or if we can link their actions to something that you have talked about.
if y'all use the same words and shit.
If we look back and we
Dudes.
saw that he watched Fox News and
Dudes.
watched Sean Hannity, then you're just spewing stochastic terrorism. Welcome to 1984, bitch. Gets darker every time.
That's dangerous business.
Yeah, bud.
That's dangerous business to be playing
Keep
with.
your ears open for stochastic terrorism.
You
lately.
guys,
It's becoming new.
Everything we just said. If you've been listening for just the last couple episodes, you've heard us talk about all of those things, right? You've seen it sounds like a funny hypothetical story. We've covered stories in the last 4 or 5 episodes that connect all of those circles. Connect
Yep.
all those dots into
Yep.
a circle. Sorry. That's rough business, bro.
That's rough business, B. I'm glad I got to introduce you to stochastic terrorism.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, it's a whole deal. Over the coming weeks, you'll hear a lot about it in the daily shows. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I think the last one I have on guns is actually kind of tying up the circle that I was talking about earlier of crime, right? The same politicians pushing for the removal and banning of various firearms belong to the same party putting DAs into office that are soft on crime and help these violent crimes from happening, fulfilling their own fantasy circumstances to try and push this legislation. Crime raises during national strife, over coverage of threats of democracy and domestic extremists is all meant to make American people comfortable with stronger shows of force from the state.
So the idea is to make it bad enough that they want the state to have a bigger footprint.
Crime is bad. Don't cover it. So it's just indiscriminate crime. It's undescribed crime. Crime is on the rise. It's horrific. But we are covering domestic violent extremists, and these guys are also against democracy. They also don't want you to have a voice in your own government, and they might kill you because crime is on the rise. Shit is getting wild. Don't pay attention to all those bodega videos because that's all nonsense, right?
I saw this one the other day. It was so good.
Right, then you're comfortable when you're scared that your democracy is going to be taken away and that you might be killed when you go to vote because we're making it illegal to have a gun around a polling center, right? Because people want to kill you when you go to vote. They want to scare you. They want to threaten you, right? That's why we have to make this illegal, is because people want to scare you. Now you're comfortable with stronger shows of force from the state.
Don't tell me I didn't fucking save this video. I didn't, for fuck's sakes. Fact check, true. I do wonder. There's like a weird side effect to this, right? Because look at the impact of what happens in these cities where these DAs come in and stuff like that, and crime fucking skyrockets and all this shit.
Cut the cops and shit.
You cut the cops, you have your DAs not enforce petty crime, whatever. You get these fucking gang lootings or whatever you want to call it, whatever those are.
Everyone steal less than $1,000
Exactly.
worth of
You
shit.
get all that stuff. You got homeless people fucking everywhere, rampant open drug markets. I mean, vandalism, break-ins. I mean, it's a giant cluster, right? But what this does as a byproduct as well is anybody with 2 cents they have to rub together will leave the city.
Right.
And then you just have a bunch of fucking sheeple left over that are refusing to leave, that either think it's okay or who are stuck there by circumstance. And those are the people that at that point you can oppress. Like the work's already done for you. Anybody that was smart enough, they
Right.
or had the means, they left.
Right.
And all your pushback's gone now. Because either people don't have the means to push back or they generally agree with you. And then you're free to move about the cabin.
They also
The fucking seatbelt sign is off, bro.
They also expect more government services, more government intervention. They want you to take care of them. They want Big Daddy State to take care of them. They want that.
Yep.
And then that's how you know who's the enemy and who is the good guy.
Oh my god. Okay, I can't wait for Grab Bag. There's so much trash. There's so much trash. Okay, so after we hit guns, what else do we want to hit as far as this? I know we're going to do climate stuff,
Ukraine
but before
war.
we do that, I got to pee. So you start on Ukraine.
Yes.
Okay, you start on Ukraine, and I'll pee,
Yes.
and then I'll be back to add to the combo.
Okay. So, Ukrainian war. There has been a few updates, as we've seen since the last time that we were here. I think, since the last time, way to go. Since the last time that we were here, there was a missile that came down just inside of the Polish border, right? And there was all kinds of dispute about whose missile this was, whether it came from Russia, whether it came from Ukraine. First, the immediate reports and confirmed from the intelligence agencies were that it was a Russian missile that came down, and it was in fact a Russian-made missile that now appears to be from the Ukrainian air defense system. Of course, Volodymyr Zelensky swears up and down that it wasn't from the Ukrainian air defense system, that it was the Russian missile, because he wants World War III worse than just about anybody around town. Much of corporate media is still saying that it was a Russian missile. It is still kind of up in the air. Poland says that it was a Ukrainian air defense missile. A lot of our intelligence now says that it was a Ukrainian air defense missile, but the investigation is still ongoing. We have also seen reports now that the United States is purchasing armaments, munitions from South Korea to sell them to the Ukraine, because we've sold so many of our own munitions that we can't sell anymore, or else we'll be even more compromised in our position. So we've been supporting the Ukrainians in their hot war since it started in February and for years prior, in an effort to avoid such an event as the hot war. After billions of dollars in arms, training, and assistance, the party pushing for it all wasn't savage in the midterms like we had thought and or kind of hoped. So my biggest fear on that front is that the Democrats will view the midterms as a license, a mandate from the American people to keep down the same path of spending that money. And we'll get closer and closer. We get closer and closer all the time to U.S. boots on the ground, pushed further by people like Zelensky, U.S. corporate press ready to jump at any opportunity to force us into an active war as soon as the opportunity is there. Mm-hmm. So that's my biggest concern.
Well, on top of that, it's not just Democrats.
That's true.
That's the worst part, is that there's a small sect. There's a very small sect. Maybe a larger group of people will be coming in after the midterms. Maybe a larger group of Republicans that will be anti-war in this case. But for the most part, most of the Republican Party is on board with it as well. There's been zero pushback to continual funding at this point, and the funding will not stop. There will be nothing to stop them, because
they just did another $400 million just over yesterday.
Yeah.
So
$400 million?
Yep. Just another $400 million. It's no problem. Yeah.
For fuck's sakes.
They're just stacking it on there.
Sending me pictures of drinking beers on the plane. It's like, damn, I'm drinking Anchor IPAs right now. That's rough. Hashtag flight attendant life.
Yeah.
Trying to think as far as over the next 2 years. I'm trying to envision how bad this could go. I mean, I should say, if we maintain status quo, the only big question, because we are fairly sure at this point that Putin is sick. He has early on stage Parkinson's.
Or something. Parkinson's.
I believe
is
it's
that what it is?
early stage Parkinson's
Okay.
and possible cancer at this point.
Been hearing for a
there
long
was
time that
there
he's
was
sick.
a leaked report at some point that came through. So who knows? But I guess the major question at that point is: do we know what Putin wants? I think I know. If you listen to what he says in speeches to fellow nations and shit like that, you know, it's not like he's not looking to take over the entirety of Ukraine. He's looking to build what he calls a multipolar global world, so that it's not just America and another power at this point. There's not a single point of power in the world. There's multiple power structures throughout the world that have enough, you know, BDE around the world so that it can't just be it can't just be the West leading the way. He wants a multipolar world where multiple large, for lack of a better term, superpowers exist that can all play on the world stage and not just be led by a single major power, which I think in one of his speeches, he actually said we've done this already between particularly China, but Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, Saudi Arabia, you know, there's a multipolar world these days. I mean, the West can't just come in there and say what goes anymore. I think I think the generalized liberal world order at this point has fallen to the point where they do not have as much power as we used to. And now when Saudi says we're just going to pump oil, they pump oil because the West can't do anything about it. And when North Korea wants to launch missiles, they launch missiles because there's nothing anybody's going to do about it. When Russia wants to fucking start a war, they do that. When China wants to control trade around the world, they do that because they
hem
can.
up their own people and put them in prison camps and
They
continue
can.
to film Disney movies in the same fucking
Because
district.
no one has the capability to do anything about it anymore. Like without starting World War III, which nobody really wants to do,
Or
right?
taking hits to their business they're unwilling to because they're so fucking greedy.
And some people will, but there's a heavy enough price to pay for that now.
Right.
Like you can take the hit from China, and you won't be a big dog
You've
anymore.
cultivated so much business over there.
Yes,
By
they've
all
done
these
it.
Marvel movies and shit, the Fast and the Furious, all that shit. That's how you get John Cena apologizing for calling Taiwan a country because they get the vast majority of their money from the Chinese market.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't make a movie that Americans want to see. You make it, that Americans will watch if their husband drags them to it because they've gone and seen the other 6, and that China will love because they like to see American fucking action movies because China makes dumb shit.
I mean, their number one movie recently was a Chinese-made movie, and it was about the Chinese essentially kicking the shit out of the Americans during the Korean War or something like that.
Well, you also have American actors that go and work in China. They make Chinese movies about Americans getting their asses kicked. Like that's their role.
Why is Brittany Griner a thing? It's because the Russian female pro basketball league farms out American WNBA players because they just pay them more, and then they have that business over there. I mean, it is the West has fallen. That's what he wanted at this point. So as far as the next 2 years are concerned, Biden's going to continue to keep the same policies. He just met with President Xi the other day.
Right.
Things, the two of them are homies that go back for decades.
According to him, yeah.
And what that actually equates to is the U.S. continually getting fucked over by the Chinese government for them to have a better place in the world. And we will continue that same policy going on. Russia and Ukraine is going to continue going on. I don't think there's going to be a nuclear war anymore. I think we're past that at this point. I think as far as Ukraine goes and the next 2 years, I think we're just going to continue to shovel money into it. I think Russia has already kind of gotten what they want, but they're going to continue on to see what they can get at the end of the day and going to continue to push the line. But he's not trying to start World War III either. He's got no interest in that whatsoever.
No, to me, he wants to preserve what he sees as the Russian way of life, which is like the Russian institution, which is not what he thinks it is, because not as many of his citizens agree with him as the elections say that they do.
Yeah.
And that's why they
It's not a 95%
that's why
or
they
whatever?
turn out that way.
Yeah.
It's because he's like, listen, I don't care what you think. I'm just trying to keep, because in his mind, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And what he's doing is good for everybody, even if they don't agree with him. Right? It's like, listen, I'm just trying to keep my shit alive, which will keep you alive, and it will be okay. I just got to do, the ends justify the means in this case, and it will all be okay.
Well, he also
so I think you're right. I don't think he wants to conquer the entirety of Europe. I think that he wants insulation from NATO because they're doing what they said they wouldn't do, and they've continued to expand, and even just in handshake deals with like places like Ukraine, where they're in effect a NATO ally, because even though we've not been there fighting with them, quote unquote, boots on the ground, right? We've given them billions of dollars and actual munitions and weapons, and we're now acting as middlemen for other countries so they can have plausible deniability, and we don't give a fuck. Because it doesn't, in effect, they are NATO members. We don't want to go through the trouble to try and convince other people on a political scale of what we think is best. We're just going to do it. Because if we don't have the actual influence, we're just going to shove our dick in and make it happen. That's what all these billions of dollars are.
Yes, and I see it a little slightly different, although probably the same essentially if you were to think about it.
Let's hear it.
I think about it instead of just essentially at the NATO level. I'm thinking about he's pushing against the West, the Western culture. He knows what we've done to ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, our culture is what it is at this point. You talking to us on a plane, sweetheart? What's going on
here?
here?
Popular because it is making people's brains, especially younger ones, all mush with dances and dumb challenge. 100%.
Yeah, and if you look at the difference between Chinese TikTok and our TikTok, very, 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 very different. They do not allow. They only allow, for lack of a better term, like good shit on TikTok. The Chinese version of TikTok. They only allow. They push, the algorithm at least, pushes science, mathematics, engineering, and state-approved creativity. And in the allowed hours that you're allowed to use TikTok in China, those are the videos that are posted. You're not getting our version of TikTok over in China.
It's not
They're pushing
ads.
No, it's not. It's not. It's really not, because they don't allow that. And it's a weird deal, but societally, like, it's a controlled deal, but it's not like a necessarily a bad thing if you look at what it is that they're viewing compared to what we're viewing. But like I said, my point being essentially is when you look at Putin and stuff like that, he's insulating from the West. He's not necessarily, but it comes in the form of pushing against NATO and all that. But he's pushing against Western culture.
Yeah,
and it's been like that for a very long time. If you're in Russia, I mean, Bourdain did a bunch of episodes about this back in the day. Like, if you go to Russia and you're like, well, where's all the gay people? We don't have gay people in Russia. They don't exist here.
Yeah.
Obviously, they do.
Right.
There's an underground thing,
but like Middle Eastern countries and shit too, and like Iran, they're like,
that kind of thing. Yeah, we don't have those here.
Yeah.
But that's part of what he's pushing against. It's kind of our more liberal society and all this stuff, because he wants their society, like you said, like, this is what we want. Our way of life, our Eastern way of life. This is the way it is, whether you like it or not, and you're going to thank me for it later.
Yes, 100%.
Because he sees it as a bad deal.
Right.
That's what but he's getting that, I think, essentially.
Yeah.
So like, he's fine where he's at. He'll send wave after wave of their own men to just get destroyed to protect their Eastern way of life, and he doesn't give two shits about that.
I was never fully convinced on the nuclear warfare thing, and I was hoping that it wasn't just like my delicate sensibilities, of, that could never happen.
You're
like,
such a delicate little flower.
I was hoping that wasn't what it was, but I think my gut was just like,
not this time, you know.
Yeah.
I just could never get myself over the hump of like we are on the fucking precipice of nuclear war. I just didn't ever feel like that's what was, you know.
I don't think that necessarily
It's just so bad
that it's
like,
not-
It's so bad for everybody if a nuclear weapon is used that I can't imagine there is a person that cares so fucking little that they're like, yeah, I'll do it. You because you know you will die immediately afterwards. There is no surviving even more than 10 minutes. You will die
It's over.
immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
So there isn't
your society itself might maintain, but you know
You
who's going to
will-
go
yes,
down?
you will die. So
you
I
will
just
go
can't-
down.
like it, and I think maybe Kim Jong-un, and maybe just because we know so little about him, is the closest thing I can get to that, because you have to be a legitimate actual psychopath where you don't care. Like you just don't care about what happens afterwards. The consequences don't matter. Your life doesn't matter. You're to the point where I'm just launching it. I don't care. I know that I'll die and I don't care.
Or I think singularly in the North Korea aspect, your entire society and entire culture has built to you surviving that. You disappear into the mountains, whatever it is, you launch the missiles. There's nobody above ground at that point. Nobody. And they're all protected because they've been planning on the nuclear holocaust. But nobody else on the face of the planet is ready for that kind of, maybe North Korea is. But when it comes to Putin, when it comes to Russia, I should say, we'll just say, when it comes to like the Russia, Ukraine, America, the West, the whole 9 yards there, the only reason I think these days we have to fear nuclear war is fuck ups, oopsies,
Yes.
shit like that. That's when the machinery will take hand and things could unfold that no party that is actively engaged at that point really meant to happen, but it still could.
Yeah.
Due to the mechanisms at work within NATO and so on and so forth. Whether or not we actually go to full-blown nuclear war, I think we'd actually have land-based fucking aerial combat. We'd go modern warfare on the front lines, west versus east, before anybody's dropping nukes.
Yeah.
I still think we would get to that level. We might have a World War III that's not nuclear.
And I kind of think even in response, like if if an accident, quote unquote, did happen where a nuke was launched, like if someone, I don't know that the immediate response from the other nations is, well, we're also going to launch nukes. Like I think that they would do what you're saying of, we're going to give you fucking everything we've got.
Yep.
And the people going over there have seen a nuclear bomb be launched and like, fuck them. Just fuck, we're going to turn it to glass.
Yeah.
We're just going to turn it all to glass. So,
September 12th. It's all glass.
yeah, exactly. it's September 12th all over again. Yeah. So, no, I think that's...
I really
think
like
that's
this
pretty
segment
fair.
because we're only a little bit, we've only covered a couple topics and we have so much more.
Yes.
But
Yeah, the last thing that I have as far as the war front, and then we can go into the climate, right? Was kind of on the South Korea front, right? We have sold so much of our own munitions now that we are in a compromised position in terms of national security, and we're scrambling to build them domestically, munitions, and are now purchasing them from around the globe to avoid draining our own reserves anymore. We continue to
not a
act
good
as
place.
middlemen for other countries to be able to contribute to the war effort, but maintain the same form of disconnection and avoid Russia's future wrath. Sorry.
oh, wrath.
Yeah.
I think Russia's going to be a pariah state after the end of this, to be honest. I don't know.
Gonna be rough to come back.
It's a hard road to hoe for them to come
We've
back,
sunk
man.
in NATO countries, Western countries have
Yes.
sunk in so much money that it's going to be tough to.
They didn't have that much money.
Like, listen, you got to be giving that oil away if you want us to be buying it. Like, you
It's-
got to be giving that
yeah.
shit away.
It's going to be rough. Which
I did buy gas for $3.89 today.
$3.89.
$3.89.
I got it for $3.79 the other day, and it's $3.59 now.
The Gliding Eagle is
That's
fucking
what's
on
up.
everybody. I don't know what the deal is with that.
I'm not gonna say it.
I don't
But they
know.
got BDE over there. Apparently,
They got the deals, bro.
Sometimes they don't though.
Right.
I think they gotta have some kind of like early connection to get the latest and greatest prices, because when the price goes up, they're also the first ones for it to go up.
Yeah.
And then they hang out as the highest for a minute.
Right.
But then once it downturns, you're like, hey, this is where it's all going.
Right.
It's all going to come down. Get there now.
That went to Costco too. But
Oh, yeah.
when the Gliding Eagle is down, it has Costco beat.
Yeah.
Like,
It's pretty popping right now. How's your fuel tank now? You got to fill up on the way home?
I got a
think
full
it's
tank
good-
now
Oh,
because I went to
boo!
fucking Costco today. I was like, yo, what?
Yeah, you can't throw your schedule off too much. Only
No.
fill up on Fridays, right?
Yeah, I know. Idiot.
That's what 8 minutes does to you, bro.
I went grocery shopping. I was like, well, I'm in Silverdale. I might as well just get gas right now. It's like, I'm going to have to get gas later. I should have gone in the fucking...
How long was the line?
Nothing. It was nothing. Pulled right up.
Everybody's on Walmart doing Black Friday shit.
It actually was like mad chill. It was right around 10 o'clock when we were done. So it was still, but the mall was open. The mall hasn't been open until like 11, but it was open when I got there at 9.
They're desperate
So,
for money, dude.
yeah, bro.
They're like, Black Friday, we're open.
They
Come
had
in.
signs
Spend your
for,
money,
like,
please.
come to these stores.
Yeah.
It was really funny.
I have literally never participated in a Black Friday.
Oh,
I'm
really?
not one of those people, so I don't even know. I just have a feeling now because
You don't have to anymore. You don't have to go out to the
no,
stores
you don't
anymore.
have to.
George
And
said it was
fucking
wild
Black
this
Friday's been going for like a
afternoon,
month now already.
Yeah, I bought some shit last night.
Yeah.
And it was on Amazon. Black Friday deals.
Woo!
All right.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
First Light's got a hell of a Black Friday
Yeah.
deal going on right
Got
now.
all my cameras for a
Might
real
get
good
me a
price.
nice vest or something like that.
There you
So now we've hit Ukraine over the next 2 years. No World War III, hopefully.
go. Hopefully.
We've hit guns. Gun ban probably going to be put through, but I doubt it will go anywhere. And now let's talk about
the climate.
climate,
Paid
man.
$4.99 a gallon, and that was cheaper. Good God, Kevin.
Here in California,
Yeah.
bro,
Fuck that, bro.
California, it's real. And that's probably a pretty good price for California. To be honest.
$4.99 was like about as bad as it got here. That was
'Cause that was back when I was buying diesel too, so we almost hit 6. There was a couple places that were over 6, but if you played your cards right, you did not have to get
Yeah.
diesel for 6. But
I
it
don't
was
think-
damn close.
I don't think I ever paid over $5 for regular gasoline.
Man, bro, back in 08, 09, during that crash, I lived out in Strong Island, and that was back when I had my S10.
Okay.
So I was driving the little truck, but I was commuting an hour and a half each way to work, which was a deal. And it wasn't that bad for a minute because gas was cheap. You didn't really think about it that much. If you could drive it, if you could withstand the hours, then it didn't really matter because gas was whatever. But then the recession hit and gas got up to over $5 a gallon in Long Island. And then my transmission went out on my truck, and that's when I bought the Subaru. Because I could not afford, for one, I couldn't afford gas, and then my truck broke, and I was like, all right, well, what's up, Subaru? This is what we're doing now. And then all of a sudden it fucking dropped back out about a year later.
Check this. This is from the Kiev
Hit
Independent.
$8 in certain parts of California? Fuck, Kevin. Who can do that?
This is from
Tech bros.
the Kiev Independent.
Kiev?
Yep. The president. Ukrainian air defense missile fell in Poland, but Russia is to blame. Polish investigators have established that a Ukrainian air defense missile fell in a Polish village of
That one.
Prierwodow,
No.
November 15th. Polish President Duda once again emphasized that this was a tragic incident that happened due to Russia's fault. At first, there was information about 2 missiles, but during the investigation, the remnants of a second missile have not been found in the territory of Poland.
I just want
So
to...
they're still saying that it's Russia's fault,
Yes.
but it's a Ukrainian air defense missile because it's Russia's fault.
And I want to remind everybody, we did this last episode, but this is the president that's saying So that's the president saying that. Just want to remind everybody. So, grain of salt. That's
He's
all
not
I'm
loving
saying.
all the war money at all.
Not
I'm sure he
even a
hasn't
little bit.
profited himself even a little bit.
Definitely not. Definitely not. We installed their regime. It can't be that way.
No.
All right. So speaking of regimes, this is really interesting. Subarus are the shit. I just got a cross-check last year, and I love it. If you love Subarus, you should see mine. I just posted a pic of mine the other day. Well, what's up, Kevin? Are you following us on Instagram?
He
We'll
followed
check
us
it on
last
Instagram.
time. He followed us last time.
Okay, good. Shows you how much I'm on Instagram. My bad. That's your job. I hang out on the other
Told
place.
I run our Instagram.
Indeed. Which is good. You're a good personification of
I
who
mean,
we are. You are
no
the
one
original
knows
salt
who-
of the street.
No one knows who runs our Instagram. It's a secret.
If it's a YouTube video post, it comes from me. But other than that, it's all the fire shit comes from over
It's a
there.
secret. No one knows who does any of our stuff.
Oh shit.
We have employees, actually.
Definitely. We got like 5 or 8.
It's where all of the Patreon money goes.
And if you want us to stay independent, you got to make sure to annually subscribe.
Yeah, exactly. You need to pay us $1,000.
Yes, it's not a big deal.
Zelensky wants war. That's why he pushed for that missile to be labeled Russian. I wouldn't put it past Zelensky to drop the bomb on purpose to get NATO into the war.
I wouldn't put it past him either.
I've heard that as well. I have heard people say that.
Luckily, the
And,
West was smarter this time and didn't
Yeah.
jump to it.
like I said, he's still saying, they're all saying, Duda included, who's the president of Poland or the prime minister, or whatever, is saying that it's Russia's fault that a Ukrainian air defense missile fell in Poland. And I understand what you're saying.
It's Russia's
you know?
fault because there's the war,
Yeah.
right? But
Yeah.
if Russia and Ukraine weren't at war, then it would never have given Zelensky the opportunity to accidentally fire a missile into Poland.
Right.
I mean, for a missile to go haywire and accidentally land in Poland. Because he definitely didn't do that shit on purpose. Definitely didn't. It's $4.99. That's damn near what it is up here. Look at that.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
$3.99.
$3.79, B. You know where we're at.
There you go.
Whoop whoop. Okay. Now let's talk about the climate because this is really the true.
Yeah, fuck me up.
This is really the true deal, right? So we're gonna come about this from an angle a little bit, right? Because we know for a fact that the Biden administration they got a real hard on for the climate,
Yes.
right? And I just want to, from the outset, I just want to remind everybody that when it comes to quote unquote climate change, the most dangerous thing a society can do is look to simple answers to complex problems,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Yes, we know this. This is established. This is not a good thing. The climate is a very complex problem that we as modern day humans may or may not actually have a full breadth and understanding of. We've only been around for so long, and the climate's been around way longer than us. The big-ass planet's got a really long history. If we think that we truly understand how it all truly works, we should probably think again, because it's smarter than us. It's been around for a long time. So that being said, the Biden-Harris administration launches version 1.0 of Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, key step in implementing President Biden's Justice 40 initiative.
Great.
What's the Justice 40 initiative, Donovan?
God.
The Justice 40 initiative. What is the Justice 40 initiative? For the first time in our nation's history, the federal government has made it a goal that 40% of the overall benefits of certain federal investments flow to disadvantaged communities that are marginalized, underserved,
Oh,
and
get the fuck out.
overburdened by pollution.
Oh, I heard about this, and I was not this specific thing, but I heard that at the G20, there were third world countries that were like, "Listen, we want reparations
We'll get there.
for the this
We
isn't
will get
that.
there.
This
is a side
God.
because this and it's pretty quick because Justice 40 it only has to pertain to what we do with environmental spending in America. So 40% of all, we could save you the rest of the bullshit fact sheet. What it means is that 40% of any climate or environmental spending that happens in the United States through the congressional budget or through executive action, 40% of that will be put towards only individuals, as they say, to disadvantaged communities, marginalized, underserved, and overburdened by pollution. So, woke ass climate change. So only those people will get 40% of the funds. The rest of the funds will be dispersed throughout the rest of the country. Cool, right? With that understanding, we've got a new tool here that they're going to use. Today, the White House canceled on environmental quality launched version 1.0 of the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool and the
Climate and economic justice. I hate
Screening Tool, baby. An essential step in implementing President Biden's Justice 40 initiative and ensuring the benefits of federal programs are reaching communities that are overburdened by pollution and historic underinvestment.
Okay.
President Biden has delivered a historical economic and climate change agenda, a.k.a. what do we call the historic economic and climate change agenda? We called it the Inflation Reduction Act.
Right.
Which had the largest amount of climate spending ever in history. so the Inflation Reduction Act is what they're talking about. That's where all that money went.
I hate it so much. Oh, I hate it so much.
So just so you remember. But anyway, so this is basically just a tool for people to go on and various agencies and corporations and stuff like that to claim their status. Yes. Which is cool. It's version 1.0.
Or
not individuals, but organizations and city governments and so on and so forth.
This is rough, dude.
So that's cool.
Really rough.
Now, piggyback on top of that.
To find out whether or not you're marginalized and you should be part of.
No, to claim your marginalization status.
To get on the list.
Yes. So that
To
you
get
can
in
say,
the
hey,
pod of the 40%.
we're a 40%er right here. I'm a 40%er. Because I have marginalized communities within my jurisdiction.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Send me more money.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Lori Lightfoot, she's going to be on this thing.
Also, racist, it's less than half.
Where'd my beer go? You about to drink it right now? Is that what you... Did you try this? This is the double IPA.
I did not.
Try it. It's
no,
pretty
I
good.
was about 2 seconds from doing
I was like, wait, you're drinking my beer, bud. It's no California. This is Sierra Nevada mountains. It's not bad.
It's savory.
It's very good. It's a good DIPA. DP. All the way. Double. You know what I mean?
Don't.
All right. So, to go along with the Initiative 40, Justice 40 initiative, I should say, we just wrapped up with the G27, I think it was, the climate change. G20, the climate change meeting over in Egypt, which I thought was an ironic place for it to happen. Highlighted by many speakers, obviously, of all these world nations and stuff like
Greta
that.
there?
No, but Klaus Schwab was. So it was all leaders of the Western world and all the 20 largest economic nations.
Yeah.
Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
The 20 largest economies, the nations that have the 20 largest economies in the world met there. And they had one guest speaker that was not in their group, and that was Klaus Schwab. He probably makes more than most of those nations, so I guess it fits. But it was decided at that point that there needs to be climate reparations, and Biden says he signs up for it. So this comes from the Wall Street Journal. This is an opinion piece, but it does kind of go over the things. The use of climate policy to soak Americans keeps getting worse. The United Nations Climate Conference in Egypt ended this weekend with agreement on a new fund to pay reparations to poorer countries. Now, that is not the language they used at the meeting. They said developing nations.
Right.
Which will get us to, you know what, later.
Right.
So, welcome to the latest climate shakedown.
Those pieces of shit.
Poor countries have long sought to force wealthy countries to pay for the loss and damage they suffer from natural disasters that are supposedly climate related. This is separate from the $100 billion a year that rich countries have promised to help poor countries. I like how this dude just uses poor all the time. To reduce emissions and adapt to climate. Think Pakistan was a big one in this year's conference because of the massive flooding they just had.
Yep.
And so they were like, hey, you rich ass motherfuckers did this to us. Now we need money. The 2015 Paris Climate Accords suggested rich countries compensate poor countries for climate change. The rationale being the industrialization has increased temperatures and led to natural disasters. Poor countries finally forced discussion of a formal mechanism to pay climate reparations into this year's UN conference agenda. John Kerry, the U.S. climate envoy, which, what the fuck? You, John Kerry. You take all your...
Because they're like the same
just
age.
want everybody to know. Every person that attended this climate conference, I saw a wonderful like picture of it from the... I forget what they're called in airplanes, but the airplane tracker.
Yeah.
Every single
Flight
person
tracker.
the flight tracker, which you can get as an app on your phone right now.
Yeah.
You can do this and watch this yourself.
Yeah.
Everybody that flew into Egypt flew in to talk about the climate on a private jet, including John Kerry. So anyways, John Kerry, the U.S. climate envoy, dismissed the idea early this month. It's a well-known fact that the United States and many other countries will not establish some sort of legal structure that is tied to compensation or liability. That's just not happening. But on Thursday, Europe abandoned the U.S. by proposing a deal, and Mr. Kerry rolled over. Wealthy countries will now set up a fund to cover climate damage for the least developed countries, i.e., not China or middle-income nations. This will be financed from a broad donor base and a mosaic of solutions.
Mosaic.
It's a mosaic of solutions, bro. Get me more broad than that. Such as international development bans and taxes on aviation, shipping, and fossil fuels. Europe hopes this will include poor countries to reduce emissions to meet the Paris target of limited global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrial levels. The world has already warmed by 1.1 degrees, and the UN, and a UN report last month established temperatures would raise 1.8 degrees even if Western countries met their net zero goals. But China emits 2/3 more CO2 than Europe and the US combined. Coal accounts for 60% of China's power generation, and more new coal plants are set for approval through 2025.
Dumping into the atmosphere.
Amen, buddy. Then the entire existing U.S. fleet. Wow. That's way more than the entire existing U.S. fleet. China says it needs more coal power for energy security, and unlike Europe and the United States, it will commit climate suicide. Or it won't commit climate suicide, so they say. In return for climate reparation, Mr. Kerry tried to force an agreement to phase down unabated fossil fuels. Low-income countries understandably refused, since doing so would consign their citizens to poverty. The Biden climate agenda has increased energy prices in the U.S., and the climate lobby doesn't mind if this misery spreads across the world. Details about the reparations funds, such as which countries will pay, how much, and which countries will benefit, will be flushed out over the next year. Biden officials claim the agreement doesn't create new liabilities for Americans, but the U.S. and Europe concede in the principle that their emissions cause climate change, even though there isn't a definite link between rising CO2 levels and natural disasters such as the monsoon flooding in Pakistan this year. Imagine that. All of this ignores the benefits of humanity, rich and poor. The economic growth spurred by capitalism has provided. American taxpayers are being asked to pay because the U.S. industrialized first and then lifted billions of people out of poverty via investment and trade. He goes on just to kind of pump up the U.S. And hey, look at that. There's old John Kerry right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there it is. We're signing up for climate reparations. Over the next 2 years, this is what we have more to look forward to, my good friend.
I had heard about this, and I just was hoping to God, that we weren't going to be doing this.
At least, I will say this, at least because money doesn't actually mean anything anymore, I don't think we're going to have to raise taxes because we'll just print more money. We'll just have more inflation. That's what that'll do.
Like also, or you could just fix the problem. You know what I'm saying? If you try and We're just going to try and lower our emissions, even though we're telling you that it's already too late. Consistently, we're telling you that it's already too late.
It's too late, bro.
So why don't we try and do something that might matter and invest money in some type of carbon capture technology, some type of something
make some
that
graphene, bro.
Let's remove it from the atmosphere. The thing that you're telling me is the problem, the carbon in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Remove it from the atmosphere, you fuck.
You know what the easiest way to do that is? Plant trees.
It's too much.
Because trees need carbon, and they create oxygen. So one of the best ways to do it, just let's make some new forest. Sounds pretty good to me. I don't know. But that's what we have to look forward to.
It's
More
just-
climate nonsense.
It's silly and disingenuous.
100% it is. It's terrible. It's disgusting. And we, whether or not it's a direct tax or it's an indirect tax through inflation, will be paying for it. And this guy talks about poor nations and stuff like this, but according to the UN and according to the agreement, it is developing nations. Because developing nations need money because they're the ones getting shit on from the climate, apparently, and they need the investment so that they can go more green as we all go green together. And it'll be good, and it'll help pay their bills in the meantime by getting all their people killed by all the monsoons and whatnot. But technically, at this point, it'll be hammered out in the UN as the year goes on, as this guy says. But technically, at this point, China is still classified in the UN as a developing nation.
Right.
So we could be paying China reparations.
When they're the largest
60%.
polluter, when they're the largest polluter around.
Yeah. And they're a nuclear power, I might add. There's no reason they can't go nuclear as far as energy goes.
They're just like, well,
I don't know if I want another Chernobyl, though. Because if there's one organization...
fuck them. Figure it out or
Figure
fuck
it
'em.
out.
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care.
I care about the general sense of human life. I care that
Yes.
there are human beings there that would die. Do I care whether or not they fucking have their shit together enough to not kill their own people? No. Get
No.
it together. If you don't, and people die, they will know because they're the ones who built it.
Yes.
They will know. If they build it, they will know. So
if you built it, they will know.
if they build it, they will know. So I don't care. Either get it together. Yeah, no way. We should be paying those fucks. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, dude.
Get it together. So there's
Absolutely
only
not.
one caveat I want to add to all this, right? Is,
God.
again, simple answers, complex problems.
Yeah.
I do not think that by cutting the world's carbon emissions to zero, we're going to fix this climate.
No, they said it's too late already.
Well, for one, it's too late. If that's your model, if the model is we're making too much carbon, I'm not necessarily convinced that we 100% understand that that is indeed the sole perpetrator in this problem. I also don't think we have a full grasp and understanding of how the climate worked to create and end the last ice age.
Right. It was a long time ago.
Do we understand do we understand how the planet's climate works? I don't
little bit.
think so. Over our last few hundred years, maybe.
Right.
Yeah. Because that's not like a half a fucking millisecond on the face of the planet's lifestyle. Yeah. So we definitely have a good understanding of how this entire complex system is working and has worked for billions of years. We got a really good understanding.
It's a pretty fair
So
point.
we probably know the answer to fix it.
It's a pretty fair point.
That's all. I'm just asking for a little bit of humility in the fucking species. As far as our species is concerned, yeah, we might. I feel like adding less carbon into the atmosphere is probably a good idea. Is it going to solve whatever the fuck is going on with the climate? I think it would be rather egotistical of the human species to be like, yeah, that's the problem.
And this is the solution.
We don't know that this isn't some form of, we're not, our bit part in this planet's existence is it.
Yeah.
We have full control over this motherfucker. We've done this 100%. This isn't just some part of some multi-million year fucking whatever the hell's going on with the planet and how it evolves and where we're moving in space and how our galaxy might be moving throughout the universe, whether or not we're attached to it or not. I'm just saying. probably back the fuck off and act like we don't know all of what's going on here, because I guarantee you we don't.
Right.
So probably a good idea to cut back on emissions. Let's not kill everybody in that process. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's be smart about this. And also, fuck reparations to China.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
definitely.
Yes.
We could be sure about that.
We'll just go old school China. We'll build a bunch of new nuclear energy facilities, and we'll build them, and as people die, we'll just bury them in the cement, just like they did
bury
in the
them in
Great
the
Wall of
cement,
China,
bro.
because they're devoted to the cause.
How dark.
It's for the planet. Just got to build more nuclear energy facilities.
So as far as the Chernobyl recovery is concerned,
There's plants growing there.
we'll call it the Wuhan recovery.
There's
in
plants
this case.
growing. There's plants growing in Chernobyl.
They're going nuts.
Yeah, it's
They're
fine.
going gangbusters. But
It's fine.
as far as like in that show, right? The point I'm being is like there's a bunch of people they brought in. They brought hundreds of thousands of people to do all these different shits, right?
Yeah.
There's the miners that were digging tunnels manually, doing all this stuff, and there was the people that went around and killed all the animals and then buried them in concrete.
That was rough.
That is the darkest fucking. I was really uncomfortable watching that episode, and I was just sitting there the whole time like, no fucking way.
That was super rough.
Super dark. Because there's still fucking animals in Chernobyl, by the way.
Right.
There's a lot of deer. Fucking Bourdain did an episode where he went back there semi-recently, and there's like deer running around. Some of them have, deformities or whatever, but you didn't get them all. That's what I'm saying. You killed all them dogs for nothing.
How could you get them all?
All them cats, all them dogs.
How could you possibly get them all?
You come in, that dude, he comes up into that house, and there's like that puppies. Bro,
Yeah, no way, dude.
there's no way. This is why you have, three-headed deer. Or the Simpson three-eyed fish.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Let's do it. I bet it's good eating. You might have some side effects, but
I'll take it.
do it. So how do you feel about the climate over the next 2 years? Are we going to be good? Or are we kind of fucked?
That's rough, bro. That's gonna be so much cash.
So much cash, dude. So much cash.
Just straight to China. I don't know, China.
China. Nobody said China better than Donald Trump. I don't want Donald Trump to ever come back into our life ever again in public world, but I really appreciated the way he said China.
Yeah.
Why do you call it the China virus? Because it comes from China. It's like, God. I heard that clip again the other day. I was like, that's why.
That shit was
That's
awesome.
why. It was great.
He's out there saying kung flu, and you're like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Everybody was
You're
kung
the
flu
president, bro.
fighting.
You're the president. And you're like, it's not racist to call it the kung flu.
Yeah.
It's not, but it's not a good look. Like, it's
You
not,
could call it the China virus way more than you could call it the kung
yeah,
flu.
come on, bro.
Come on, bud. Save that shit for like internet shit talkers.
You should be saying that now. You should wait until you're not president, and then say, yeah, we were fucking with the kung flu, and it was bad shit.
And
Like,
just nonchalantly
when you're
drop it and keep going.
when you're sitting there, you're still in the office, you still have the pin on. Like, that's not a very good look,
It's not a
It's
good
the
look.
kung flu. It was balling,
Yeah.
Like, bro, just
Should be
don't
more,
do that.
Just be more like Biden.
no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said.
More presidential, Donovan.
Yeah, that's not
Although
what I
that,
said.
yeah, a little statesmanship never hurts.
Just maybe not quite such like an asshole.
Yeah, be somebody that other people can look at with respect.
Yeah,
Not
you
you're
know
an
that's
asshole.
not a good look.
Yeah.
People, you wouldn't really say that in a business meeting. If you were going to make money from somewhere, you probably wouldn't say that. If you're sitting in front of a bunch of fucking Chinese businessmen, you probably wouldn't say that. Maybe don't say it when you're president.
Yeah.
That's probably a good like rule of thumb for someone operating on whatever level Donald Trump was
Yeah.
operating on. You shouldn't say something in public that you're not going to say to someone that you're trying to do business with.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good
a
basis
good rule of thumb,
because
you know?
you can still say some pretty wild shit.
Oh yeah.
If you're really comfortable with someone who you're going to do business with, you can still say
Well,
some
think
wild
about
stuff.
what he said to Angela Merkel and stuff like that, and with the Germans when they were like, "You guys are shutting down your nuclear plants. You guys are
Right.
not. This is a dumb idea."
It's a
And he did it
mistake.
right there in front of everybody, and they all laughed at him. And we all see how that's working out. But general good rule of thumb
Look
as
at
far
him
as
now.
a statesman goes is if you're sitting in the room with Xi,
Yeah.
formerly chairman, now President Xi, or Putin, if you're not willing to say it to their face, don't say it to the American public.
Yeah.
It's probably a good idea because if you're going to throw stones, you got to be ready to throw fucking stones at their face.
America's sensitive now, you know.
And we're super soft.
Yeah, they're very sensitive.
We got
now.
soft hands. Well, there's that. There's that. Tim.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what we're doing here now.
Oh,
I know
yes.
what we're doing here.
I know what we're
I know
doing
what we're doing now.
Oh,
This
God.
is how this works.
Yeah. Yeah, unless
So-
you have any... Yes.
I would just like to ask
Yep.
you,
Yep.
as we close this out, Donovan,
Yes.
what would you say this has to do concerning freedom and liberty?
You're funny. We'll find a way to make that work. Now that we have this worked out, we'll get
It's
that worked
established
out.
now.
It'll
Yeah,
all
it'll
work.
work out.
Yeah.
Fourth
So-
wall gone.
What do I say? What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? The implications of top-down legislation are obvious. The new laws after the masses. Jesus Christ! Let me start this over. Right? We're doing a clip, guys. We're doing a clip. What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? The implications of top-down legislation are obvious. The new laws affect the masses far more than they do the elites that pass them. This is not advocacy for Republican rule over Democrat, because all they really are all members of the same uniparty that only seeks to grow and retain power. We need to work toward a system based in personal freedom and responsibility by separating ourselves from the current power structure any way that we can, and advocating for the new system to further erode the collective support that props up our government as we know it. It is our participation that gives this government its power. Do not consent.
More of that, please. That was fire. I'm so glad you're good at this show. All right, let's do it. Let's
So with that, we
yeah.
will take our final break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4, the grab bag segment. Colin is going to blow my mind a little bit more. We're going to break down breaking points.
and then I'm gonna blow your mind.
Woo! Breaking down breaking points. This is always a fire
Favorite
segment.
I love it,
Let's go.
and especially because usually we hit it first.
Yeah.
We've had a few beers.
These fuckers irritated
It's gonna
me
be
this time.
it's gonna be way better now.
Yeah.
So we will see you guys on the other side for part 4.
Thank you.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
If you're ready, sir, we'll start this episode, this segment.
Thank you very much for joining everybody. Salt of the Streets, episode 138, part 4, the grab bag segment. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are happy
Right
to
here.
have.
How are you?
We're happy to have you guys here. Again, thank you for joining us. YouTube.com/Salt of the Streets. Instagram.com also, Salt of the Streets. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, subscribe, help us make more, better content just like
People think I'm
this.
crazy.
Go to saltofthestreets.com and find all of this information, including our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Bearboard Offie on both of those things. You can find all this again at saltofthestreets.com. Like, subscribe, comment, share these videos with everyone that you know.
Everyone that you know.
Yeah, and the last final sponsor is JP Bakery. So subscribe or go there, Instagram, leggings and aprons. See all the things, order cakes, do all the stuff. Part 4,
Do
grab
it!
bag. Yeah, we're going to start with breaking down breaking points. This is a segment where we take a clip from the show Breaking Points, which is a YouTube show hosted by Sagar and Jetty and Crystal Ball. We're going to watch it together. We're going to stop it. We're going to tell you why this is a piece of shit take, right?
Yes. We watched it, so that means you also have to watch it too.
This is a very popular show. We still watch it all the time. We
Joe
watch
Rogan
it every week.
still boosts it to
Yes.
this day. When I want a really good take on things,
Right.
I reach for things like Breaking Points, like with Crystal and Sagar. What they're doing there is amazing.
We used to really love this show, and now we
Used to
shit on
could.
it all the time.
I'm really glad I didn't do the annual subscription when they went independent. I
You'd be
was doing
kicking
month to
yourself
month
now.
because I'd be upset that I'm funding these live shows. That's how that would work. Because I don't want to fund these live shows or bring on. I want to like audit their business. and be like, you guys realize how much fucking money you're wasting? Get off your high horse about union representation and actually like cut costs for your customer. How about that? Do you want to do that? You want to give the customer the most bang for the buck, or do you want to just float a bunch of employees and at the dime of your customers? But hey, whatever. Let's watch this fucking episode. Let's do this. So this is about let's pre-stage this a little bit. CBS News flees Twitter. Immediately backtracks. So this is all about the Elon Musk and Twitter. And,
Yeah,
okay.
CBS News said, and they'll go over it. They said, because we have to still look into shit, we're not going to do any more Twitter activity. And then like the next
It was like
day,
for the security.
yeah,
Of,
and then like the
so much
next day
bullshit.
they came back to Twitter because they're pussies.
I think they took the weekend off, if I remember right. I saw that tweet and I was like, "That's dumb."
You don't burn.
And then they were like, they came back. They're like, "Well,
Yeah.
we've established now that this is a secure environment."
not based.
Hard no, and neither are any of these takes.
No,
So let's do it.
we're gonna go over this video.
I just
now.
love this story so much. Let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. So we got a late Friday pronouncement. This was from CBS News. They said, given the news that some 75% of existing employees at Twitter were ultimately going to resign and didn't sign Elon's quote hardcore pledge, that they would be suspending
Pause that real
all
quick, just so we
Twitter.
can talk about it, because the
Dude
hardcore
looked
pledge.
grizzled, by the way.
It's
Twitter's taking a toll on
probably
him.
got some rough shit going on. The hardcore pledge, he fired just a buttload of people.
Yes.
And then everybody that stayed said, "Listen, we're gonna be grinding.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be grinding hardcore. And if you're not down for the grind,
Then get out.
just get out, because that's all we're doing here. We're about business now.
Yep.
We're not fluffing. We're not doing any of that bullshit.
Your
We're-
free $400 lunches are now gone.
yeah, we're getting down now. So if you're not down with the clown, then get out." So
Fact check true.
that's what they're talking about.
activity due to, quote, uncertainty under Elon Musk's leadership. So what they said is that the ultimatum and the fallout,
opening.
they said that their anxiety and enlightened of uncertainty around Twitter, and out of an abundance of caution, CBS News is pausing its activity on social media as it continues to monitor the platform. Now, there's a lot of questions on that. What does that even mean? Because nothing that was going on at Twitter in terms of the reduction in force
Right.
had really anything to do with the ability for you to distribute stories on social media. Like, what exactly was the uncertainty that it wouldn't be?
It was out of an abundance of caution, Sagar.
Yeah.
All right, they took
Just like all
the
the COVID
Fauci.
stuff.
Yes, they took the Fauci approach, and out of an abundance of caution, we decided to stop our social media presence on Twitter and Twitter only for the weekend.
Be there? Well, if it's not there, then just don't tweet anymore. If it's
Amen.
there,
Right.
why not just keep tweeting? Because that's your
So,
job.
I can very much understand if you're telling your journalists, do not DM anything that's private.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Don't
right.
be corresponding with sources. Like, I think there's a
Why
real.
would you do that anyway? Why would you, if you're trying to do secret shit, why would you do it on Twitter anyway?
Because-
it's social media, you idiot.
Because they're all millennials who grew up on this shit, and Gen Zers who think this is how you talk to people. That's
Yeah.
why they're not getting Signal and trying to talk to their sources on Signal. No, I'll just hit them up in the DMs.
Yeah, don't use WhatsApp either. We talked about this last time.
Don't do
use
that.
WhatsApp. WhatsApp is owned by Facebook.
No.
Don't. That's not a secret. Don't
You
use WhatsApp.
you hit them up on the DMs on Twitter and be like, hey, I'm a journalist for so-and-so. I'd like to talk to you about this. Please hit me up on my Signal. Here's my shit.
Or here's my Proton email. You know what I'm saying? Proton Mail.
Proton Mail.
Yeah, that's what like Project Veritas uses. Project Veritas or Proton Mail. That's
That is what they use all the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's weird. Also, Project Veritas back on Twitter. What's up,
Based.
Elon?
risk
based.
of heightened hacking risk
Right,
and heightened security risk. But if you're just using it to like send out your stories, what's the risk? What's the uncertainty? I mean,
For sure.
maybe it
Yeah,
crashes, maybe it goes down. It's possible when you have this like skeleton crew running the whole thing.
Okay,
but
pause it. Right. Okay, so hold on, because this is the
I
first
love
thing
this.
that I was like, we have to talk about this because that's
The
so
skeleton crew,
it's
Donovan.
so ignorant.
It could go down at any minute.
a
R.I.P.
fucking-
Hashtag R.I.P. Twitter.
It's a fucking website, right? Okay, let's No, we'll start there.
It's
a
an app.
website.
It's an
It's
app.
an app because it is a website, but it's an
Yes.
app, right?
Yeah, that's
it's,
true.
It's a computer thing. It
So you
doesn't
need one
take.
guy for the app, one guy for the website.
There are not dozens of people standing around operating multiple keyboards that is keeping Twitter alive. No, they're not doing that. That's
sending
not,
these tweets. We
that
got to
isn't
make sure
how it
these
works.
tweets get out.
There are
Send them out.
stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of servers in multiple floors of the Twitter building, and that is what keeps Twitter alive.
Yes.
When there is an issue that happens, when there is an issue that happens, the man who just purchased the company also owns a company that builds electric cars, and another company that drills giant holes, and another company that builds rockets and sends them to space.
That
I
also
think
come down and land
them-
on ships in the middle of the
so
ocean.
you can reuse them another time, multiple times.
yeah.
I think he's also
First one in history
he's
to ever
also
do that.
the richest man on the planet.
Yes.
I think he can probably find someone to work for him that can solve literally any issue that Twitter might run into.
Yes.
This is the most I hate Elon Musk take. All these. That's all the series that underlined with I just hate Elon Musk. Like that's really what this is about,
Yes.
which is the most weird shit because they're ignorant ass takes.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first of many.
This is the very first. And it's also important to remember, too, that Elon isn't just a Jeff Bezos, right? Where he's this rich guy that runs businesses. He's also this rich guy who is kind of like an autistic engineer as well. Like he is, as far as like coding is concerned and creating programs and software engineering and things like, he can do a lot of that himself, too. Jeff Bezos can't he can't write the code that's going to build the Amazon website. Elon Musk can. A major difference between these two. He's not just a money guy that is good at business. He's a money guy that's good at business, but can also fucking hashtag learn to code. He is 100% there. He can write all this. He understands how the code works. He can understand that. He doesn't just hire people that can do that.
Right.
He hires people that can do that based off of his level of understanding how that entire system works.
Yes.
So he operates at a different level than every other billionaire out there because he is a fucking computer engineer. He's a coder. He understands all that shit. It's not just the money.
He's a nerd at the end of the day.
He's a very special human. Possibly the most important American ever to exist on this planet.
Oh my God!
You know
We'll
where
get
I'm at.
into-
He's
yeah,
important.
We'll get into it later.
I think it would be wise to advise your journalists, and for any of you out there, I think it also would be wise to like delete some of your DM conversation, anything that you wouldn't want to be like hacked or private
on the internet
information.
forever.
Also, don't have those fucking conversations on Twitter, you fucking idiot.
It's already on the internet. It's already on the internet.
Don't.
They can definitely undelete it and then read it.
my
It's
God.
fucking Twitter.
Crystal, I know you're 40, but get with the fucking times. If you have a conversation on the internet, it's there. Period. Yeah. If you're having a private conversation in the DMs with somebody, you did it.
Yeah.
Delete it.
Shouldn't
Feel
have done
better
that.
about yourself until it resurfaces later because it's the fucking internet, you fucking plebe.
I think that is wise and probably was always wise because DMs were never encrypted.
Correct.
But
Yeah,
outside
never
of that,
encrypted.
I don't really get it. It seems like a virtue signal. I mean,
Yeah.
The Sagar's like, but they're not encrypted. I don't. Okay, we're carrying on.
And then that's exactly what it turned out to be because literally 48 hours later, let's put this up there. They tweet
2
out,
days.
after
2
pausing
days.
for
From
the
the official
weekend
tag,
to
that's what I was
assess the
talking about earlier.
security
That's right.
concerns, CBS and Stations is resuming its activity
We'll do
on
that
Twitter
next.
as we
The Twitter
continue
new
to
badger.
monitor
thank,
this situation.
thank goodness.
First
'Cause
of
I
all,
wanna know too. I
monitor
haven't
the
read it yet.
situation. Again, what does that mean? Security concerns. As you said, okay, there's an argument, I guess, to be made. You know, frankly, if you're a journalist or security, if you don't have secure comms anywhere,
Right.
that's a huge problem. You know, Instagram DMs, Twitter DMs, Facebook
The
messages,
very least
any of
used
these places.
signal. But I mean, a real
Right.
news organization like this will have their own set up system for
Yeah, Proton Mail.
corresponding with confidential
Mail.
sources.
Right.
Proton
yeah. Look,
Mail.
if you really want to be secure, use Proton Mail and use Signal. Like that's basically all I use.
I'm assuming Proton Mail is essentially just an email and server
All
that's
encrypted.
encrypted peer to peer. Okay.
Especially Signal in private communications for this exact reason,
I use Gmail.
especially when talking about something sensitive regarding sources
I'm
and
not
others.
talking about
Those are the
anything. I
only
don't care. You know.
places there's the only place that I'll correspond with anybody on. So
I'll just hit
okay,
you up
I think
on
that's
Signal.
a fine
Thanks.
time
I
actually
don't
to
want the
remind
government to
everyone
know about.
Talk to each
why
other
you
on
should
Signal.
be doing that. But it was complete and total virtue signaling, and it just belied like this real crazy panic that happened, on Friday after the news or Thursday night. By the way, shout out to Counterpoints because they had breaking news coverage on that, the mass firing that was happening at Twitter.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh my God, Twitter's dying and all that. Guess what, guys? It's been like 72 hours and Twitter is fine. It turns out it was working completely fine. Says something interesting that you could fire 88% of employees from whenever you take something over, and the platform still works, which is kind of crazy.
The eye roll, dude. The eye roll that he does there is like, it turns out like you can just fire like 80% of your employees and like everything's gonna be fine. Like, yeah, dude. How do you think that?
Yeah.
Have you seen Jack Dorsey's beard? Of course he's offering a fucking lavish living to these people, bro. They don't actually do anything.
Maybe it'll break, and we'll find out some
I mean-
news. I don't know yet.
Listen, I'm not a tech expert.
Right.
I think there is certainly a decent case to be
at
made
the
that,
ceiling, Crystal.
okay, the platform can continue just sort of like on momentum for
Yeah.
a while, but next time something breaks, next time there's an issue, do
It's
they
nice
have
deco, by
the
the way.
staff in place to be able to deal with that? I mean, they're talking about their like entire teams that are
Oh, yeah, that's
missing
what
at
I'm
this
talking
point.
She's like, if there's an issue, do you have staff that can figure? How long is it going to take Elon Musk, again, the richest man on the planet, to find someone, even if you just need
knows
him
how to
do one
code, by the
job,
way. He
even
could
if-
probably do it himself.
Even if you just need someone to do one job, how long will it take you to find them? It doesn't take
Not
a
long.
full day to fly anywhere on the planet.
Nope.
Even if you have to get them from a different side of the globe, it will take less than 48 hours. Twitter has been down before.
Yep.
We will survive.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
It will be okay.
It's not the end of the world if Twitter goes down.
No, and he won't have to fly someone from the other side of the planet to fix it. There will definitely be somebody in the same city as him who can do that job.
Oh, yeah. Or, very, very worst case scenario, he calls up one of his Tesla engineers over in fucking Texas and says, hey, I need you to fly out here real quick. The jet's waiting at the airport. I need you to get on the jet, come out here because I got some coding issues I need you to solve.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll be there in a minute.
Or also, there was a guy who used to work at Twitter who could solve that problem. Pay that guy $1 million. He's going to say, no, fuck you, you fired me. I think he'll say, yeah, I'll take the $1 million. I'll fix the problem. I'll go fuck off.
It's like that dude who opened the building after they
Yeah,
accidentally
that's
shut
what
all
I'm
the
saying.
badges
Yeah,
off.
Pay him money, he'll probably do it. It doesn't, those people don't care. They don't care.
I'll take the money. You just fired me.
Yeah,
I'll take the money.
That's fine. I'll take $1 million.
Also, they all got severance packages.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
They are going to be fine.
Yeah.
Basically, the people that stayed by reports are people who are worried about their immigration status and need the job to be able to stay in the country. Yeah, I mean,
that's a
really,
good
I,
point.
mean,
Just
I
all
think the rest of the
immigrants.
staff
The
was
only
like,
people who stayed is people who need that job to stay in the country.
That is a good point, though. I should add, though, like if you do have a job like that and you do lose your job and because I might have fired an employee that his status on living in the country was dependent on him having a job.
Yeah.
And that weighed heavily on my mind before I fired him. But also I had to fire him because he was a piece of shit employee.
Yeah.
So but that's a real life deal. Like as Elon Musk, who employs thousands of people around the world, he definitely does think about that. But also he goes, well, this is how I also run a business. So, got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to keep you around just because of your immigration status. I'm sorry. If you're a net asset to my business, I will keep you around.
Right.
But I'm not gonna make a business decision based off of your reality. I'm sorry. That's not how the world works.
all right, good luck with what you're doing there and your little hardcore pledge. I think I'm going to go take the 3-month severance and see if greener pastures
Right,
exist.
except for the people who stayed.
It is like, it is wild the way that he has just careened from one idea to the next. It has been truly chaotic and insane, especially when you consider that he at least purports to believe Twitter is actually really important, that it is the digital town square. And that's why I care about this ultimately, because I think these social media.
Time. That's what they've all been saying.
That's been the argument.
He believes this. That's what you've been saying.
Yes.
You were saying nationalize it because you said the same shit.
But now that it's a single person that has sole control, you're like, I don't trust him.
It's horrific.
It's horrific. It's the town square. It should be the government.
Would be better than the
nationalize
government owned it, right?
Yes.
Would be definitely freer if the
Doesn't
government
matter
owns
that
it.
like more people are on Twitter now than ever before. There's more active daily users than ever before.
They'll get into that. Yeah.
Oh, they will.
Media platforms, they are sort of they are natural monopolies. Like the value from them comes in the fact that everybody is there. That's why things like Gab and Parler and True Social or whatever were always going to be sort of a sideshow to the main event. And so it does matter the quality of the platform, the quality of the tools. It matters.
Wait. So Twitter is a quality product?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing now?
Apparently.
Apparently Twitter is not garbage anymore?
Nope.
Oh, interesting. Compared to like Mastodon and Gab and Truth, like Twitter's actually where it's at. Interesting. This is the first I've ever heard of this.
Whether it can persist into the future and what
But
that
she
all
hates herself
ultimately
for
looks
saying it.
like.
You could see it.
And the level of just sort of like throwing everything against the wall and careening from one decision, like, and then totally doing a U-turn in the completely opposite way is not a great way to run a company.
Yeah, and I will say the thing that actually pissed me off the most is actually somehow getting the least amount of attention. When he said, quote, new Twitter policy is freedom of speech but not freedom of reach.
Yeah.
Negative hate tweets will be max deboosted and demonetized. No ads or other revenue. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out, which is no different than the rest of the internet. I mean, look, as I have said from the beginning, what does negative and hate tweet even mean? Who decides? What's hateful? What's negative? You ask one person on the left, they're going to say this is hateful. You ask one person on the right, they're going to say that is hateful.
Yeah.
What qualifies as negative? It's all in the eyes of the beholder, and it should not be up to some sort of centralized decision-making authority. I know it's
Whether
uncomfortable.
it's Elon or anyone else.
Yes, anyone. Which exactly, like who knows how exactly this is going to be enforced? And can you even?
They're gonna get to it. I'm not. Again, it's been fucking like 2 weeks, right?
Give him a fucking minute, dude.
I'm not even like a mad
Let it
Elon
cook.
guy. I'm not even a mad Elon guy.
I know, I am.
But he just bought the company.
Let
Give it
it-
some fucking time. He's
Exactly.
never owned a social media company before.
Yes.
I would not expect anybody, even someone who's plotted it for 10 years, to be able to step into Twitter and be like, I know exactly what I'm going to do next. There's no way.
No.
There's no, you just went from a public company to a private company. You got to get some shit figured out. You just also fired how many people. You got to
All
get
the
it together.
people.
Give him some time.
This has been
he
like-
even said, he's like, we're figuring out a council that we're going to do to get this whole content moderation
that
thing
also was just a ploy to keep advertisers.
That's fine.
It's not. He did it, and then he was like, hey, "This is ridiculous. We're moving on."
That's fine.
I am Lord Emperor of Twitter at this point because I am Elon Musk. But I just want to say this too: the concept of, let's say, like you just said, like if Jack Dorsey had left the board of Twitter and then somehow or other become Elon Musk level rich, right, and decided to buy back Twitter with all his billions of dollars, he's the sole proprietor. Once again, he's the sole owner. Jack Dorsey, he's back in charge. It's still going to take him time to like get things where he wants to do. He did a hostile takeover of a company who, by all rights, everybody that works there probably hates his guts for doing that.
And they oppose him ideologically.
100%,
They
right?
just found the whole closet of the shirts that say "Stay woke."
Stay
Like,
woke,
yeah,
bro.
so he's-
That whole thing was legit.
He's weeding through a lot of shit.
Yes.
That building is what it looks like.
100%. He's weeding through a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, when I've seen what I've seen throughout the couple weeks that this happened, I got nothing bad to say. I think he's doing the best he can.
So like I said earlier,
he's doing the best he
and
can.
nothing is functionally different on
No,
Twitter now than
it
it was
still
3
fucking
weeks ago.
works.
It's the
It
same
still
thing.
works. I don't give a shit. It still works.
No.
It's fine. Also, it's free.
Yeah.
Can I just remind everybody that it's fucking free? So this is the first time a social media platform that is free to everybody to own, and to this point still, right? It is still free to everybody to own and to participate in some fashion, where it has become privately owned with a profit-driven business model, and it has essentially still worked every day.
Yeah.
That's what do you want?
Just give it some time. Yeah.
Give it time. And I will say this too, because Tim Pool has been he's been heavily critical every day along this entire path. And the only thing I just want to tell Tim is chill the fuck out. Let it happen. This stuff takes time. Just wait and fucking see how this works out. Give it 30 days. Make a judgment call. Give it another 30 days. Make another judgment call. This is a private company, bro. How he knows specifically. It really pissed me off, actually. I was a little upset at him over the last couple of weeks because he's making so many like drastic judgments. Well, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? Why don't you free everybody from Twitter jail? Why don't you do it? Motherfucker, He's got an entire company full of woke ass employees. He
Right.
needs to take his fucking time and be careful and go create the environment he needs to create smartly. How's Cass Castle doing? How's your giant media empire going? Once you expanded, you did all this stuff. It's been rather slow. It's been plateauy. Chill the fuck out. Let the man cook. He will build you a Twitter that you will like on the back end. Quit judging him day to fucking
Yeah.
day, man. It's like this stuff takes time.
Give time.
Enforce it, given the amount of staff that you have. It's actually cheaper and easier in the long run to just say all tweets get equal treatment as long as they abide by the First Amendment. I mean, and Twitter.
Also, that's
Twitter's,
not that easy to do.
Use policy or whatever it's called, users' terms of service. Where
Okay, sorry. So easy. Write me some code that allows the platform of Twitter to get rid of anything illegal.
Right.
Just write me some code that'll do it. It's that easy, right? Just do it.
Stuff to moderate.
Just do
shit,
it, man.
right.
like
There's
you can't
there's a
dox
whole
someone.
thing.
Okay, but that's fine. Just let it all float free. It's easier to moderate.
Fire
But
Sagar and tell him
this
to
is
learn
what he's
the
getting
code.
to. At the end of the day, this is an admission that ad revenue is still king at Twitter. They have to care about ads and what gets served and what's not, because that is the major revenue line. It's also, frankly, an admission that the initial Twitter Blue rollout was a total failure. They say it will come out
Definitely was.
sometime
And we
at
all
the end
found out
of
the
November.
most
By the way,
hilarious
you
way
and I are
possible.
losing our check marks. What a cry. I'm
devastated.
I could care less.
A lot of companies out
Twitter
there took a
check
huge
mark
hit
or
for a
not.
minute.
The point is that they are admitting essentially here that they really do not have any
Right.
real
So
subscription
also,
plan in
this Twitter Blue thing, they're like, oh, cry about losing our check marks. They don't care because there's still an official tag underneath their
Mm-hmm.
name that's going to say that they are who they say they are. They don't have to
Their
pay.
legacy check
Yeah,
marks.
they don't need to be. They don't need to pay to be verified, right,
'Cause they
with a
already
blue
are. Mm-hmm.
check mark because they already are.
That is the quiet part out loud at this point that a lot of people are like, well, we're going to lose our blue check mark. None of that has happened.
Right.
None of that has happened. All the representatives,
Still
all the,
getting an
all the
official
Congress
tag
people, they all
underneath
get it, and it's underneath the name. It says official. This is an official account. It's been that way.
Right. So your claim that will now, I mean, the claim against the initial fuck up, right, is we fixed it.
We fixed it.
Don't worry about the verified now. You're official.
Yeah.
You're an official account of who you are.
Yeah.
Don't worry about verified.
Some publicly traded companies
Yep.
lost a bunch of money, but they got it back. It's fine.
Yeah.
That was, and everybody on the internet had a really good time. It all worked out.
interim, and that their content moderation policy is going to effectively be downstream of that. I will say I saw a little bit of good news, which is that there was a leaked document saying that the secondary thing that they are working on is called Blue for Enterprise. So I get maybe they heard our ideas, about charging companies and others.
little
We'll
Yeah,
see,
it
but
was you,
that's not
right?
nearly as much in discussion as the actual Twitter Blue verification rollout, which, look, I want to see initial numbers and revenue. It's a private company, so we'll never know fully what it is.
Right.
According to Elon right now, they
This is
say
why I
that
say breaking points at best is center left. Because Sagar can't be anything more than center left at best.
at best.
At best.
there's maximum.
Your suit
There's
is a
more
lie, bro.
users on the platform than any time before. But there's no way to know.
But-
And
well-
also, why does
Your
that matter
haircut
if you have no
tells it all.
advertisers?
That's it. Is,
Why does it
I
matter
mean,
if you don't have
okay,
any
that's
advertisers?
fine.
That's what he just
But
said, right? About you have more people on the platform than ever before. Why does it matter? Because you have more people on the platform than ever before. The concern is, well, you're not going to have any people in here because no one's going to be able to know if anything is true, and no one can trust the information. So we can't put ads on here because who knows about the content? But there's more people on here than ever. So if there's more people on than ever, the advertisers have more reason than ever to advertise there because there are more eyes on there. That's why that matters.
The only reason advertisers cared about their Clorox ad,
Clorox.
well, Clorox
I'm
ad,
fucking
Clorox, the Clorox ad being next to an ISIS beheading video is because somebody cared to say something about it.
Right.
They don't care
That's a cultural
where
deal.
it goes. It is 100%. It's societal and it's a cultural deal.
If you shut the fuck up, we wouldn't have any issues.
Also, I will say this, it would not necessarily be a bad thing for America if a bunch of companies advertised on Twitter that didn't care where their advertisement was in front of.
Right.
Especially when you're talking about fucking Twitter, where it's just in the fucking news feed. It's just as you scroll, there's a sponsored ad. It's not attached to a specific video. It's not going to cut in the middle of video and advertise for fucking Kellogg's cornflakes while some poor journalist is getting their head chopped off by ISIS. It's just going to be a fucking separate ad on Twitter as you scroll through other people's independent posts. As far as advertisers are concerned, Twitter's one of the safest goddamn places you can be because it's just in your feed. That's all. I don't understand how this works because I know how ads work on Twitter. I know how that works. They just get more, they get bumped up more in people's feeds versus other people's feeds. Whatever. It's just an advertisement in the middle of your feed while you're looking at the rest of your fucking chaotic mess that is your Twitter feed.
Right.
It's not I will say this. We used to talk a lot about the difference between your home Twitter and your latest post Twitter.
Yes.
Since Elon took over, I've been hanging on the home Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't fuck with latest. I go back and forth. I will scroll through my latest tweets thing, but then I'll go back over to home Twitter at this point because it's way more fun. Because there's just way more shit going on. But and I will tell you, as far as my ads are concerned, it's the same ads doing the same shit all the time. There's no difference. This is a completely different platform than any other one. You get an ad in between separate posts. It's not like a YouTube video. Like, I don't understand why advertisers are that concerned about how they're advertising on Twitter. You just get served ads, man. Like, what does it matter? And even then, even if it did matter at that point, right? What is wrong? Let me ask you this question. What is wrong with advertisers who are okay with just selling to people that only prescribe to your ideology? Why is it that, like, on Drinking Bros, ghostbeds.com has been a loyal fucking advertiser the whole time? Why is it that on fucking Timcast, Safe and Ready Meals, or whatever that collagen website, what's wrong with them if they're okay with just being like, yeah, dude, just sell our shit. I don't care.
Whoever's going to take money.
Just do it. What's wrong with that?
That's the
Is
point
there
being
some
a
kind of
business.
legacy thing that we have to, like, bow down to the corporations who have been there long enough to sell us fucking sugar fucking Wonder Bread?
Right.
Advertise with the float on the goddamn Thanksgiving parade? Or Legos, who's going to have fucking... They did that song on their... I watched the fucking parade yesterday, and it was...
Okay.
Legos did... So everybody comes along, they have their floats come by, whatever, and then there's somebody that does, like, a little bit of a song, right? And they did... oh, God, what was the song? It's not Shake Your Moneymaker. It was like a... Oh, fuck. It was something along the lines like Shake Your Moneymaker. Oh, I can't remember the song. God damn it. But it's like, why...
The
why
Baby
you-
Got Back?
No, it wasn't Baby Got Back. That would have actually been pretty fire, but the idea... Fuck, it doesn't work unless I know the name of the song. So regardless, we're going to move on from there. Why does it matter? Why do we have to, like, give deference to legacy corporations who are only okay with selling their product on certain content? If you have an advertiser that's willing to sell their product to anybody, maybe you should just go with them.
Yeah.
Why do we have to have virtue signaling fucking corporations that we should agree are okay to be sold by? They're all terrible. They're all just terrible corporations.
Yeah.
If they're
Just
gonna
let it
sink their
ride.
own- if they're going to sink their own company, let them sink their own company. If they want to
Yeah.
advertise on a bunch of shows that offer hate-filled rhetoric talking about anti-Semitic shit, then let them do that. And if they want to be a company that's, supported by a fuckload of Nazis, then fuck them.
September 12th, glass it all.
I just don't think
Ghostbed.com.
that if that's what you want to do, like, there's not that many Nazis out there, and they probably won't be that good.
And
of a
also on
business
Twitter,
model,
that's not how it works.
Yeah,
You just get a fucking
on
ad
Twitter,
on your
right.
feed. That's all.
On social media specifically, it just goes. Like,
It just
they're
goes to
targeted-
Instagram or
they're
whatever.
Targeted to the point of, like, age and other shit that you have liked and stuff. But
Yeah.
especially big companies, they're not going through to make specific categories, that are, like, down to interest and stuff.
I
There's,
think the big thing is, like, when it comes to, like, because the adpocalypse was created by YouTube ads, right?
Yep.
It wasn't created by social media ads. This is something we carried over from then. Like, there is nothing to tell you if you're a crazy, for lack of a better, if you're a crazy right-wing extremist, right? And that's all you're seeing on your Twitter feed. Guess what? You're going to get the same ads as the people that are going to be on crazy left-wing woke Twitter. What's wrong with that? It's not attached to a specific video. No, it's a sponsored post in between other posts.
Right.
Who gives a shit? Why are we talking about this stuff on fucking Twitter, on Instagram, on fucking Facebook? It does not work the same thing. It doesn't act as an endorsement of a particular creator because it cuts out intermittently between whatever video you're watching on YouTube. The entire machine doesn't work the same way. I don't understand why advertisers are so forward in the conversation when it comes to Twitter. I don't associate any ads that I have on Twitter based with my Twitter feed.
No.
At all. It doesn't make sense to me on the base level as a consumer at that point.
That's silliness.
That's silliness.
Yeah.
Whatever type of ad I get, I don't notice whether or not it's because I'm fucking liking Count Dankula's fucking new tweets again.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't care. I don't get any association. It's not attached to its post or anything like that. It's separate 100%. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about, Donovan? I know that's your line, but what the fuck are we talking about?
They're all tweeting about like how the platform is about to tank and go under, and like the whole thing is a chaotic mess. But it doesn't matter much from a revenue perspective. This has always been the challenge with Twitter and with other companies too. I mean, the whole idea with these tech companies was in the beginning, a lot of them was like, oh, if you get the users, then we'll figure out the business model later. Right. And with Twitter, especially if many of the advertisers have fled at this point, the fact that you have more users on the platform for free doesn't actually help you in terms of your business model.
You're an idiot.
Going back to what you were saying about using the algorithm to suppress whatever he deems hate speech to be, this is in a lot of ways the most pernicious form of censorship, because at least with the bans, President Trump has been banned. There can be a public debate and discussion about that. There can be some pressure placed on the company, but it's very hard to determine what's being suppressed and what's not being suppressed. We see it on YouTube all the time where it's a total black box. I mean, we feel like, okay, this content didn't do well even though we thought it would. Is that because it's suppressed? Is it because people just aren't interested? Why did this segment blow up?
Girl, if
they're suppressing your shit all the time, right?
I was like, if Breaking Points is getting suppressed, we need to have a conversation.
Get out of here.
Come on, petticoat.
He talks about it more, and now, I'll just say that because we're already paused, but he talks more about some more details and stuff about, these videos will get this many views and now they're getting this many and the engagement and this type of stuff and this type of stuff. They just did the midterm stuff where they talked about the same thing for over a month.
Yeah.
They covered the same topics every day for a month.
Bro.
You could have gone through
mind-numbing.
You could have gone through and only listened to the second half of the show and you would have still got the same information because they talked about the same shit every fucking day.
Well, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday.
That's every day they were on the show. Go ahead.
They work real hard 3 days a week.
Yeah.
It's fine. And again, I just ask you, what is all this stuff actually? They're talking about possible cloak and dagger advertisement deals behind, in closed doors, because it doesn't matter what you actually see as a user. They're not talking about... now they're trying to get into YouTube shit and all this, which is a totally different ballgame. But as far as advertisers are concerned, when it comes to Twitter, this is all just whether or not I want to advertise on your platform, period, due to ESG score, how you run your company.
Right.
Up where it's unexpected, maybe people just had an interest in it we didn't expect, or maybe YouTube pumped the shit out of it. You can't, there's no way to know. Yeah. And you end up sounding like a crazy person talking about shadow banning and suppression and all of these things. And since there's zero transparency around how any of this is done, it ends up being actually a lot more nefarious and pernicious, in my opinion, than just the obvious things like the outright bans, where at least you can tell and say.
Who?
Just because there's X's over the microphones?
Oh yeah, those are different feeds, bro.
Okay,
it's different feeds. Yeah, I know. See,
we're
over there. We're good. Yee.
I was.
Yee.
My heart sank for a second.
Yeah, I can't even go over to see the rest of them.
I got you.
There it is, right there.
I got you.
Yeah, you're cool.
My heart.
This
sank
entire episode.
My heart sank. For a moment. My heart sank, bro.
Don't worry, bro. This is why I'm the producer. It's okay. And so you
Yeah,
don't have
I
to feel
just
these
should shut
feelings.
up. You're right.
I just feel these feelings for you. It's fine.
Say definitively what's going on.
Such a great point.
love you
Like
so much.
recently,
That
I
was
feel like
very
we've been
healthy.
losing our minds.
Thank
right?
you.
We've been getting
Thank
like
you
2,000 to
for
3,000
getting
new
to my level for a
subscribers
minute.
month on our YouTube.
I freak about
When
a
previously
way
we were getting
different things.
Tens of thousands a month. You and I have been doing this for a long time. I mean, we know what it should look like, and then
Right.
all of a sudden, just boom, overnight. Is it because of us?
Also, notice how they've instantly quit talking about Twitter and started talking about YouTube.
Yes.
They're talking about YouTube and their performance on YouTube, which is an entirely different platform that runs an entirely different way.
I don't know. Is it because of broader market conditions? I tend
probably
to
because your
suspect
guys'
so.
content
But
has
how?
gone down
We
the
don't know.
tubes.
We know nothing about controversial content, what's getting served. We can see our click. So it's like, okay, the click-through remains the same. Video's not getting. Why? What for? What reason?
Right.
Are the it's like, did people's user preferences change?
I love this
It's
so
like
much.
one of those things where, like you said, you genuinely feel like you're losing your mind.
Yes.
And that's a huge problem with, quote, shadow banning, what is negative, what's not. And he needs to release, at the very least, a guide. He's like, this is the exact criteria of which we will analyze.
Ask YouTube for that information, dude.
Ask the government, bro. The government is telling
Come
you, and the government
on.
is telling them, this is what you should say, and this is what
Yes.
you shouldn't say. Domestic violent extremism is bad. Anything that we're saying through corporate media is good. If you're going to say the same stuff that we are, we'll promote it. If
I did not
go
pick
fuck
up on
yourself.
this. The
Yes,
one time I
bitch.
watched this beforehand, I'm like,
Yes.
I missed when they shifted over to realizing
Yes.
that they're just talking about YouTube now. They're
Yup.
complaining about their underperformance on YouTube. Has nothing at all to do with
Right.
Twitter.
Because you talked about midterms, saying the same shit
Over and over again.
for a month.
Even people like you and me who listen to it because we have to, not because we want to.
saying,
We're
I'm
like,
getting tired of
this is enough, dude. I'm
Yeah.
fucking done with you. Come on. You're a waste of time now. How do you think the people that actually like you and listen to you because you generally have interesting things to say on certain topics, when you hit the same topic over and over and over again for over a month and don't say anything new, are you that surprised that your fucking numbers start to tank?
No.
Wake the fuck up. Wake up and realize what you're doing and where you're at. You're not on the hill anymore, dude.
Right.
This is independent media. This is on the internet. If you want to talk about some shit,
Gotta keep balling.
keep balling.
Keep
you
hustling.
can't play this fucking bullshit game anymore.
You may have
or
just hit your plateau.
Yeah.
You know?
welcome to the plateau, bitch.
Right.
Nice tweet, but even then, I mean, it's all
all about YouTube. They're
edge
just
cases
complaining.
are where it always matters, and especially high profile in the realm of politics. So we'll see, but I'm very disappointed in that decision.
Hey guys, ready or not?
You're very okay. The last fucking 5 minutes of that clip was them just bitching about their performance on YouTube.
Yeah.
They left Twitter behind and just started to bitch about their performance on YouTube and try to associate the two as if they're the same.
Yes.
Completely different platform, completely different operational, processes, if you will. Fuck these people, man. These people have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
Break it down, breaking points.
Sell your fucking YouTube or your union sweatshirts on your website and shut the fuck up.
We need to make a drop for breaking
God.
down breaking points. And so we'll go out, you and I, and we'll take pictures of you and I smashing stuff with a sledgehammer. And then we'll put it like on top of the Breaking Points logo. We're breaking down breaking points. So
I think
drop, breaking down breaking points.
I think we can make this a regular segment.
I think
You
we
tell me in
probably
2
can,
weeks we
yeah.
can't find one breaking point segment. We're like, this is what we're doing this week.
I think we probably can.
I think we should. Let's do that. I know there's nobody here today because it's like a weird day, but also my fault because you're moving to your new house. So
I'm really busy.
what is this? You sent me a post on here
Yes.
from Post Millennial.
Yes.
Trudeau referred to Canadians opposing to his government COVID-19 policy as members of anti-vax. Can we let's just play this?
Yep. Click on that. And
If
yep.
it comes from Post Millennial, I'm pretty okay with playing it. And this is Grab Bag, so we get after it.
Yep.
Yes, there is a small
Do you know he was on trial today?
That's so we're gonna watch this. Then we're gonna watch a thing from his trial.
Okay.
fringe element in this country that is angry, that doesn't believe in science,
That you were at the French Laundry?
that is lashing out
That was Gavin Newsom.
racist,
Oh, fuck.
misogynistic attacks.
They're basically the same.
But Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians, are not represented by them.
Sounds like a bunch of
And
ultra-MAGA
I
people.
know will not allow those voices, those special interest groups, those protesters who can, I don't even want to call them protesters, those
You can't call them that.
anti-vaxxer mobs to
Ultra-MAGA folks. That's what he's talking about. He's the
Yeah.
Canadian
Yep.
ultra-MAGas.
Yep.
dictate how this country gets through this pandemic
Ooh, it's over,
and
bro.
how we recover our economy
This from
free
Washington.
from
Granddaddy
lockdowns,
Biden said it's
where
over.
people can get back to work and back to doing the things they want to do and keep our kids safe.
From a while ago.
They don't get to dictate policy of this government.
He's so bad at this.
Yes. Okay. So
They don't get to dictate policy, all right? He is the worst world leader.
and then scroll down,
Okay.
and now
This is from
yes.
So, oh, fuck you, Pasovic. You and your fucking shield pillows. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait. Oh, here we go. Come on, post-millennial.
Can
Let's not
drinking
play like
water
get your shit
before
together.
bed burn
Damn it,
46
ads.
pounds
We're not gonna
in
play
2
this fucking
weeks?
ad.
If you are
We're just gonna
struggling
wait,
to
and
lose
then we're
weight
gonna talk,
and
we're
you're
gonna vamp, and then we're gonna go back.
Today we're surprising my army battle
You have
buddy
gotta
for
be
the house
joking.
What is
meeting.
happening?
KitchenAid
What
was
is
nice enough to
this?
send
This
us
is
some gear to
post-millennial
help
at
us
their
out
fucking
with
best
today.
right
are
here.
just
Cassandra Fairbanks
We got sent a bunch
is
of stuff
killing me
man.
right now.
Congratulations, man.
Although I
Right,
understand
right,
it's a
thanks.
tough-ass
Thanks.
world out there.
A
number
You
of
gotta
people
just
have
get these
testified in this inquiry referencing your widely published comments
On Rumble,
and calling
too.
the
Fuck you.
unvaccinated racists and misogynists. And we have heard testimony in this inquiry about how some of your officials wanted to label protesters as terrorists. Would you agree with me that one of the most important roles of a prime minister is to unite Canadians and not divide them by engaging in name calling?
No, of course not.
I did not call people who were unvaccinated names.
Yes, you did.
I highlighted
We just watched the video.
there is a difference between people who are hesitant to get vaccinated for any range of reasons and people who deliberately spread misinformation that puts at risk the life and health of their fellow Canadians. And
Well-
my focus every step of the way, and the primary responsibility of a prime minister, is to keep Canadians safe and alive.
I hate Justin Trudeau.
Lion ass.
Dude, you are so bad at this, man. You're so bad at this. At least if you're going to come up with a line of bullshit, look to granddaddy fucking Biden to figure out like there's a narrative you can form to like get away with it. Okay? He's been doing it for like 50 fucking years at this point. 47 if I recall correctly.
Not
But
today.
you're really, really, really bad at this, and it is a miracle that you're still in power.
Crushing it.
He's crushing it, baby.
He's crushing it, dude.
Why did you do this to
And
me?
today he was that he's under oath today.
Yeah.
And he's saying this shit.
Well, you know, there's
You
Canadian
lying.
under oath, and then there's
Yeah, we'll see.
we'll see. Okay,
What else you
so
got for the grab bag?
well, thank you for starting off the grab bag in such a powerful way and just
Absolutely.
demoralizing me right from the get go with fucking
That's what
Justin
you do to
Trudeau.
me every
I
time.
know. So we talked about it earlier, but this is a picture. This is a video from the Foxconn protests over in China.
Oof.
Because what had happened was,
Foxconn is the factory where they put together the iPhones.
yes, this is actually where you're assembled in Cooperstown. This is where your iPhone is built.
I think it says developed in Cupertino.
Oh, Cupertino.
I think that's what it says.
Okay, well, this is actually where your iPhones are built.
Where they're built.
Yes, this is the place that generally has people that try to kill themselves by jumping off the building,
They have
but they have
nets.
suicide nets
Yeah.
to catch them so they don't die.
That's
And
real. That's a thing.
The
Maybe we'll see them in the video,
maybe
depending
but-
on how high up the shot goes. I mean,
maybe. And but yeah, the reason they're rebelling at this point is because of China's zero COVID policy. They try to lock down Foxconn building at this point for an outbreak of COVID, and this is what we saw. Couple the dude with like the You can tell who the government shields are because they're the ones in like pandemic outfits. Don't talk about my people. There's barricades being torn down. This is not the only video I've seen either. There was one that took place at night, which was really rough.
I've seen half a dozen videos and I'm not even looking for them.
No, they just show up because, like, this is really disturbing, right? This is really disturbing to see, but also, what's even more disturbing is when we've showed them on the podcast before videos of the identification software that China has behind all these
On the
cameras,
street, yeah.
where they're picking out who these people are. Every single person that's protesting against this and is fighting back against this, the CCP has your name. They know who your family is, and they are coming after you.
Social credit score, baby.
Period. Oh yeah, your social credit score is 0 at this point, but also everybody in your family, all your associates now, they also have a 0 credit score at best. At fucking best,
Y'all
dude.
think North Korea is bad?
Bro. Okay, so let's read. Let's get rid of your DMs here because nobody wants to see your DMs. Elon Musk announces gold, gray, and blue badges for Twitter accounts.
Okay, this is what you were talking about
Yeah,
earlier.
so this is new here. Twitter billionaire
see.
Elon Musk. Of course, you get it. Twitter's billionaire Elon Musk announces Friday that the platform would be launching different colored badges to distinguish between accounts. Sorry for the delay. We're tentatively launching verified on Friday next week. He tweeted, gold check for companies, gray check for government, blue for individuals, celebrity or not, and all verified accounts will be manually authenticated before check activates.
There you go.
That's going to take a hot minute
There you go.
because there's going to be a massive flood in the beginning, right?
Yeah. And
So that's
you
interesting.
got to pay the $8 for this, right?
AOC, pay me $8.
Pay $8.
Pay $8.
Everybody got to pay the $8, right?
Well, that's interesting. They're going to pontificate further, and I'm not really that interested on hearing it. We know what he's going to do now. So, gold check for companies, which is nice to know the difference between just a verified account and an actual company account.
Yes.
That is nice to know. Gray for government, which is also nice because that's like the gray, the official. I'm a representative.
Right.
That's good to know.
This is
and
my
then
personal account.
yeah,
This is
and
my
then
government account.
blue checks for individuals. I
Musk
like that. I
proposed
like
a
that.
subscription for $8 a month to allow users to obtain the blue check, which is previously free but reserved for organization and public figures in an attempt to avoid impersonation and misinformation.
Yeah, because that was the problem. When
Yeah.
$8 first came out, a lot of people were like, well, I'm verified and I'm also General Mills now, so congratulations, General Mills. Get ready
Yeah.
for my memes.
Yeah, so I wonder if those checks are still you pay $8 for.
Oh, I'm sure there will be.
That's still the
And it's just a
$8.
matter of manually authenticating, which there will be a backlog. I'll tell
Let's
you right
see
now,
it.
there's going to be a backlog, and that's going to be a deal, but I'm into it.
Well,
Let's
there's
do
going
it.
to be a lot that are automatic. The companies, a lot of them, you know.
Oh,
if
yeah,
you can
because they're
match it with
previously
your- yeah.
verified. Here's a company.
So, yeah,
Check, check,
done.
boom.
You just
Done.
need one person.
Yeah.
That's one person actually sitting at a computer pressing buttons.
Hardcore mode activated.
That's right. He's,
Oh my god, that's fantastic. 100%.
should make that a drop.
I will now. Sorry, man. There's no more of this.
You're a lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
That's going to be replaced with. This is the kind of podcast we're creating for you. Biden administration pressured Trudeau to shut down Freedom Convoy. I didn't open that article yet from Daily Wire.
Of course they did.
This was good from the illustrious and always beautiful Lauren Chen.
You love Lauren Chen.
I don't. I like Lauren Chen a lot. I just appreciate her exterior.
Yeah.
The ADL says racism isn't just power plus prejudice anymore.
Good.
Which is already ideologically biased definition, but also the racism targets POC to the benefit of white people. It's literally impossible for POC to be racist against whites using the standard, even if they have power. So according to the Anti-Defamation League from their website, racism the marginalization and or oppression of people of color based on a societally constructed racial hierarchy that privileges white people. That's the ADL's new definition of racism. For fuck's sakes, bud.
That's not it.
That's not it.
It's still not quite.
Do you know what is it? Look at this fucking protest in Iran. This is from Friday. This is today. It's Friday. Today is Friday.
Yeah, it's throwing
But
me
yeah,
off.
it's going, dude.
It's been fucking the whole family. Yeah, it's not good.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I did my fucking beer show on this stuff when it first started popping off, and I was like, this might morph into something bigger.
It's a gang of people.
It's becoming something bigger, dude. It's not about Masa Hamani anymore.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about her anymore. Now it's just about the oppressive regime, and there's some things that could be happening here. So that's very exciting to see. I'm a huge fan. Oh, I just got to say this. I'm really disappointed in MTG for this turkey.
Doesn't even look done.
It's a 0 seasoning. And I don't know, that's obviously not MTG's post. It's from somebody else. But there's 0 seasoning going on in this turkey.
Yeah, and it doesn't look done enough. Maybe hopefully she's just checking it.
When you look at the legs, right, you could tell this meat is cooked because it's literally falling off the bone at this point, and it was well covered. And by the lack of browning on the skin, you could tell it was getting steamed pretty hard. So it was a nice seal on that turkey.
Should have uncovered it.
Where's
sooner.
the fucking flavor, dude?
Right.
What are you doing? MTG, we gotta talk because that is not how you cook a bird,
They're
sweetheart.
like, we'll just drown it in gravy instead. We won't worry about it making it actually taste good.
Amen.
I made the gravy yesterday for our Thanksgiving. I feel pretty good about it.
How'd you make your gravy? Talk to me about your gravy game.
Yeah, so Jordan's grandma had kind of had just started it when we first got there. So we had the smoked turkey, so there's not a ton of drippings with the smoked turkey. So prepare for that if that's how you make your gravy.
No, I'll bouge up some gravy. It's not a big deal. I got chicken stock.
So you just consider. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If that's how you usually make it, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, no. There's never enough drippings.
Oh.
There's never enough drippings on a turkey to make a solid fucking gravy without a little boost of some kind of stock.
Well, yeah, you gotta the way to really get the drippings is to put the butter under the skin, which is a real bitch to do, but...
And I'm not trying to work that hard.
But that's
that is a good point, though. That's how you do that, yeah.
Maybe I'll make turkey next year. You imagine how balling that turkey be if I'm making it, bro?
I mean, I hate to say it because you basic white bitch number one, but
oh yeah,
you know your way around the kitchen.
I be getting down when I get down.
Yeah, you don't be drinking pumpkin spice, but you know how to roast a turkey.
Yeah,
so do you know how to cook a beaver though? Okay, sorry.
No. So Jordan's grandma kind of just started when we got there, and so I took over, and she had just kind of tossed a little bit of flour in there, and it was still pretty a little bit thin.
Roux it up.
Yeah. So I took a little bit of bouillon, and added that to it.
Chicken bouillon?
Yep. And then thinned it out just a little bit more. Added a little
Was
bit
it a cube or did it come in the paste?
In a jar, yeah.
Yeah, the paste. That's the way you do it. That shit's fire.
Yeah, a big spoonful of that, a little bit more flour, some real hot water, to help. And then just stood there and stirred the piss out of that thing for a real long time, let it thicken up. It was delicious.
Good.
What happened?
I like that.
What happened there?
I was bi-curious, and I decided to make... I had a little bit of Oktoberfest in there, and I was like, I got a little bit of this double IPA left.
Ooh.
And we'd be mixing other beers, so I'm like, well, I should try this. I'm glad there's not that much left.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I have to make gravy tomorrow, which I will have to make gravy, that's all right, because I got a big jar of the bouillon ready to go, and then... I don't usually, when I make gravy, I don't usually fuck with the flour. I don't do flour butter. What I'll usually do is I do butter, obviously, Kerrygold, as we do.
Gotta do
You're
it.
welcome. And I'll add the stock in there. I'll do all that stuff. But then I'll make a slurry with cornstarch and water or cornstarch and milk. And I'll use that to thicken it after I like the taste of what's going on in the brothy aspect of things. and then I'll add a slurry to it afterwards. That way I'm not...
What is a slurry?
Well, there's the difference between making a roux and making a slurry, right? A roux is flour and butter off the bat,
Yep.
which you do kind of brown a little bit in the pan
Yeah,
beforehand, and then you add the liquid after.
Right.
Whereas a slurry is made after the liquid's already made, and it's made with cornstarch
Okay.
and water a little
Okay.
bit. So you take your cornstarch, put in a thing, mix it with some water or some milk, and then once it's hot, because you need the liquid to be hot already for that cornstarch to activate and to thicken
Yeah.
up, and then you add the cornstarch to it, and that's how you get the thickening that way. The difference between a roux and a slurry. Slurry is post, and it's made with cornstarch versus a roux is made with flour and butter beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah. Because, Kat, how are you taking my fucking... She took the lid off the trash can. All right. Let's get back to grandbaby type stuff. I'm really excited. I'm so ready to go down on Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. I am so excited about it. I've been seeing all these pictures everybody posts on social media, and I'm like, okay, I've just been putting it off. Tomorrow we're just gonna destroy Thanksgiving at this house. Okay, so we're gonna do. Did I go over the menu? Cat. She just knocked over the trash can on the dog, didn't she?
Yes.
And Chloe didn't give two shits.
No.
I drugged her right before the podcast, so she's probably high as fuck. She's got a little bit of what going on.
She's been chilling.
So I'm going to do some roasted veggies, a lot of like fall time root-based veggies. And then we got Chad's going to be making some mac and cheese stuff,
Right.
which he found out, which I'm probably going to have to make anyways because he's kind of a bitch and will talk a big game and then not do it. But he'll bring a lot of shit, and then we'll make some fancy mac and cheese, which, ow, cat, on my leg is not a scratching post. And then we're going to make, we got smoked turkey, we got sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes. I'm always going to make cranberry sauce every time. And I make it from scratch because fuck a can of jellied bullshit.
Yeah.
And I want to make some homemade dinner rolls, which I may or may not just make my bagel recipe, but make them into individual balls, not bagel them, boil them for a couple seconds, and make like bagel dinner rolls.
Yeah.
I think I might fuck with that
too.
because that might be kind of good.
Yeah.
I think that might be a thing that we might do tomorrow. So
Yeah.
So there's that. Okay, so I have an update for you.
Oh God.
Do you remember the shop teacher with the prosthetics?
Yeah.
And I don't want to go any further than that
Yeah.
because we have an update.
Oh God.
He/she is doing way bigger things.
Okay.
With skydiving.
Oh.
With skydiving, bud. And so there is our shop teacher.
Oh, we got a name and everything. Oh.
Yeah. Now it's Kayla Lemonix, I think.
Lemieux,
from
I think,
Lemieux.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah, probably because it's Canadian. It's Toronto.
Yeah.
But going
with an adult entertainer, like with a porn star.
Skydiving
Voodoo
with
porn
adult.
star, okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so that's a thing. But we're going skydiving. So there's a.
That's really funny.
I thought you would really appreciate that.
That's really funny.
Wow.
That's really.
That looks
really
like Point
funny.
Break. Right? That's a Point Break mask, right?
That's really, really funny.
We've come a long way since the fucking chop saw in woodshop class.
Is the jury still out on whether or not this is real? Like whether or not this guy's trolling or not? Or
I believe the jury's still out because that would probably come with like charges. So I would imagine you can't be doing that
just
shit.
gonna keep doing him. Huh?
Just
Them.
doing it.
Just
Or
keep doing them.
Just doing.
I don't want to get pulled from YouTube. I don't know what they're.
I don't think YouTube knows what's going on, so that's fine.
That's probably true.
But yeah, that's
just keep doing shop teacher.
just keep doing shop teacher.
That's
That's where
wild.
we're at now. So
That is wild.
and I will say that Luke Renkowski,
Rudkowski?
or whatever,
Rudkowski?
He kept it real and dressed up as shop teacher with the exact same prosthetics ordered from Amazon for the Cass Castle Halloween show.
Super expensive.
They are not cheap. They are not cheap.
Just a lot of like whatever they're made out of, whatever type of rubber, That's a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
material.
that's just a lot of material. Exactly. I mean, we're material men if we're not anything in life, right?
And you would think, the point of them is like to do shit with them, so they have to feel good. They can't like just be hard rubber.
Oh, no, yeah. It's like a real nice latex type of
Right,
deal that sits on
right.
you pretty comfortable. Yeah, Luke seems very at home with them. I'm kind of uncomfortable with the persona he adopts because he seems very into it. And I
Wear
wonder,
a shirt like that.
and you wonder why he's still single. I don't, because he's Luke. I'm really glad JBP's back on the platform of Twitter, because one of the very first things he tweets out is this beautiful tweet from Australia talking about parental control, right? And you know me with the we didn't talk about it really today, but the what's the name of that company? The offshoot Adidas, Yeezy, Balenciaga, that
Yep.
whole deal,
Yep.
right? I'm really into that whole vein of things right now, and I saw this thing from JVP, and this comes from an Australian minister from education.vic.gov.au. So this is an official Australian thing. So there may be circumstances in which students wish or need to undertake gender transition without the consent of their parents or caretakers, and or without consenting medical professionals. If no agreement can be reached between the students and the parents regarding the student's gender identity, or if the parents will not consent to the contents of the student's support plan, it will be necessary for the school to consider whether the student is a mature minor, giving them full control over whether or not they need to have gender transition surgery in Australia. So there's that. Australia, we thought we were over with you after the pandemic, but we're not. How do you feel about that, Donovan? How do you feel about it? You want to move to Australia anytime soon? How do you feel about that? Does it upset you? I'm trying to get you worked up here. It's pretty depressing, because that is a .au. This is a government sanctioned. This is what they're doing in Australia, man. First it's the fucking concentration camps. Now it's you don't get a say as a parent.
This is a natural side effect of ceding more and more and more and more power to the state.
Mm-hmm.
You don't
Because
even
when the
have
state goes crazy,
you don't even have a recourse now in Australia if
No.
they come and take your kid from you because you can't fucking defend yourself, you can't defend your family, you can't fight back, you can't do anything.
Nope.
And nobody else around you can help. You can't, if you do have a gun, if you did hold out, you're the only one. Nobody else can help you. You're just gonna die in your house around your family because you're an asshole.
Yeah. Welcome to Australia, I guess. You remember the illustrious
Don't worry, the state
publication
knows better than you do what's good for your kids.
Exactly.
Don't worry. The state knows. It's okay.
So I'm going to switch back so I don't spoil it. Don't look at that. Just talk to me over here. Do you know the illustrious publication known as Nature?
Oh, yes.
Right. How much respect would you say Nature has in the world
That's
these
a
days?
big
I mean, it's
magazine,
a big
yeah.
magazine. They're peer reviewed and whatnot. They got good shit going on. Well, what would you say if Nature magazine decided to post an article called "Decolonization should extend to collaborations, authorship, and co-ownership of knowledge"? Wait, what? Decolonization should extend to collaborations, authorship, and co-creation of knowledge. This is Nature going full ass woke, dude. This is from Nature. This isn't like an opinion piece or anything like that. This is from Nature. Decolonization should extend to collaborations, authorship, and co-creation of knowledge. Working from an international research organization that studies global food products, I think we as an organization need to change the reward structure. The current one tends to reward pure science first, then applied research and outreach, and it tends to exclude the global south. Because much of the work there is more locally contextualized and applied, decolonization should go beyond simply citing colleagues from developing countries to including them in conferences and as co-authors, especially if we are creating knowledge together. According to a 2021 study, only 16% of articles in high-profile development journal journals were authorized by researchers exclusively based in the global south. 73% of authors come from the global north.
Who gives a fuck?
Well,
What does that
this
have to do with anything?
that just means that this is an underprivileged group of people in the world
Do you
who
think
need to be.
hold on, let me ask you. Do you think there are more scientists in Africa or in fucking Europe?
I mean, simply due to like population density, I'm going to assume Europe.
Yeah, probably fucking Europe.
But they're
Probably fucking Europe.
But they're decolonized civilizations, so we should probably give them a weighted average and
if you're
have them
doing
not.
science, then put your name on it. If you aren't doing science, then do more science.
But what if there's not enough people doing science in the geographic south? Then we need to make sure that the geographic south is overrepresented.
Yeah, then decolonize Africa. Right? That's going to be the way to go.
That's the way it
Decolonize
goes.
Africa, decolonize Australia, and operate less within their borders. Let China figure that shit out. That's working out really good for those countries, right? That they're just involved with crippling fucking debt now, and all this infrastructure that isn't worth a shit. Oh, I don't know, 5 years after it's been there. Just like all these videos that we see and then are immediately taken down out of China of entire fucking buildings that are 5-10 years old falling down because they're so horrifically bad at building anything, and they've sold highways and high-rise buildings to African countries for 4 times what they're worth plus 20% interest. Like, yeah, it's fine. Let's de-fucking colonize Africa, right? Decolonize everywhere in the
In
south.
science, especially.
Yep, it's better. It's better if we
way
let
better.
other people do it.
So the point of that entire article is nature is now a journalistic outlet that you do not need to pay attention to anymore because they've gone full woke. It's over at this point. It's gone. We're losing institutions left and right. We're losing institutions left and right. And we wonder why we have such societal problems. Now, I'm about to show you a video that's about to become very uncomfortable.
Triple uh-oh.
Boo.
Drippies.
Drippies.
It's all
That's
all
why
bad.
that's why it's the studio. You remember earlier today we talked about the shooter from Colorado,
Yes.
and I told you there's a video of his dad.
You okay?
This is the video of his dad.
Okay.
So
This is his father.
Yodi's lapping up the beer.
That's awesome.
I love it. This is his father, and it's. I wonder if we should start with this video because this is the bad one. Hang on, I think I have the other one. Do I have the other one? Yes. Okay. This is the one that you can probably
That dude's
understand.
huge.
Okay, so
He's
this guy
jacked is what I mean.
This guy has a illustrious career.
Okay.
After fathering this child and abandoning him, he went on to have a pornography career.
Oh.
He went on to have a MMA career.
Oh.
I believe fighting. I forget which. Never been in the UFC.
Okay.
It was pre-UFC type of. It was coming up
Yeah, he
type of
looks
world,
older.
right? Yeah, he's been hit in the head a lot, as you'll find out. But he's had a very historic career at this point, and now journalists have found him out, suck him out, and have been trying to get interviews from him based off of the fact that his child is now a mass shooter.
Okay.
Now this, and I say that because, like, obviously he's as surprised as you are at this point
because he's not involved with this
Yes.
child.
And so we're going to show 2 videos. The first one is much easier to understand, and you'll find out why.
Okay.
But
It's like probably some drugs, maybe.
there's a lot of meth, I'm pretty sure, involved in
All
his
right.
life. So this one's easier to understand. So we're just going to start with this, and then we'll go to the other one.
Was there any history of mental illness with him, or when's the last time you saw him?
My son, I hadn't seen him for years. I thought he committed suicide. His mother told me that he. I'll give you a history. I was a porn star. Okay, I became a porno star in 2002, and I combined that with a mixed martial arts career. And my ex was finished. She took off with my son. I hadn't seen him for years. The little that I did see my son, I tried to give him, a father figure, or whatever. I didn't know where his whereabouts were. I found out recently that he did not kill himself in 2016. That he was alive and well. And he lives in Colorado.
Yeah. Why did you think he had killed himself?
His mother told me this. She said that he killed himself because of.
So at this point, no idea what has happened.
Right.
No idea what has happened.
Still right now?
Yeah, he has no idea what has happened with his son right now. He has no idea what he did in Colorado yet.
Because I'm an embarrassment to him. My son is I loved him so much. I didn't want to lose. Be around. I wanted to be around my son and be there for him. I have a daughter the same way I had my son. I never see my kids. I never, but I want to be in his life. He's been accused of doing some crazy thing. I don't know what he's been accused of. I can't get answers from the attorneys really, but they're saying that somebody's it's involving a gay bar or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what the heck he did. We have a gay bar. I don't know what's going on.
Well, he's accused of going on a mass shooting at a gay bar and killing 5 people.
Colorado.
Okay, well, that's shit. If he's accused of doing that, I'm surprised he's not gay. I can say that, but he's not gay. Okay.
Surprised.
When was the last time you saw him?
Yeah.
What?
Shit, it was. I saw him. I made efforts to see him, but I think I see him in 2011.
2011.
Yeah.
It's been quite some time.
Is it 2011?
11 years ago?
Yeah.
Was there
Okay. And that's the
What the fuck?
That's the better video.
Involving multiple people.
That's the better video.
There was a shooting involving multiple people.
Right.
And then later on going to find it's a gay bar.
Yeah, right. And
I was like, oh my God, is he gay? I was scared. Oh my God, shit, is he gay? And he's not gay. So it's
well, you guys
thank
had
God he's not
conversations
gay, right?
about that. You were.
Oh yeah, I was adamant.
Told him, yeah, you were adamant that gay is
this ain't
bad.
happening. I'm a Mormon. I'm a conservative Republican, and we don't do gay. We don't do gay.
Yeah.
I can't get answers from the attorneys really, but they're saying somebody's involving a gay bar or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, and then it goes back to the other video, but
I'm surprised he's not gay, he said in the first one, and then they slowed and he's like, yeah, no, I don't do that.
Mm-hmm. And so when you think about the upbringing of the young man that did that.
What the fuck?
That's his fucking father. So there's that, bud. Happy fucking grab bag for you, big guy.
Happy Thanksgiving, right?
Happy Thanksgiving, bud. Did you watch
Fauci?
Did you watch the Fauci thing?
I didn't.
Oh, because it's not so much a Fauci thing, it's more of a Cream Jean-Pierre thing, which is awesome because she goes full on mommy mode, media, shut the fuck up. I'm in charge here.
That's so funny.
So we're gonna give you a little uplift after that.
About this. Dr. Fauci, only 13% of...
Hold on 1 second. We have a process here. I'm not calling out on people who yell. And you're being disrespectful to your colleagues, and you're being disrespectful to our guests. I will not call on you if you yell. And also, you're taking time off the clock because Dr. Fauci has to leave in a couple of minutes. I'm done. I'm not getting into a back and forth with you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Dr. Fauci,
but she's
only
asking
30
great questions.
You're not Jeremy.
No,
If you ask your question, you should allow her to answer the question.
It is not your turn. It is not your turn.
Because what's happening here, right? They're trying to ask Dr. Fauci about the origins of COVID. Somebody is asking that in the crowd, right? And it's not her turn to ask. And so this other guy is like, she's asking a legitimate question. He's standing up for this one reporter who's not getting called on.
Yeah, okay.
You can't read a press briefing. You need to call from people across the room. She has a valid question. She's asked about the origin of COVID.
I hear the question.
And Dr. Fauci is the best person to answer.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it. This is a disrespectful. It is. I'm done, Simon. I'm done. Simon. I'm done. I'm done with you right now.
Ooh.
Boom. I am done with you right now.
Ooh.
End of clip. That was fire, dude. How dare you ask about the origins of COVID and then somebody stand up for you and say, she's asking a legitimate question. She is asking a legitimate question. Simon, I am done with you.
Yeah.
We're done here. This is not how we do things. You don't get to ask Dr. Fauci about the origins of COVID because I did not call on you.
Right.
And I didn't call on her, obviously. Now you're standing up for her.
I like it.
And she's
We're not
a
doing this
fucking-
how you want it.
Like, there's Kayleigh McEnany, who obviously she's something.
She was good.
I'm a huge fan of Kayleigh McEnany in more than one way.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. But also, I got nothing bad to say about, other than her ability to do her job is subpar.
Yeah.
But as far as, other aspects of things, she's a very beautiful woman. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
I don't hate her at all. I like it a lot.
I like it.
I also get really upset because I know for a fact part of the reason she has her job is because she likes women.
She does.
More than men.
That's a fact.
That is
More
a
than
fact.
men.
And that makes me sad inside
Yeah.
because I know I'll never have a chance. I'm really sad because she's a very beautiful woman.
Oh my
And she's gone. She's gone.
Oh god.
Let's
All
see
right,
here.
give me one more. Let's
Okay,
see what you
let's
got.
do one more. Let's see. It's early, bro. It's only 5:52. Oh no, Courtney Killen. Yeah, it's a sign of her reparations. Oh, let's just end the show on a happy note.
All right.
And let's talk about Balenciaga, huh? Shall
Readers
we?
added content though they thought people want to know.
This I really like this, right? The context, because this is relatively new to Twitter, right?
Yep.
It's actually part of the reason why I added this. First, this is from Shoe on Head, which
Yep.
we all know and love. Shoe on Head, she's
We do love
great.
Shoe on Head.
Trad wife material, 100%. The brand Balenciaga just did a interesting photo shoot for their new products recently, which included a very purposely poor hidden court document about virtual child porn. Now, the photo shoot in question entails this picture. Have you seen the picture before? Did we go?
You showed them to me just at work
yeah.
last week.
So there's that.
Where the kids all look real uncomfortable, like they don't look pleased to be there.
And she's on a
you
bed.
know? Yep.
She's on a bed. S&M gear, full clad. Then we have this weird. Okay, there's the purse. Obviously, is the item in question.
Yep.
But you zoom in a little bit, and there's this weird court document. There's a court document in
Yeah.
this very planned photo shoot. And now readers added context through, though thought people might want to know. Although Shu often comments, I like this a lot because they mention her by name. Although Shu often makes comments to make amusement or laughter, this is the authentic Balenciaga marketing photo. It contains an excerpt, or it contains an excerpt from the U.S. court opinion in United States versus Williams, which upheld part of a federal child pornography law. Why? I ask you, why is there a picture advertising this purse with a purposely thought out, printed out, and made visual picture of a court document talking about child pornography in law?
Especially because it's not an accident, right?
It's
There's no
definitely
way
not
that
an accident.
There's the likelihood
After this
in
photo
which
shoot,
people,
after this picture is taken, along with this picture, why is that other picture included in that Photoshop?
well, the chances that they, just to add context, right? The chances that they grab a random handful of papers from a random trash can, and one of them happens to be from a U.S. Supreme Court opinion from however long ago, and that happens to be the one that ends up on top when they spread them out on the table.
It happens
I mean,
to.
it's bajillions to one.
Well, and the
Bajillions
fact
to
that
one that is
there's
a,
more
just a
than one
coincidence.
person that approved this photo shoot.
Sees it, yeah, takes the picture, sets it up.
Multiple executives that said, yeah, this is what we're going to go with.
Not one person says, what's actually on that paper that's under there?
Yeah, not
because
one-
we definitely don't live in a culture of backlash,
That's the
right?
charitable. That's the charitable interpretation, if you ask me. Oh, there's a Chloe. I love you. There's a Chloe. There's a show dog. And that's the charitable interpretation, if you ask me, because you do the photo or you plan the photo shoot, you hire the photographer, you plan everything out, and then you say, "Hey, this is what we want to do. This is the photos we took, and this is what we're going to market out on social media, how many executives are in the room that said, yeah, that's the shit right there.
Right.
That's the shit. That's what we're going to do. That's the most charitable interpretation, because how many people planned that photo shoot and decided that was the picture you were going to take?
Right.
Was it just the photographer? Could be. Like, I don't want to be disingenuous or something like that. It could be just the one person that was like, this is the pictures we're going to take, and I'm going to try to sell them to this ad agency. I'm going to sell them to this product, and then that line is going to approve whether or not it goes out or not. Here's my photos. Go to town, approve them or don't.
Right.
Like, that's charitable, right?
Yes.
Because one person made the decision to include that in there, and then the board just saw the pictures. Were like, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. We're not going to look close. It looks cool. Moving on.
Don't need it.
But this, I'm getting real worked up on the.
I'm getting
real worked up on the degradation of society lately.
Yes.
And this is fucking it. This is like straw that broke the camel's back. I'm about to be hashtag fucking you're a groomer, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be one of those people on Twitter real quick. I'm tired of seeing this shit, dude. I'm really tired. I watched the fucking Macy's Day Parade. That's the Thanksgiving one, Macy's Day?
Yes.
Yeah. I watched that parade yesterday, and I saw that fucking Lego float go by, and they played some very inappropriate song, considering this is a child's product.
Right.
And I'm like, why are you... It's like, shake your money... I can't remember exactly what it was. Thank God.
Thank God I can't remember.
It really upset me at the time.
Yeah.
But it just... I'm like, I'm done seeing, like, for lack of a better term, like, child exploitation material in pop culture.
Right.
I am fucking done with it. And if I have to see if I have to see more, I'm going to continue to get, like, exponentially angry, because this shit is gone bananas. It's gone insane. We've gone from, it's okay, it's just one, like, drag show story hour. It's just one. It's not a big deal.
Right.
To, it's fucking everywhere now, to the point where there's a fucking mass shooting at one. I'm not associating the two. I'm just saying they're so prolific at this point. You can have a mass shooting at one because they're so prolific.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only angle of that I'm taking. But they're fucking everywhere. A child-friendly drag show everywhere. There's something going on here that I can't quite put my finger on, and I'm very, very, very uncomfortable about it, because it has to do with child exploitation. And it's pervasive at this point. And it has been so mainstreamed, and has been so accepted, that I can't do it anymore, man. Luckily, this particular Balenciaga ad has had enough backlash where they removed the ad, they removed the product line, and everything else associated with it. Oh, shit, huh? Yes. In the last, 48 hours. Because this came out, I believe, on, Tuesday or Wednesday. And since then, retracted. They've gotten enough pushback, they pulled back the entire fucking line. They're not even selling this shit anymore.
Wow.
You can't find it on their website, you can't do nothing. It's all gone. That is a good sign.
Yeah.
But that is a serious fucking problem. That a brand like Balenciaga is willing to do that. And just, it's fine. It's okay.
Right.
We are not we're not ancient Rome. We're not fucking, Troy back in the day. We're not living in those ages where this type of behavior is something that is societally, approved of or passed on.
We're quite past
We're
this.
quite past this. We don't need to revert. Okay? We did slavery once. That was bad. We decided to go back on it. No. I'm very serious.
I got you.
We hit that point, and then we're like, this is a bad deal, period. We're pulling back societally. We're not going to do this anymore. Nobody's going to do this anymore as far as, acceptable society goes. Acceptable society. God, I can't do it. I can't say acceptable society is concerned. But, when you look at history and all that stuff, there was a lot of weird young child type relations and shit, going back to Roman history, Greek history throughout. And there was a point at which I thought we were fucking past that, and we decided it was not societally okay to do that. It was societally unacceptable. Nailed it on the second try.
There you go.
I'm not okay with going back there because it feels like that's what we're trying to do. And I'm not okay with doing this. And I'm getting really upset about it because it seems to be more every fucking week there's a new story talking about this shit. And I'm not okay with it. What is happening in this world?
Yeah.
I don't know. You got kids. Tell me, what's happening? Why is this happening?
I don't know.
I am lost in this world,
That's
Donovan.
why
I
keep
need
them
an
at
anchor.
home. I don't know. That's why I keep them at home.
That's probably a good idea if you ask me. None of this shit. None of this shit. And I think that's about it. That's all I got. That's all I got in the bookmarks.
I like it.
That's all I got. You know, Strange Death of Science. James Lindsay's back on Twitter, so that's a fucking plus. We can end on that.
He's crushing it.
It took him about like 12 hours to realize, I think, he was back on Twitter, and then it's just been fire, fire, fire ever since then. It's been nice. So there's that. All right, cool.
Yep. I like it.
Cool,
I like
cool,
it. Well, with that, everybody, I think that'll be the end of this your episode. I want to thank everyone for being here. We'll be back for one more episode, obviously, before the end of the year. December 10th,
yeah.
we will
Last
be here.
episode.
One final episode for the end of the year.
139.
139.
Coming back strong.
140. I don't know exactly.
Yeah,
what
we'll have
date.
to, we'll talk about it next episode.
Yeah, we'll get there.
We got it marked on our calendars. We don't need to do that.
That's right. So I want to thank everybody again for being here. SaltOfTheStreets.com, YouTube.com/SaltOfTheStreets, Patreon.com/SaltOfTheStreets, Instagram.com/SaltOfTheStreets. Go to SaltOfTheStreets.com. You can find all of this information, including our social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at Alpac_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. And
I'll never remember where it's at.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank everybody for being here. Grab
Everybody.
Bag, episode 138.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's been fantastic.
We love everybody. We'll see you later.